They displayed why they are as highly regarded as they are with great team fighting, and I think that's something I'm looking forward to today as well.
But given that, we have such a clash of play styles today, because you have KC, the team that wants to play slow through the early game, don't get leads, but ramp up to the 25-minute mark, outplay people in the team fight and how they play the map. And on the other side, you have Fnatic who want to bulldoze through the early game. So my big question is, can the blue wall withstand Fnatic's pressure?
And I mean, this is even better represented when we kind of look at the year-long performances. Both KC and Fnatic have had very clear identities. Early game pressure coming through from Fnatic, whereas mid-game control and explosion from KC.
And this is why I think KC is the main favorite coming into today, because Fnatic has not looked convincing when it's coming to that mid to late game. But KC again and again, and specifically against Vitality, they were better on the side lanes. They were better when it came to the objective setup, and I think that's something I'm looking at today. You can argue that Fnatic against GX were way better at playing the map there as well, but I can argue back that GX was overloading the map so frequently that Oscar got a free pass. I don't think today he's going to get a free pass against Kana. I think that makes KC very scary on the side lanes.
What about Fnatic then? Because when you look at the playstyle and what they have been trying to... What has been the most effective technique for them? Gangbots. Gangbots. Gangbots.
I mean, you took the words right out of my mouth. You're going to get a compilation. This is all from one game, by the way. This is a team that traditionally plays through their bot lane. When we saw their series against Giant X, we saw them trying to give a few more resources to Oscar. We heard Upset on the podcast talking about how he wants the team to have other ways of playing the game, but at the end of the day, this is a bot-focused team that builds leads through ganking their bot lane.
And playing with Upset, I've been through this cycle many times where he thinks that, okay, it's time to expand, it's time for Oscar to play the game. But no, when I was there, it was always like, you get 1 week where you get to play and then let's go back to bot lane. Because the team, when Upset gets leads, he always takes them, grabs them with both hands and delivers a win for Fnatic every single time.
Yeah, I mean, for Upset, he's lost to Fnatic in Madrid, actually, 2018. Yeah. Delivered a win, you could say, to Fnatic as well. But I mean, this just goes to show how long Upset has been around trying to achieve a title for himself. I mean, Upset, hell, he's been here so long that when he qualified to LEC, it was with Cadril in the mid lane, which is quite a while ago at this point. So that just really goes to show how long he's been here.
But it's such a different Upset, it's such a different beast, because back then he was just a cocky kid delivering the famous quotes, you know, I'm too good to never win a title, people calling him chokers, but right now, he is at the peak of his career. I think the Upset that we've seen for the last year and a half, arguably 2 years, is the best Upset we have seen, the best version of himself, and that's why I think he's going to carry through today.
Yeah, but I think he has to as well, because there's a lot of expectations on him. You have a look at the stats here. I have the statement that I think if Fnatic's bot lane are not ahead in that game, if they are not driving the game for Fnatic, they are simply not winning. Upset has to be the one that gets the leads from Fnatic that they can rely on throughout this entire series.
And I think the stats really represent how these teams approach their playstyles. Look at the higher jungle proximity that we see towards that bot lane in favor of Upset. The slightly higher CSD. This is a team that likes to try and play through him and get him ahead, whereas for Kalist, it's more about that team fighting. When we also compare the champions that they traditionally play, hyper carries are what they like to funnel Kalist into, because they know that in the late game team fights, he can be that guy, but Upset is a lot more about having agency.
I brought a map, actually.
He brought a map. Twitch,
I have everything. What do you think?
Vayne, he's a playmaking man and he wants to have more agency in the game.
And I think this is what I'm looking forward to in Fearless as well, because it enabled different things, right? On the Kalist side, you're clearly seeing hyper scaling. We can play through him mid to late game, the clear strength that we have already outlined for KC. And this right here is agency for a man that you said, Otto, that needs to carry.
Yeah, because what I really want to see is this clash of styles, you know, where Kalist goes for the agency in the late game, while Upset goes for the agency in the early game. And I want to see which style will prevail, which is going to manage to break through today.
Okay, Kalist replaced Upset in KC in the end. So for me, there's a lot on the line for both of these players. Kalist, as he said on stage a couple minutes ago, is about proving that he can be the best with the World's qualification at least. And for Upset, finally, giving into whatever work he's been putting on for the past 8 years has to come together now with Fnatic.
I am so torn when I'm looking at these 280 carries, because these are 280 carries that I would love to send to Worlds from Europe. I feel like Upset's performance he had in summer, the way he ramped up with Fnatic, from Kalist to the stellar year he had for a first year to come through. But we can't send both of them, and no matter what today, not a career, but at least a year will end and a story will go on.
The beauty of this matchup is that it'll all come down to jungle diff. And we know it. Every AD carry knows it.
W statement.
It's very much about how they play in the team fights, but getting those leads will be Razork versus Yike. And so we know that there's a lot on the line for both these teams. The pressure is at its maximum. Who can best utilize the atmosphere? It's going to be an intense one. I'm hoping for a 5-game banger.
I want a 5-game banger, and we're going to stay on the jungle topic here because El Cachorro de la Jungle, Razork, actually is standing by with Shocks in the Marriott Bonvoy pre-game check-in. So let's check it out.
Welcome everyone to the Marriott Bonvoy pre-game check-in live from Madrid. I've got Razork here, and it is such a big day, a big weekend for you. So first, let me gauge kind of your temperature. How excited are you to be able to play here on the stage in your home country?
Well, I'm really hyped. I really, really want to win today, want to qualify for Worlds, and have the chance to get the revenge tomorrow against Koi. I think playing in Madrid is going to be extremely exciting for me, and hopefully I can bring the people the win.
Yes, absolutely. Now, when it comes to you guys as a team, you of course had Poby joining not so long ago. So are there a lot of things that you think you're going to have to figure out, or do you have confidence that even in the stress department, in the arena department, things are going to go okay?
Well, I think we did very good work preparing for this weekend, and I think we just need to trust ourselves. I think I never saw Poby playing in a big stage,
It's true.
So this is going to be the first time I play with him. I hope he does okay. I believe in him a lot, and hopefully we can win today. Yeah.
Okay, and you believe in yourself as well, I'm sure. And for this occasion is really big, and when it comes to kind of possibly winning a title, possibly having that weekend here where you can beat all of your foes and do that, kind of tell me about what you're dreaming of when it comes to these finals.
Well, I did visualize this moment in my dreams a lot, for sure. Like lifting the trophy, even entering in the States is something that I visualized for a while. And 2 weeks ago, I really didn't want to lose against Giants because I needed to be here in Madrid playing in front of my people. So, I mean, I really hope this is going to be a weekend that I will remember for the rest of my life.
Oh, I love it. I am so excited to see you play on the stage. Is there anything you'd like to say in Spanish to the fans at home?
Cachorritas, os amo mucho. A ver si os podemos dar la victoria hoy, clasificarnos al Mundial y mañana calentar a los de Koi.
Very nice. A word for Koi tomorrow, and that they're going to qualify for Worlds today. Muchas gracias y buena suerte.
Muchas gracias.
Thank you.
Razork playing in his home city today. He's got the crowd behind him, of course. Is that going to be in that video? So you were just saying that it's going to be a jungle diff. What is your expectation on the jungle here for this matchup?
On paper, I think that Yike is an overall better jungler than Razork. I think that when coming into this series, KC play around the neutral objectives better. I think that they team fight better, and overall they are a lot more controlled. But I just believe more in the crowd buff. And I genuinely think that Fnatic will actually get the edge out in this series today, purely because I think that the crowd will make Oscar and Razork, two of the most inconsistent players, lock in today. So I genuinely believe that Fnatic is going to win this series today.
I see your allegiance. I want to check the rest of the votes here. We did a mega prediction. We pretty much asked everyone and everybody and their aunt and their dad who they think is going to win.
3-2
3-1. Oh, I'm going to shake my hand, baby.
GB.
He's going to shake our hand afterwards.
Yeah, he will. I mean, Vedi's right here. He's running on Fubes. He's running on vibes. And I get it. There has been times.
He's running on vibes, yeah. But
there's been times, but there has been enough.
This guy was running on vibes.
This guy was running on vibes.
And it was an anomaly. It was not supposed to work. I was not supposed to win, because today I do think that KC is going to win simply because Fnatic's playstyle is just so binary. It's either just go bot or go nowhere. That's just how it goes. While KC has proven to us many times that they're just a lot more flexible, a lot more dynamic, and their ways to get leads and close out games is just a lot more consistent. So how about that, Vedi?
Wow, I love your logic. I love to see how your logic will track throughout the rest of the series.
You can't win against him because he's not arguing logic. That's the trap you're falling into.
I even agreed with you at the start. I think that KC are the favorites coming into today, but I'm a believer in vibes, baby. And I think that the vibes of the arena is going to be the difference maker today.
Just wait for the post-match, because this guy is a known flip-flopper in between predictions. So as soon as game 1 has happened, we'll see what comes back.
I can take the W or the L. It's not easy. It's easy.
It's going to be an L for sure, but I completely agree with Odo Amno on the playstyle of KC as well. I do think there's obviously still weaknesses. I think when Yike is sometimes sat in a map, I mean, just on bush on top side, because he often has good pathing, where if his full clear ends on top side, he'll just going to sit on top for a long time, see if he can punish an enemy top laner. There's certainly avenues if you kind of miss them or you kind of mismatch the junglers on opposite side where you can play for bot side, but I think like KC, they just will have it.
And it has to come down together, and it has to come down now. No more second chances. No more, let's practice again. The preparation that both these teams has been doing has to be the one that is going to send them to Worlds. They're ready, we're ready, the fans are ready as well. So I actually want to check in with Shox, who is also ready with the players in the tunnel. Shox, what do you have?
Oscar, welcome. You are about to head up on the stage. How are you feeling? How is the atmosphere? How is the desire to really tear it up on the Rift today?
Obviously, everyone is really excited to play today. You can feel that it's a really important match for everyone, for every team. So yeah, I think very expectant to play and see how we're gonna do, but I'm really confident, honestly.
Super important match, of course, for Worlds, but also to get to the grand final, hopefully on Sunday. How much does it mean to you that you can do it in front of all these Spanish fans that have supported you for so long?
Yeah, it means a lot to play here in Spain in front of my home crowd. It feels amazing, honestly. I feel a lot of proud. And yeah, I hope I can give them a good show and show what we can do today.
Maybe some words in Spanish for them as we go.
Bueno, muchas gracias a todo el mundo que está aquí y espero daros una sorpresa porque va a ser una bomba esto, así que espero que os lo paséis genial.
It's going to be absolutely amazing. We got his promise. Fnatic versus KC right now.
Their event, it's their home turf. Only room for one king in Madrid, and MKOI are that king.
The highlight of my career has been winning previously seen. It's with the team I consider family, so the way we won it made it really special for me. It's a privilege to play in front of the Spanish crowd.
Stand for the cause and effect. I came for revenge, then I left.
We're still hungry, we still want to be the best version of ourselves, and we have a really good chance of winning this place. I think it's either us or G2.
You can't speak on my... You can't speak on my life. I've been here for a million years. I can tell you right now, outside he's safe.
Every final I've reached so far, I've won. We actually know what it takes to win a split.
Oh my goal! Hits them all once more!
I hope we beat Koi. The crowd will probably be against me. I think it will still be a benefit for me. They just beat me in spring and they took MSI from me. I want to take my revenge.
Upset gonna pull the feathers back. Lot now caught out. Flash back from Upset to get away from the ultimate. Lot's able to backstep with the footwork. Coming in from Noah. Shut down. Towers coming in. Jackie, and it's a backdoor. It's a backdoor. Crossdoor flying through the air to bring light to the side of Fnatic. How the hell did Fnatic do it?
It's over now. We've hit the ground. We'll never be the same.
If we could win in Madrid, I think it would mean everything for my career in a way. Losing always really sucks, and I can't imagine that on the biggest stage it will suck the most. My first final was actually in 2018 in Madrid against Fnatic, and it was the last time Fnatic won. If I would finish this cycle in a way now, me being in Fnatic, winning it for the organization, that would really mean a lot for me. Winning for me is something that I've been trying to achieve for so many years. And I got very close, but never managed to do. My parents have watched me for a while, and they never saw me winning or lifting a trophy. If it happens in Madrid, it's gonna be a really good plot twist, and I'm gonna be the happiest man alive if that happens. Both finals, to be honest, they were like pretty sad moments for me in my career. We've already disappointed the fans twice already this year. It's very easy to just feel like pressured, obviously. We've worked really hard this whole year to earn that trophy and that moment, to feel that victory. this time I'll be ready.
Before Jojo gets to hold the in, Alvaro, he's holding it in. His Pantheon holds there as well. Hansama is just firing though. They say kill count, but he's shockwave on his death knell, and he doesn't even ring the damn bell. G2 have been given a Hail Mary, not once, but twice.
I think this summer title is very important, can be a redemption. Of course, there's no taking back the series that we lost and all the trophies we could have had, but we at least end the year on a win, and we proved that we actually learned something from our losses.
Knuckles already fallen. The Magnusor will find a bunch, but the Temper Face stops Kazi. Beautiful from Carmine Core. The feathers are out, the flash is in. Hansama looking for the solo kill. The feathers are... Hansama takes down Super. Femboy again, and way dead to Jojo. He actually looked for a bit more on the box. In with the ulti, flashes in. Last breath of the ult gets it.
It's just gonna be as hard as it always is. I still want it more than anything this LEC, so we're gonna win it all.
Spanish royalty. MCoy stand victorious.
I want fans to remember that we had a great miracle run and that we persevered through very difficult moments. So I can assure you guys that we're gonna win it.
Hola, hola, ¿qué tal? Bienvenidos a España. Bienvenidos a Madrid.
It all comes down to this. 10 teams turning into the final four. For some, it's about proving people wrong. It's about earning that chance to compete on the international stage. It's about those bets finally paying off. And for some, it's about defending your title on home turf here in Madrid. All eyes look to the mountain they must climb to surmount the gauntlet and claim the crown.
Hoy arrancan las finales de la LEC aquí en casa y tenemos que demostrar que somos la mejor afición del mundo. Así que, por favor, os pido que me ayudéis para dar la bienvenida a los protagonistas. Hoy juegan en territorio enemigo. Veremos si aguantan el ruido de Madrid. Ruido para Carmine Core. Es su primer año en Europa y ya ha demostrado que es todo un demonio en la top lane. ¡Gana! Ya sabe lo que es ganar muchas veces aquí. Fuerte aplauso para Yai. Es su mejor versión, es absolutamente imparable en la mid lane. ¡Blane! En su primera temporada fue campeón para muchos, la joya de Europa como AD Carry. ¡Caleste! Ha sido campeón de Europa con varios equipos distintos, como Support Targama. Viene el equipo que más veces ha participado en el Mundial. Fuerte aplauso para Fnatic. Lo ha tenido muy cerca, pero esta vez viene decidido a ganar. Fuerte aplauso para Oscarine. Viene una cachorrita mala, muy mala. Fuerte aplauso para Ratón. Es su primera temporada en el equipo y quiere devolver la gloria a Fnatic en la mid lane. Bobby es toda una leyenda. Ya estuvo en Madrid en 2018 como AD Carry. ¡Upset! absolutamente legendario. Fuerte aplauso para Mekix. Ya está todo listo, está todo preparado. El que gane hoy va al Mundial y juega mañana. El que pierda, eliminado. ¡Madrid! ¿Estáis preparados?
Well, here we are for the culmination of what has been an incredible year of the LEC. We are here in Madrid ready to see whether or not these teams can make it to Worlds, can take it to the next round, can take on MKOI tomorrow. And I have the distinct honor of being joined by Dagda and by Jack Spectra next to me as we get ready for what is sure to be an enthralling best of five.
And I am so honored to be here in Madrid. It's where I've spent the majority of my pro play career. It feels like my second home, and with such an amazing crowd, I'm casting a live bio.
Man, this feels sick. The crowd is full of energy. This should be an absolute banger, and it feels like the stars are aligning for what this weekend should be. It's a repeat of spring, but with everyone trying to upset the apple cart and show that not only they belong in the top 3 of the LEC, that they belong to represent Europe on that world stage.
And for Casey, when you come out into this, into such an openly hostile crowd, what a moment it must be for you. We heard Kalis getting booed as he came out for the Rookie of the Split. We hear him getting booed as he comes out for the taking onto the stage. For Fnatic, they obviously have the home ground advantage today, and that can be something that bolsters you or that actually upsets you a little bit, that can get in your head a little bit.
I love Kalis' entry. The fact that he's willing to shut the fans up for some players, at least for me, I played once in a stage where most of the fans were against me, and it was so empowering to be that person, to be like, nah, I'm gonna shut the crowd up today. And I think Kalis is bringing that energy, and I love it.
It feels like one of these AD carries is going to be either shutting the fans up or enthusing them. But as we get on into draft, we're going to have to find out who that is, because we are going to be playing on a new patch. It is 25.18, so we'll have to see exactly what is in store for a lot of our players.
Yeah, importantly, all the teams had a vote and agreed to move the patch with the break week happening last week. So we are moving on to 25.18 or 0.18, it is more commonly known. A few changes happening on this patch. We did see a couple of Aurora nerfs, but she's still pretty strong. The Annie nerfs may be enough to take her out to pick Vampire.
I think really the utility mids, and I think it's great for both Fnatic and KC, as Vladdy and Poby, when they've been put on these utility, the Annie, the Galio, haven't looked great. So I'd like to see both teams kind of pivot away from that, play more carries in the mid lane.
Totally agree with you there. We are rattling through the bans already. KC on the blue side, Fnatic on the red. Sivir, Jarvan and Rumble taken away by...
Pa ljudi moji, ulećemo polako u draft. Spremni smo. Zovemo Raleta da imamo što on ima da kaže. Gledamo Gouta Lola, Oskar Inina. I vidjet ćemo ko ide na Worlds. Jako sam uzbuđen da gledam Lola, Rale, Legendo, veliki post. Da li si spreman da vidimo ovu napetu borbu za finalno mesto na Worldsu?
Borbu da, napetu i ne toliko.
Ne, a miš da je lagano?
Ma lagano, spolagano.
Ja miš će biti 3-2 ko kuća.
Ajde, vidjet ćemo. Možeš samo da mi daš stream, da bi ja mogao da gledam sa tobom u real time-u i lagać.
Naravno, uvek za tebe kolega, uvek za tebe i 2 streama ću ti dati ako treba.
Hvala ti, ne
samo ću malo da ih smanjim. Jer rade sa lana pa im je glas malo robotski, pa ću samo malkice smanjiti njihove kastere, nisam ih puno smanjio. Da, nešto... Kroz neke filtere su provukli možda da se publika ne čuje puno ili šta god i onda baš nije optimalno.
Naravno. Oni otvorili draft sa najklasičnijim mogućim početkom. Vidimo Morijana Varus Zin, s jedne strane, s druge strane Galio, Wukong i Kajsa. Fanatic želi dive comp. Kad se želi power pickove, I guess. Vidjet ćemo kome će bolje da prođe. Da li naš kum Apples zna kako da outdraftuje Fanatic?
Ja... A verujem, nemam pojma, iskreno mislim. Ima dosta priče, kao s jedne strane, realno želiš da vidiš pobija na Worldsu. Kao trola side, Oskara side, sve. Znači kao, pobij na Worldsu bi bilo jako cool. Sa druge strane, Casey nikad nije igrao Worlds. I, ono, prva godina sa Kalistom i sve to, i odmah prve godine na Worlds misle bi bio ogroman uspeh za Orgu. Tako da, nekako, iskreno, kogoda ne ode, bit će mi malo krivo. Možda će mi malo manje biti krivo za Fnatic. Ne sad kao, ljudi, ja hejtujem Oskara, sve to stoji, nalupat će ga na Worldsu. Ali kao generalno, više bi bio razočaran da ne ode cijel KC, a okej sam da Upset i Oskar ne odu na Worlds. Pa po toj logici sam u fazonu bolje da KC ode.
Šanse da Upset ne ode na Worlds iako se kvalifikuje.
To je istina, zavisi od situacije.
Sve u svemu, mislim da kada gledamo ekipe da su dosta blizu. Možda je, eto, možda su solo laneovi malo bolji na strani Fnatica od solo lanera KC-a. Ali generalno, jungle i bot tu su negdje. Ne puštaš na moj rage bait, da?
Nikada. Taman posla. Ja sam danas previše opušten, kolega, moram ti priznam, tako da... A još sam opušten, ja sam danas totalno spreman da radim 5 gameova i 300% sam okej s tim. Jer sam završio sve dana što sam morao, jedina obaveza koja mi je ostala je da hodam i dodam ceo Alice in Borderland u jednom danu. Posla veca. Da. Streamujem na Discordu za Patreone, taman ću u društvu da gledam. I samo sam beyond spreman za današnji dan, tako da... Vidjet ćemo šta i kako. KC je završio draft, Fnatic ima još jedan pik. I okej, Oskar je rekao Kano dođite nalupam, respekt za hrabrost, tako ništa.
Oskar vam Vesel se pokazala dobro.
Jest, to je fair. Mislim, prvi draft best of 5, bit će uvek malo sporije, bit će uvek malo više ono... Znaš, radiš nešto default, opipaš situaciju, pa tek onda posle odlučiš šta i kako konkretno radiš u draftu, kako se prilagođavaš, da li vadiš cheese, da li vadiš countere itd. itd.
Miloše, šta je ovo kod tebi u kući? Ja sad vidim.
Moj cheat day. Doduše, nije baš moj cheat day, ali ajde.
Gdje ovo ima da se naruči ko ću ja? Dobro, nemoj da mi kažeš, napiši.
Daću ti, da, verujem, ja sam uzeo 2,5 pačeta i bio sam u fazonu dosta. Legitimno ne mogu da jedem više, ali ozbiljan cheat day je danas pao. Svakako. Izaći jedno 50.000 koraka da padne i ja lagan. Ali poslaću ti. Informisat ću te sve, kolega, ne brini se ništa.
Nisam ni sumnjao da će biti drugačije. With a world's spot on the line, Fnatic attending 11 of the last 13 worlds. Have only missed it twice.
Reci 11 od 13 worldsa su bili. I onda me ljudi razumiju kad kažem da bi rađe da ode KC. Pa jel nije? Bili su na 11 od 13 worldsa. Realno, nek propuste sad jedan, dosta je bilo.
Da, ali su bili u finalu Worldsa i jedino serverska ekipa koja je osvojila Worlds.
Osvojili su kad Faker nije imao kompjuter.
Pa da.
Pa to ti pričam. Realno.
Sorry, sign ovdje nismo nisti strani.
Ali evo, slušaj šta kažu, ovo je isto u pravu. Isto u pravu. KC je bio na jednom internationalu i došli su do finala.
Da, ali na first standu.
Pa teži je first stand nego Worlds prva sezona. Protiv koga su igrali prva sezona, brate? Protiv Lipa i Longa, razumeš ono? Nema mi pričaš, ba čoveče, pusti me toga.
Ma kakav first stand, bre, daj.
Prva sezona Worlds za finale, Fnatic protiv Against All Authority-a. EE imao igrača koji se zvao Kuja. Igli su protiv Kuje u finalu. Pa o čemu mi pričamo? U stvari je Kuđa bio, ali dobro. Tam pisalo se Kuja. Mislim, realno, EVC 50 puta teži. I očekam sljedeće godine kad budu reprezentacije na EVC-u, to će biti jako cool.
To će biti fenomenalno.
To je iskreno ozbiljan hype.
Ali to je zapravo ono što je najvažnije rosteri.
Pa da, mislim, to je najvažnije samo ko ne dobije Kinu i Koreju, jer Kina i Koreja šta god uradi s rosterom bit će prvi.
Da li će?
Da.
Ne, da, ali...
Da.
Ne, ali drugačije je to. Znaš, oni ne mogu da pracuju zajedno.
Dobro, Tivan ceo.
Neće se ti Tivan ceo, to je cijela poenta.
Pa, ali mogu, slažemo se.
Mogu, ali neće.
Zašto ne? Si, verovatno neko od igrača neće biti u gasu, nisi ono kao... Ne znam. Jer kao ako hoće da pobede, samo je legitimno da uzmeš roster jedne ekipe i to je to. Rešio si sinergiju, rešio si rolove, rešio si prac, rešio si sve.
To nije cool.
Realno nije cool. Vidi, slažem se, ali da si ti, zamisli da si ti sad Rale generalni menadžer Tim Koreje. Zar ne bi uradio ono što daje najveću šancu tvojoj državi da pobedi?
Ne, ja bih volao da budemo ipak cool.
Ne bi volao da bude... To ti sad pričaš jer smo mi iz Balkana i mi imamo šanse da pobedimo koliko i... Ne znam, ono...
Molim.
Litvanija, razumeš?
Litvanija nema nijednog livaš igrača.
Kako? Eckas i onaj top laner što sam ga ja gazio u solo queue. I Chosen One, on isto igra. Vidiš ti tu priču? To ti priča. Tako da... Litvanija ozbiljna.
Da, inače mi čekamo da se popravi nešto.
U samom CS-u je bug neki bio. Ne želim da kažem da neki igrač uzeo pogrešne rune, tako da neću reći, tako da neki bug se dogodio.
Da, i sad ću to da popravi. Vidite Zokija s desne strane iza Fanatika. Zoki je majstor za ove situacije.
Zoki kad krene fiksa, iskreno ono, nema tog problema koji se nije rešio.
Ali ono što je zanimljivo je što on radi sa svojim bratom od tetke, ovim dečkom preko puta, koji se zove Konstantin ili će ga zovu Koki. I onda su oni Zoki i Koki koji zajedno rade i pokrivaju plavu i crvenu stranu.
Da, to je... Odličan lore. Okej, rapido, dobro, okej. Sad su vratili nazad des da ne muče kastere, respekt.
Can we talk about the draft maybe first?
What? I don't hear anything.
I don't hear anything. I don't hear you. Yeah, I mean...
Šta se događa? Niko ništa ne čuje, on ne čuje njih, mi ne čujemo nas, oni šta?
Did you guys hear me?
No.
Now I do. Oh, hi. Hello.
Did you guys hear me? No, now I do.
Sorry.
Šta?
The vibes are here. We're vibing.
Dobro.
The crowd is vibing as well.
U redu.
Yeah?
Are the players vibing because usually
Did you hear me? No, now I do. Za mene doradan sa Zevsom. Tivan reformed. Ne, Kina i Koreja su u finalu 300%, vidi. Ako organizatori stave da nisu, da su na istoj strani breketa, grifuju. Legitimno. Nijedna druga zemlja ne prilazi ni blizu ni Kini ni Koreji. Da, dobro, ali daj mi zemlje, ajde, ko? Slovenija. Ja ne mogu. Evo, samo što nisu Crownshot i Miki bolji od Kerija i Gumajušija. Rale je na tolkom kopijuma, ljudi moji, ovo je ne. Ne, čekaj kolega, u pravu si, možda i Španija ima šanse, Antoni je postao coach je Oskarini na topu. Vidi, Zevs nema šanse. Znači, Antonio i Oskar kad se udruže. Bro, Zevs, vidi, trese se. Kan u Prime-u ne zna gdje je, brate. To ne prolazi se kroz Antoniovo kočovanje Oskara, brate. Kad ga uči kako da igra Rumble i da se flashuje u zidove. To nema nigdje.
Pazi ovo.
Slušam.
Ford Miki.
Dobro.
Adi carry Crowny.
Dobro.
Mid lane igra Nemesis.
Dobro. Stigli smo do mid lane-a, čekamo meni internet da dođe sebi jer nije baš najbolji. Vratio se, znači mid lane Nemesis, tu smo stali.
Da.
Ne, čepu, ljudi, molim vas, pustite Raleta da kuva. Znači, znam da trenutno pokušava da kuva sa Sunđerom i sa Zavesom, ali pustite ga, let him cook do kraja, ajde. Jungle i top.
A nema junglera, to je problem.
Da mi zamisli. Ali ne, dobro, ajde.
Na što je najviše rangiran top laner slovenski?
Nemam ideje.
Faksi.
Eto, Faksi i šta, King u džungli, ko? Ne, ajde kolega, daj mi tu Viktoriju Sloveniju. Ja imam kontraargument, tako da slobodno samo ti reci još.
A ne može Slovenija, čekaj.
Pa rekao si Slovenija,
Ne može, sad ćemo da vidimo na drugom.
A, dobro, okej.
Našao sam.
Okej, našao je Rale, ajde Rale.
Bugari, braće moja Bugari.
Bugari?
Da.
Au, brat. Na botu Hilisang. Jel imaju wireless u staračkom domu ili šta?
Da.
Dobro, u redu.
Adi carry Avarais.
Okej, slušam, pratim. Pored vizizija živog, by the way.
Jungler Leb. Iz Biga.
Dobro.
Top lane. Top lane momčina koja je najbolja Vayne top ikada, Draxos iz EBL
fizička bol trenutno.
Jesam rekao jungle spooky?
Ne, rekao si jungle lab. Toliko si zbunjen da si im 2 junglera uvalio.
Jungle spooky.
A verovatno i da igraju sa 2 junglera opet bi izgubili, da je 6-5 izgubili bi od Koreje. Samo želim ti kažem, vidi Rale, čekaj, ali samo ti dam jedan stručan savjet. Pre nego što, znači dok mi daješ roster, prvo se zapiti da li bi uopšte EMEA Masters pobedili sa tim rosterom, a ne Koreju na EVC-u. Pošto trenutno oba rostera koje si dao gube EMEA Masters. Samo to želim da ti kažem.
Ne gube.
Se EMEA Masters gube.
Ne gube.
Okej, ne, sve cool.
Sačekaj, evo sad ću da nađem.
Ne, ajde.
Naći ću jednu državu koja će da kuva.
Ljudi,
naći ću jednu državu iz Evrope koja će kontendovati top 4 na EVC-u.
Ja sam rekao Kina, Koreja, na to top 4.
Pa to je top 4, znači moraš da se realno zajedno s Kinom i Korejom ili u top 4.
Kako je smanjuju od toga da može da pobedi Kinu i Koreju do toga da izgube od Kine Koreje.
Imam. Hoćeš top to bot ili bot to top?
Top to bot.
Top lane nak-nako.
Dobro.
Jungle, XNS. XNS je onaj Turčin koji je, znači Turska je u pitanju.
Turska?
XNS je onaj Turčin što je insanely namučio Los Ratones u polufinalu.
Pero Turčini ne igraju u Turskoj ligi, pola lige Korejci. Oni znaju da nemaju igrače, ali dobro, ajde. Ne, nastavi.
Mid lane, ovdje imamo Serina.
Dobro.
Ne, izvini, neće igrati. Da razmišljam da li 1-1-3 da igra, ali ne može 1-1-3 da igra. Mora XNS i on bolji. A na botu? Flashy i...
Nema, možda i Parus. Parus ili Flashi. Parus ili Flashi.
Because I feel like the interview you gave once you won your title, you were not even happy about winning. The first thing you said was shutting up the haters.
Šta je sad i carry ima? I Holy Phoenix.
On može sa healem, tamo isti internet dele, samo da heali ne može da igra. Ako igra Holy Phoenix. Ja ne mogu što ove rale napića, ljudi moji.
Šta je sad i carry ima?
Ne postoji ni jedna država koja može da prismrdi Kini ili Koreji ako pošalju normalne igrače.
Idemo dalje. Kako možemo drugačije da pobedimo pauzu ako ne ovako?
A ne, ja se slažem, a znaš što je samo najjače? Pogotovo sad.
Našao sam.
Slušam.
Idemo od midla. Švedska.
Dobro.
Na mid lane-u, mid laner iz Kine sa švedskim državljanstvom. Ovo se računa, da se razumemo, ovo se računa.
Dobro.
Švedska osvaja. Švedska legit osvaja.
Slušam, ajde.
Na mid lane koji nije, znači ne vidim da je igrao pro, ali ima 1500 LP-a i na
živote sad. On mi da igrača koji ima 0 profesionalno iskustva.
Iz Kine, zove se Peng. Peng je na midu.
Peng, ljudi, ja ne mogu. Ne,
ali saslušaj me, veruj mi.
Moram te trujem. Jedan u četu ko misli da Peng dobija fakera.
Pengov, stani. Pengov sub je Royal Canin. Ko zna, ko je pratio...
Znam ja, Luju sam kupio Royal Canin baš sad skoro.
Znam to, to mu je sub, to im je sub. Na botu, Reckless i Unforgiven. Bab. U džungli, Jajk, Šveđanin. I na topu, the one and only Baus. On je Šveđanin isto, ali tako, samo ja ovdje ne mogu da ga nađem. Jel jeste Baus Šveđanin?
Nije, on je UK, ja mislim.
Čekaj, ne. Na topu. Na topu. Jedan jedini Šveđanin. Džukil je na topu.
Dobro.
Ne, Baus je Šveđanin, trolaš me, Baus igra topa, Džukil i Baus, Džukil čak možda igra i mid.
Samo pogledaj, ne vidiš chat, ali morao sam da pitam chat da li tvoji rosteri dobijaju tier 2 clash na vestu. Pošto trenutno su tu negde. Tu su negde.
Nema veze.
Znači samo ako ste se tek sad uključili, ne, Rale ne sklapa roster da pobedi tier 2 clash na vestu, pokušava da pobedi ekipu Kine i Koreje na International.
Ne veze.
Reckless i Unforgiven na Keriju i Gumu. Na Elka, na samog Elka. Support da mu ode Barda da igra da Romo i Rale na topu, Elki 1-2 dobija dole. Kakav Reckless i Unforgiven crni. Znači vidi, ja mislim, pustit ću te da nastaviš jer dalje je pauza, ali mislim da jedino u kom svetu Evropa ima bilo koje šanse je da uzimamo igrače različitog vremena u njihovom piku. To je jedini način da imamo iole šanse, ali ako isto to primjenimo za Kinu, Koreju, opet nemamo šanse.
Francuska.
Stavim i SLT-a na topu, evo preskoču da hodam na ovoj traci i polomiću noge ono zid.
Ne. Na topu igra Potent.
Ko igra?
Potent je Fiora One Trick 1. Ali ovo je 1650 LP-a, tako da igra.
Znači nećemo banovati ovaj...
U džungli, skillom. Na midu, Veteo. I na botu, Kalist ili Han sama. To možeš da biraš. Ajde izaberi.
Kalist ili?
Han sama.
Nije, ne znam. Verovatno Han sama u tom turniru Han sama.
I stand.
Ma bra. Ne znam kako ti kažeš. Ne da nema šanse, nego... Ne.
Na klupi, Stormax, ovaj drugi od Adi Carrija koji si izabrao, i Isma. Bam. Bam.
Dobro, čuli smo Raletove delusional take-ove, ko može da...
Game 1.
Kakav?
Game 1 u best of 5. Biraš blue side, stavljaš Ismu u ekipu, on igra Nidali. Prebija Ownera, prebija Canyona.
Prebija Canyona. Bro, to je kao da ti mene pobediš u takmičenju ko ima ćelaviju glavu. Znam da me stižeš, ali dalje nije ni blizu, rale. Canyona sa Nidali da prebije.
Tako je. Znači, Isma prebije Canyona sa Nidali.
Znaš šta mi je jako drago? Drago mi je jako što Rale sad sve ovo priča i onda sad će da priča kako je Oskar dobar i ljudima će biti, koji nisu upućeni, biti jasno da, kepuješ maksimalno. Tako da niko te sad neće shvatiti ozbiljno dok hvališ Oskara. Da. Moj veliki plan je uspešan.
Samo će Oskar sam sebe da, sam će, he will make my case.
Mickey does have that triumphant roar to heal up a little bit after 7 minions are killed in the lane, but Kalista and Targamas currently have control of the wave state, which means they will hit that level 2
Sad mi je žao, može još jedna pauza samo da završim sa još jednim rosperom, 2, molim vas, 3. Ja bi redom išao sad. Molim te!
Ne, ubiće. Neće gubiti, dobre, bravo Kana, bravo, dobar pot Kana. Dobar wave. Nije dobar wave. Dog shit je dobar wave, shit. Ne vjerujem da sam... Pa flashova se preko kuva da ga odredi na majmuna.
No.
Flashovo se da ga u kičmu ubode, razumeš, to je taj play. Kako ne znaš?
Moram da idem Kranu, da ostavim sad smije. Oskare, brate mili. Kako ljudi su mi.
Razork here on his home stage in Madrid. Oscar, just that little kid from Catalonia, proving that he
can Oskare.
Top laners in our league is Kana.
Moj Oskare.
Kana has no flash but dashes and gets himself to relative safety.
The thing is, though, Oscar Innister just has so much control of the wave. Just the fact that you get to show your face is all that you really need to do here. So for Fnatic, that's kind of put a little bit of control on that top lane. And now we get to see what Razork has to do, because he now needs to try and keep himself in check with Yike and make sure that...
Ja, vezano je, Oskar nije dobio kill, saved je, sve je cool.
Oscar in this game really feels so pivotal for Fnatic, as it's the one lane that they really can't play through and really...
Najbitniji član Fnatica, šta više.
Pivotal, to je reč, pivotal. Oskar je pivotal. Čuo kolegu načitanog našeg.
Zna on šta je pivotal.
But I think he is taking steps to begin to show just what he can do in top.
Yeah, I mean, if you win against Kana, that's a pretty big step.
We got to see it on his picks like the Aurora, where he had a fantastic game. On the Rex side, he's starting to pick up some wins. So I think it really is starting to see maybe the tides turn in favor of him. With Mickey not quite able to land the pulverize. You can see once more Fnatic getting antsy once their junglers on their side of the map.
Look at the vision coming out from KC though, knowing that Razork was on the top side. If we actually just do a quick mini-map zoom here, you can see a couple of wards near the blue buff, near the wolf camp. Razork is going to be spotted through his entire reclaim.
Da, lepo izvrtava na bot džunglu, iskreno. A nikao da je nešto mnogo važno je Razork neće praviti neki play pre šestoga, ne bi da dobija šesti iz ovog cleara nego iz sledećeg.
They get the Winter's Bite to upset Mickey. Back will use their own heal, takes a piercing arrow through his back, but he'll be okay. Wave not in a good spot at all.
Dobro je da nije u koleno primio piercing arrow.
Izvini, ako nešto čuješ, kaži mi, zato što se kod mene, znaš kako to ide.
Važivo, da, ne.
Igra košarka i futbal bez faula, tako da...
Sve je lagano, nije nikakav problem.
Trying to break the wave no matter what, but he can't quite do it.
He can't stay around any longer as well, because there's the risk that Yike just comes and ganks, right? With concussive blows from the Braum, if you're on vision, it's going to be so tricky for that Alistair to escape the situation. They will go on to Targamas, get the knock-up, look for the trample stun here as well. They'll land that with a direct back from Targamas. He can just back to Yike. Didn't use the stand beside me, jumps back onto Upset, who's just come back into the lane and has already lost.
Upset oni su luzeli lane ovdje, zašto su prizovani. Kamera na wave. A nisu prizovani, crashovalo.
Da je crashovalo, da. Nisam siguran kako je crashovalo, iskreno.
Bio je dosta veliki wave koji je ostavljen, tako da je verovatno prebrzo ubio onaj mali wave. Bili su i dosta blizu pula, možda su neki kripovi ušli u tower.
Pa sve facom tankuje. To pravi alfa AD carry.
Ne znam da li Razor ko dobije 6 odavde, da dobije jako malo bufara.
Realizing where's Razor gonna go? Well, he's pathing to top, likely to look for a gank on Kana, who was one level behind the Oscarinin at that point.
I think that's the one nice thing there, that Upset and Mickey bought for Razor was that little bit of time wasted from Yike. So therefore Razor now has a slight lead in the jungle, which is especially nice when you're playing a champion like the Wukong. Really just want to get to that level 6 and he's already...
Joey Drake.
Yeah, especially with the Dragon on the bottom side, you got options here for Fnatic. Could end up moving over towards that objective and net themselves that first Dragon of the game. Or with a minute until that Rift Herald, maybe with the push on bot, they just want to try and reset and look for the Void Groups.
With the perfect information that we have, Dragon is a great play because you can already see Kalista's pathing towards top side. So you know you're going to have a man advantage down towards this bottom side if you do go for that Drake. However, Fnatic don't know that until Kalist shows on this way.
Well, it's also the fact that Upset is essentially a full level behind his counterpart in Kalist. Kalist is going to hit to that level 6, so I think just trying to avoid any sort of matchup against the enemy AD.
Nju pa kažem ti, nezgodno je, nezgodno je. Ja sam isto u fazonu, ono, imam argumenti za jednu i za drugu ekipu zašto želim da odu na Worlds, ali kad sve saberem i oduzem, definitivno mislim da bi rađe da ode KC. Jer mi je za manje igrača Fnatica žao da ne odu. To jest, okej sam da Upset ne ode i okej sam da Oscar ne ode, realno gledano. A mislim da cijel KC volio bi da ih vidim na Worldsu, pogotovo što ih nismo gledali na MSI-u. Fnatic smo gledali, nisu radili ništa. Ne gledaš Worlds.
Losing that 1v1 in the top lane. Now Oscarinin has to deal not only with the piercing arrows, the long range damage that comes out from the Varus, but whenever he gets close, you've got concussive blows immediately ready to proc on you. You need to be dashing in and out. We're going to play around the grubs right now. Mickey does have a good flank position. Smite comes out from Yike to secure that first grub. Fnatic backing away from it for now. Oscarinin starting to poke his nose down towards the river. Second grub will go over to KC.
Ovo je jako dobar fight. Deluje mi kao da je Kalist bacio double na Varusu da tešta ovo, tako mi se čini.
Sutra će biti insane kad koji bude igrao.
O, jo!
Flash. Full commit. Kalista ko dobije jedan kill, jel je isto je to on ubija Mikija ovdje. On ubija, unište Mikija. Ubi ga slobodno Kalista, ono Alistar je. Samo moraš da ga... O, Oskar! Kakav ulti! Došao je samo da veže Perta Kalistu, ljudi, ne brinite se. To je on to namjerno uradio, nemojte sad imate ništa. Holds the public execution. Da, ne, super, odlično. Baš je lepo procijenio kolega taj range ulti ako ima na heroju koga igra. Nije kao da ima... Nema veze, neću ništa pričam, sve je cool. I dogodi se, nekad ne znate koliko range imate na ultu. Nije on kriv. Nekada samo mislite da imate više dometa, a ono loš signal i nemate domet.
Evo ovdje treba da... I ovdje treba isto. Ne znam zašto.
Ne, odlično. Odlično, iskreno. To je jako lepo odradio. Zamisli. Ne bi nije bio sam njegov sagrič. Ali dobro, to je okej. Trudi se, daje sve od sebe. Mada šalim na stranu i dalje nije ništa puno odlučeno. Sim ovdje jedan kill manje više da li bi bio Kalista. Nije toliko bitno. Sad malo trujem ja iz lične satisfakcije, ali i dalje ništa nije odlučeno, ni gotovo. Tako da sve lagano, sve polako. Ima još puno da se igra.
Moraju da dajvuju ovdje. Morate da dajvujete da bi Oscar mogu da outplay dive, da se ja operam.
Okay. Let's take a breath, let's take a moment, let's evaluate what's happened so far. We're 11 minutes into the game, and we knew KC had the lanes that on paper should be winning. Have they been? Top lane has gone towards Oscarinin with that great freeze early game. Bot lane has gone very handily towards Kalist and Targamas. Mid and jungle relatively even, 100, 200 gold here or there. This is kind of what we expected when we were in the draft. I think the question is, can Fnatic begin soon to turn the tides in their favor?
I think it was because Fnatic had kept it so much within touching distance and then overforced plays, which then
Midlane matchup. Unwatchable. Pogledaj ima iteme, molim. Ova ima Magic Resist, ova nema AP.
Maženje nam idu. Nešto ne uključimo zvuk kastera, zato što radimo watch party, ne kastujemo mi nego radimo watch party, tako da cool je malo da slušamo i njih. Plus i realno je LAN event i ono, gledamo i zajedno slušamo, da, fore. Sutra će biti ludnica. Ja iskreno mislim da koji pred španskom publikom ima ozbiljan buff.
To smo vidjeli, ono, imamo dokaz da je tako, iskreno.
Da. Da li evo zadnja šansa ove ekipe da na Worlds? Tako je, Nikola. Znači, ko pobedi ide na Worlds, ko izgubi, ne ide na Worlds, to je to. Ovo je zadnja serija za gubitnika ove serije. Pobednik ide na koji, a pobednik toga ide na G2 veliko finale. Ali sve nakon ove partije vam je manje bitno. Znači, ovo je najbitnija partija, ovaj rezultat je najbitniji. Sve nakon ovoga je šta... Mislim, nije baš šta god, ali je šta god.
In this game, he's really been punished by Oscar, and I think now with Kalist basing, Oscar got another 2 plates. He finally got that 700 gold lead you were talking about earlier, Medic, and Upset is actually silently kind of coming back into this game. It's only a 6 years lead. Now Mickey goes in on target.
Ajmo. Dobar pick-off. Dobar pick-off, momci.
And this was something that we saw from KC in their series against Vitality, where Vitality were just finding these moments where Targamas separate himself a little bit too much for the team, and they were able to punish. And now Fnatic with Mickey are able to find that pick once more.
And you can see the power of the Galio. He's always able to move first and support the team. And despite the language barrier, it doesn't matter. He just pressed the ulti and he's there. Very fast, muy rápido.
Muy rápido, indeed. As we see,
A smiješno mi je zašto znam da smo mi u toj situaciji i mi bi pričali španske reči for fun.
Isto. Ajmo. Ajmo, obrši ih. Bravo, Upsete. Kajtuj, izlazite kajtujem, double kill za Goata. Pivotal roll. Nego šta.
And Fnatic are willing to pull the trigger and then double down on it, even after Razork dies. Upset says no.
Ja ne znam, ali oni... Casey zna da u ovom delu partije baš i nije optimalno da se biju. Mislim, očigledno ne znaju, ali... Zašto Oskar uzima taj upset? Pa zašto on mora da nosi pred španskom publikom.
I on ima španski buff.
Tako je. Ste kako naviju za njega. Kako je ušao unutra i rekao je svima da iskuliraju.
Španija isto može da osvoji.
Šta, molim te počni top to bottom da ti denyujem čim kažeš Oskar.
Logično, neće sigurno Mirvin da igra, Sigurno neće Mirvin da igra pored Goata himself dostupno.
Oriana i da se porta ne radi damage, zato Casey ne treba se bije. Oni nemaju mid lanera još.
Legends, so often seen as the best support in the league. Over 2025, I think he has fallen down from that a smidge, only because of players like Alvaro who have begun to take that spot. Targamas challenging for it at times as well. KC, though, will use this tempo.
Ovo je već malo onako zbiljniji lead u 15. minutu za Fnatic. Ajde, može. All day!
Živote, ova liga je rigovana. Zašto Oriana stoji tu, nek mi neko objasni.
Chat, ne čujem vas.
Šta ona radi tu? Sa Rom i sa Tirom.
Chat, ne čujem vas, chat.
Ma prešar super minjona, bukvalno.
Kako je panišovao grešku mladi top laner iz Španije. fenomenalna karijera pred njim. Pogotovo naredne godine kada Španija kao država bude išla na svetsko prvenstvo. Sjajno. Ogroman potencijal.
Znači kako potencijal, više nije ruki, on je sad već domaćin. Ili misliš da mu ovo još nije ni finalna forma, to ćeš da kažeš.
Molim te, nemoj da...
Samo te pitam. Zašto kažeš da je potencijal?
Zato što je njegov potencijal beskonačan.
Aha, znači...
On nema finalnu formu.
On je uvek promising rookie zato što je uvek će biti bolji.
Tako je.
Ja razumijem.
On toliko radi i toliko napreduje da ja mislim da ti to ne možeš da razumeš.
Hardest worker in the room. Oni kad dođu u Let's kada ovi prikače kompjuter, Oskar je sam sebi prikačaju komp i već praca.
Tako je.
U 4 uši.
Kad pričaju igrači iz Evrope u košarci kad dođu u NBA, znaš.
To ti kažem.
Ja dođem u 6 ujutru, 2 sata pred treninga, LeBron već šutira. To ti je. Oskar je već odigrao 10 solo Q-ova kad njegove kolege dođu i sednu da igraju uopšte, razumeš?
Ovi nisu internet podesili, a Oskar preko telefona se konektovao na wireless i skrimuje već, sam sa sobom. Sam na serveru.
On ima warm-up skrimove 1 na 5. Pre nego što krene u warm-up skrimove, razumeš?
Ima smisla, vidim to.
Stream roomovi samo Oskar snima da se igra, razumeš?
Da, vidim u go, iskreno.
I think that member is going to be Calist. I think there is just a bounty on his head every single team fight here. It is flashes from Mickey. It is whatever this monkey can do with that pole to try and get me onto position of this AD carry. Everything is going to be looking for the Frenchman's head.
And we have seen two iterations of Calist, I feel like. One Calist that is so good
on that knife's edge. Ne znam ko je bilo strano u ovoj seriji. Me zanima da li će opet biti borba za plavu. Ili će možda se odluče da kontestaju crvenu zbog countera. Oskar igra hotspot. Uzeo Wi-Fi od McDonald'sa pored da možda skrimuje.
Oskare, pokaži. Začepi im usta, Oskare.
Tier 1. They also have Kobe pushing in the top side to get more pressure on the map. And that's the thing, KC look a little scared, if I'm going to be honest, lads. They end up over-indexing onto that bottom side to think, hang on, we need 4 members to defend. There's too many KC members on the bottom side. Kobe pushes in top. You get the push in mid from upset. These free resets with 1:30 now until that dragon. I think KC are starting to feel the pressure a little bit from Fnatic themselves.
And are you going to feel pressure when you're playing against Fnatic and you're looking to qualify for Worlds? Because this team doesn't miss.
Uskoro će atakan. Tu se već bojim. Tad već prestajem da pričam.
Tu veruješ da svako baca pa i Oskar. A ne, onda nije Oskar kriv, onda je ekipa, jel tako?
Tako je, baca se Fnatic, ne baca Oskar. Oskar im vjerojatno govori nemojte da tučamo, ali on je jedan, njih je...
Oni ne slušaju, da, klasika.
Njih je tvoric, pa da.
Fnatic just such an incredible historic org. And I think there's really two main problems that KC are facing. One is that wherever Oscar goes, it feels like they just need to concede. But the second is that when you're playing this sort of composition that's great at receiving engage, it typically lacks that much hard engage of its own. It's hard for KC now to be the ones to find that pick and find someone off guard because they don't have those tools available.
And I think Fnatic have identified that well, where instead of going for these big all-out engages, they're kind of playing this hit-and-run warfare, trying to get these towers, trying to pick away little bits of damage, seeing what they can do. KC is what we were talking about.
Tad se nalazi na midu.
Use this Rift Herald, find their timing window on the map, and with 20 seconds until the Dragon now, Fnatic will have time to rally, but it's KC who can get control over mid and try and get into River first.
We can see how KC feel that they're so forced to group here. Kana even dropping all of this top wave. He's going to be able to catch a little bit of it, but now it's actually Oscar in and going to be able to keep pushing him in, always have moved towards this mid lane, and it's going to be so difficult for KC to ever contest this dragon.
Yeah, you see how hard it is. They're being gated off ever entering through this bot side river. Just to correct myself, it was 2012, the Worlds that Fnatic missed, not 2013, as they start up the Dragon here. Will only be their second of the game. If you're KC, I think you just accept it. Yeah. Who cares? We're still 10 minutes away from a soul. It won't be an ocean soul.
Dobro. Sad Atakan imaju prio.
It's been the Atacon. So there is still where Fnatic have to overcome some hurdles to show that they really have kind of grown up over the course of the last couple of weeks. Because that has been the objective that I am keenly keeping my eyes on.
Dobro, ovo nije samo vezano za Fnatic, htio sam da kažem Atakan troje je vezan za sve. Tako da ne možemo tu da krivimo ni jednu ekipu.
Možemo da krivimo Oskarovu ekipu, zašto ga ne sluša kad on kaže da ne rade atak?
Aha, okej, fair, dobro, to je razumljivo.
They are survivability and she will survive a long time, but it doesn't give you a huge amount of DPS. And the Varus has Ginsu's Blade of the Ruin King, which is good damage if you can ramp up a little bit. If you don't have actual time to get the
mi gledamo ovih Varusa, to nije uopšte česta stvar, sad me podsjetio kolega.
The piercing arrows will still do work, but it's not going to be as powerful as something like a Spear Eclipse that we see on Oscar in it.
I think it's also just for guys like Kana, trying to protect Kalista in these fights is so difficult. There are so many bloody threats on Fnatic to try and keep off him. Like, Oscar Rinnen's now in a great spot. The Triforce on the Wukong, Upset being able to shotgun himself into the back line. Trying to deal with all of these threats is going to be difficult. And sure, you'll have Targamas to try and help out, but as you say, I think for KC, protecting the President might be a bit difficult.
Yeah, I think it really depends if Oscar can get this third item. If he can get that death stance, I believe he's building into, I mean, it's so difficult to kill him, especially as you pointed out, Medic, with Vladdy going this kind of low damage, magic damage build. It's a lot of physical damage on the side of KC, so once he has that armor completed,
kolega, hoćeš još jednu državu ili kako?
Razmišljam ja šta nam je činiti, baš imam puno pauza danas.
Španija.
Ajmo neku drugu igru, ovo mi se ne sviđa.
Bot to top.
Dobro, bot to top. Okej.
Alvaro. Super.
Okej, sviđa mi se.
Znamo zašto koji nema midlanera, nego mora da ga dovede iz Kanade. U ovom slučaju to će biti Hydra, pominjali smo njega već.
Da, jesmo.
U džungli Razor, verovatno. Čak i Tiger može, ali Razor. Tiger drži rank 1 trenutno. I na topu, naravno, Oskarini.
Jeste mi krivo zbog Tigera, iskreno.
Znači, Oskarini i Razor, Supa i Alvaro, i eto, Hydra, to je to.
And KC have been forced to over-index into these side lanes to try and keep them safe, which is opening up Fnatic to get more control.
Yeah, I think it's important to note, Rob, that you might see KC constantly grouping.
Teško, ali dobro, nema veze.
Da se mora, nije teško.
To je istina.
EVC osvojiti mora. Jel' tako?
Pa, da, recimo. Ja sad kao legitimno pokušam da nađem odgovor i trolla side i dalje mi ništa ne pada na pamet.
Ajde probaj da napraviš.
A znam da je prije bila Danska najbolja. Ali kad su imali ono Bjergsena i... Mada su oni imali dosta mid lanera. Danci Šveđani su uvijek bili najbolji istorijski kao reprezentacije. Hrvatska nije bila loša uopšte. Perks Prime, Sacre Prime, Limit Prime.
Polako. Polako. Istrali ste ih, dosta je.
Still trying to keep them at bay. Fnatic will claim the Atacon after an amazing engage from Razor.
And Razorkin is home. He finds them all.
He
secures them to Atacon. What a brilliant engage. I want to see it again.
Fnatic are coming alive in Madrid. And as you say, it was just perfect. Mickey ends up taking so much focus from Vladdy's, the rest of KC trying to move down, but this buys Fnatic the space they need to come through.
Pametno je sada ovo tući i potpuno ignorisati objekt. Mnogo bolje nego da ti onaj ataka na plaju je sve živo i prebije ti.
Jeste, da, previše radi.
One auto attack there, maybe two. It's so difficult to play this Varus, and now you have to play the next 5 minutes without.
To smo vidjeli u
It's a tough game for
EBL playoffu isto koliko je Varus nekada neigriv. Ma koliko ga vole ono Kina, Koreja, samo znaš da ono, ako te protivnik želi da te ubije, ubićete kad igraš Varusa. Baš je teško živjeti na njemu. Bar do 4. itema, poslije kad odeš na full defanzivu, onda si mnogo laganiji, ali dok ti dođeš do terminusa, dođeš do jakša, ono, tad je vjerovatno partija, ne želim da kažem odlučena, ali dosta je tiltovana na jednu stranu.
Skre, nastavi. Odličan flash.
A little bit disjointed there for Fnatic. Felt like Oscar didn't really want to go in at first and ends up using the public execution. They end up TPing Poby in. So a bit of a mistake there. They're going to now be forced to all recall, catch waves, and be a little bit behind in tempo. And crucially, Oscar in not having flash for this next team fight.
We will see if Fnatic do decide that they want to start up that barrier.
Nema veze, nije Oscarov flash toliko bitan, on je dovoljno dobar da igra i bez njega.
Still have tools in their toolkit. They have pick with the chain of corruption. They have Yike who can dive in, crescent guard, and mitigate a huge amount of damage that comes out from Fnatic. But currently, that one punch, that haymaker we talked about from draft, is landing every single time for Fnatic.
I think starting Nash though is very risky for Fnatic, because if you fail that one turn and Casey can kite back.
Dejane, tako je. G2 i koji već idu. Jedino je pitanje koja je treća ekipa, pošto imamo 3 seeda, i pitanje je samo koja je ta zadnja ekipa ili ti treći seed. Znači G2 i koji već idu garantovano na Worlds. I drago mi je zbog Jojo Puna mnogo, iskreno. Baš mi je drago zbog Jojo Puna.
Oni su složeni.
Yeah, it feels like KC are basically trying to pull Fnatic into this Baron area and say, hang on, Dragon's in just a couple seconds time. Fnatic should be in a position for it, but maybe we can try and force them to double check this Dragon before it kicks off, and it's lending Vladdy space in this top half of the map. It looks like Fnatic not going to take the bait. Instead, they're going to make sure they do their due diligence, push out this mid wave, and now move over towards the objective.
And it's interesting because we have talked a lot through a Fnatic lens, because they've been in the lead. They are definitely in the advantage in this game. They control the pace. But if you take Oscar in and out of that, I look down and I see blue, 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 and a little bit of red at the bottom. If it is a 4v4 and Oscar in isn't with Fnatic, KC still have a real shot at winning these fights. They just need to find the moment where Oscar in isn't there.
There's a little blue wall for KC, but that red dot is hard to ignore in the top lane.
I think it's just also the execution for Fnatic is just so much easier, right? Like, we saw it there in the last engagement where Kalist went, I got to peace out. I can't be a part of this at all. And as long as Fnatic can continue to do that with flashes on Razork, flashes on Mickey, it becomes very difficult for Kalist to play the game. And it's honestly something we saw in game number 1 from Vitality as well.
Varus kad dobije terminus, bit će baš zverka, ali imaju baš dobar dive, teško je. Mada ono što kaže Sajna, Varus dobije reset, klira ceo fight.
On je baš flipi u fightovima. Jer kao...
Ljudi ne znaju zapravo da je Varus reset based carry.
Da, što je način, ono, lajku koji gleda ni ne čini se tako. Kao stoji, puca strele, ono šta god, ali u stvari to da li je dobio killer, breakuje attack speed cap i onda samo je manje vizualna Jinx, bukvalno. Jer ti ko Jinx čuješ ono i onda vidiš one tračice i svašta nešto i kao znaš da se nešto događa i u fazonu si vidio što je brza. Ali Varus
samo puća duplo brže.
To što se tiče DPS-a, on je jednak, znači može se porediti sa Jinx, samo što Jinx trči brže pa ti se čini kao da je više u... ono, da radi više, ali u stvari je isto. Samo što ovaj ne trči toliko brzo, jeli?
Feels like it's a game of vision as it always is when you get to late game team fights in League of Legends. If Mickey can find a flank, if Razork can find a flank, the game gets infinitely harder for Carmine Core.
And I think for Fnatic, they'd love to be able to try and take down this mid lane turret, but it's really been a thorn in their side. Kalist has been able to sit underneath it, very easily clear out the waves underneath the turret, and KC have done a good job protecting their flanks with the vision as Fnatic try and set it up.
Still no flash here. Kalist is moving, but he might find Razork.
Yeah, Razork's looking to the chase onto Kalist. Oscar does have that public execution, won't chase any further, doesn't have a flash of his own. Healing up a little bit as he just clears out the wave there. Kana unable really to bash heads with this Ambessa, who is so accelerated in this game.
And I want to add on to what you said, Rob, because it might feel weird that KC is still able to hold this mid tower, but it speaks to some of the weakness of Fnatic's comp. They have incredible all-in, engage, and follow-up, but they have very limited range. They have very limited siege. So if they're not able to actually find that one person out, it's hard.
Dej se, ne bar niske ne gledaš u KC-u, ajde. Još! Još! Sad kad je Sakin došao, može se i dogodi da niski uleti da odigra game broj 5 i da ih pošalje na Worlds. Oskar 5-0. Znači, Oskarova tetka drži Riot, vi ne znate to. I onda mora scenariju se piše tako da on uvek nekako ispadne kao ok igrač. Da, vidio sam kako smurfuje.
Za malo 2 solo killa da uzme.
To sad, pa kad si ja head, sad ja bi uzao solo kill da sam 5-0 na ovom heroju.
Bukvalno je oterao Kano recall u level 2.
Ma, to se ne računa. To je bio even trade. Malo lošiji wave za Kano, ali nećemo sad o talasima. Nismo surferi pa da pričamo o talasima, ne razumijem.
Dobro, ja sam mislio da Miki ima bolji ugao. Da vam tretira ovdje nekako.
And it just makes this champion go from very one-dimensional, only diving in, to actually being able to play from range, play it a little bit slow, and the scaling as well. Once Upset gets this 5th and 6th item, he's going to be completely unleashed.
Just a minute now until that dragon comes up, and it feels like the resets to start as they come through are just going to be tough. I mean, Poby now going to be able to finish off that Zhonya's hourglass, making him incredibly potent on these dives. Follow up for the likes of Razork. It has to be protect the backline of KC. And with KC at least matching the resets, they should be able to get control over this mid wave, push out through that mid, move in towards this bot side river, and try and push Fnatic back, because the worst possible case for KC here is Fnatic having full control of this river.
Trying to walk into darkness, walk into fog of war when you are the team that needs to be slightly on the back foot when a fight begins is so tricky. Kalist realizing that he is enemy.
Ne znam, moj build Oriane mi stvarno nije... Pobi to ne bi uradio, to je sve što hoću da kažem.
A Pobi bi potpuno drugačije bilo.
Mada i Vladni Malkice kao da mi je nekako izgubio taj edge koji je imao. Možda se ja tripujem samo. Možda samo prvi game.
Bio je prošli splitova je bio opasniji nekako.
To ti kažem, ono, znaš kao vidiš ga, Jon, Silas u faci, bijete, non stop, ono, agresivan. Sad kao Roa Tyr Oriana. Neko mi nije to više. Sad mi je Pobi više uzeo tu ulogu koju je Vladi imao ranije. Kao mid lanera koju u stvari možete prelomiti ako mu daš priliku.
Oskare, jesi vidio što je uradio?
Ali svako je stao u mjesto i primio damage, ne?
Ne, a jesi vidio?
Ulto je zaustavi knockback od Oriana ulta.
Tako je i da stane u mjesto.
Pa da, primio je damage svejedno. Ništa nije uradio! Mislim, nije primio damage što Oriana ne radi damage, ali primio je damage koji bi primio. Znači on je rekao, ne, nećeš ti mene stanovati, ja ću sebe stanovati jer ja sam Oskar, ja biram kad se stanujem. A? To je kao da krene box meč i ovaj jedan borac se nabode u glavu. I svi su pozorno kao, pa i on je teo da te nabode. Ne, ja odlučujem kad ja dobijam nabod u glavu. Pa ne, pa dobro, mislim, unlucky, znaš. Unlucky 5-0 gold uhvaća van pozicije i zbog toga izgubili Barona, mislim, dogodi se. Znaš, mislim, šta ćeš, realno. Tako to bude ponekad, Rale. Tako to bude ponekad, jednostavno. Nije kriv Oskar. Mislim, jeste, ali... Bukvalno je samo on kriv. Vidi, bolje da je bar Upsetu dao killove, da je Upset mogao da nosi s tim, ali... Kako mislite kastericama Stake from him? On ne pravi greške. Isus troši magije, da.
Because you have 4 Baron buffs, You don't really have split push pressure. Your side lane threat isn't there. You are going to need to group up, but we already only have 2 minutes left on that Baron buff. And Fnatic have enough wave play to defend. So is it just a delay, or can we see KC actually using those Baron buffed minions to find some more pressure? There's no tier 1s for them to get. They need to start stepping further into Fnatic's side of the map, which is risky when you have the ability to re-engage from Fnatic.
I think it's difficult. You can see KC, they're trying to push out sides, but wherever they go, Oscar's in the opposite, pushing them in. And now Kana will be forced to catch this top wave, and it kind of just resets this whole tempo as Vladdy is too scared to try to push in bot. And I think this Nash,
Znači koliko se ovo dužilo zbog onih pauza.
Da, boga mi, sat i 10 minuta. I dalje prvi game nije gotov.
Baš je.
They want to try and go for the play here. Vladdy looking for Oscar in it.
Oscar in caught out a little bit here. Kalis beginning to collapse. Perfect execution on Targamas. Oscar in able to dash away, still has his flash. Uses the movement speed from the scuttle crab as well. And extricates himself from what could have been an eviscerating situation.
Eviscerating situation. Okay. Eviscerating situation. Ozbiljna priča, Rale.
50 seconds on the Baron though. It looks like this will be the last little push that KC can do.
I gotta say, Oscar into a bit on the mid lane, but he redeemed himself with that one, because that was a beautiful escape from him. And I love the confidence he's playing with today. Even after a mistake, he's still willing to go deep, to push out, and to make plays like that. He feels like a different player today.
Take a breath, guys. I have a sneaking suspicion, an inkling of a feeling that we're going to be waiting about 2.5 minutes and we're going to have an elder fight decide game 1 of this best of 5 with not only worlds but pride on the line. You can feel how much this means not only to the
Sad da vidimo šta imaju na kraju gema da pokažu naši puleni. Oscar već na 4 itema, trebalo bi da može ogroman impact ima u fajtu. Samo ako odigra prvo prvi. Može li da odigra prvo prvi, to je pitanje.
Not only your personal motivation to win the series, but also just how it feels to get a kill. How it feels to win the next game, to take the battle back to your opponents.
And especially when it's such a close game. Because you feel in a game like this that the better team will be the one to win. And when you're the one, if you lose this game as Fnatic, you have Soul, you have Oscar winning. There's so many reasons for you to doubt yourself coming into the next game. And the same for KC. They had a great laning phase. Kalist got strong. It's just hard. It's really hard when you lose a game like this to keep being confident.
Ja mislim da nije toliko. Mislim, kapiram Caster je bacio narativ, ali ja mislim da je fine. Kao fanatik će biti malo više razočaran, da, ali prva partija best of 5 ima da se igra, nigde se ne žuri, lagana priča.
That is going to be such a massive upgrade for his damage in this next team fight, and may be the difference maker as to whether KC can blow up some of the members of Fnatic.
Vladdy is pumping. Like, you look at the enemy team as well, I do not see many true tanks. I see a Galio, who is very tanky. I see an Alistair, who has a Redemption and a Kindle Gem and a Cloth Armor. I'm sorry, a little raggedy bit of cloth is not going to protect you when that shockwave comes out. It is going to be really important to watch where that ball goes, where Vladdy is able to find his marks, because so often we have seen games decided by a shockwave. We named them 3,000 elo shockwaves, right? They exist. For Fnatic, if they can find presence around this dragon, which they are doing currently, getting that vision in, that is their key objective. Set up, get towards the Elder, look to pull KC into darkness, into fog of war.
But that's the problem, trying to set yourself up as KC in this.
Ajmo da vidimo 20 sekundi. Na badanje, to je to.
They poke their noses in, they don't get bitten. They want to try and get a little bit more.
That's so difficult to play this slow. Razork with a fantastic flank.
Poby stepping forward, Razor's coming in as well. Poby goes to the engagement of
Poby
Vladdy in as well. But Fnatic is separated. Vladdy down low, gets the redemption. Perfect execution.
Oh, screen! Oh, presudi Vladiju, bre! Kakav ulti od Oscara, kakav ulti od Oscara. Igra Poby što trči. Oscar je. Oscar ovo radi, oni, vidi, pogledaj Oscar kako vidi na game ovdje. Malte ne vina game. Jer ih je zone autova da kasnije backuju, razumeš? Sad će Fnatic već da uđe u Nexus kula i da prvi zauzme poziciju u presizovanju, jer je Oskar gore sa potoka. Vamos Fnatic!
Ima sigra, ima sigra.
Ne, iskreno s ovim divepumpom su presmurfovali. S ovim divepumpom su presmurfovali. Ali dobro, dali su im ultimativni divepump, imali su glavni Wukonga, Besa, Kajsa, Alistar, te baš onako mega mnogo načina imaš da hituješ svašta nešto. Tako da, ozbiljan Fnatic. Malo nam je poduže potrebe, ovo je tek broj 1 ljudi, jer smo imali dosta dugo i do pola sata pauzu na početku dana. Tako da nadamo se da tih pauza više neće biti, da bi igra i program generalno išli tečnije. Nalazimo se u Madridu, kao što vidite, ova lepa halica. Mi ćemo možda imati neki intervju, a onda pauzu od 10 minuta, jel?
Tako je. Mislim da između 10 i 15 ja ću napisati 11 u chatu. Pošto je lampa, nisam siguran šta će raditi. Svakako idemo na pauzicu, tu smo odmah kad krene game broj 2. Iskreno mislim da druga partija odlučuje mnogo, jedno čekam da je vidim. Jer mislim da ako Fnatic dobije, Casey pada u slump, bit će u problemu, a ako Casey dobije, onda imamo seriju na rukama. Evo je Shox, pokušava duvati nekog. Zgrabila je Mike u fazenu, što baš mene. Ajmo čujem intervju, idemo na pauzu.
I mean, our comp was just a bit more OP than theirs, and I think we played some fights quite well. We got some good flanks. So, yeah, overall, it was just smooth sailing from the draft.
Hey, you usually get a lot of attention in that bot lane, right? But now, does it have something to do with the fact that we are in España, that Razork was up in the top lane helping Oscar?
Yeah, I mean, both of them had like a big buff, for sure, from this crowd. And let's hope we keep it up for the rest of the series.
Yeah, for sure. Muchas gracias. Go ahead, Mickey, and back to you.
Thank you so much, Shox, and welcome back to the Marriott Bonvoy analyst desk. Oh my God, it is caliente in Madrid already. Fnatic strike first. And you know what? We were talking about vibes. I absolutely adore the confidence from Mickey in that last interview.
All of them look fantastic here, and honestly, we talk Fnatic. I don't care about that. Let me tell you what I do care about. Oscar, what a performance. Jesus. Oscar haters, they're starving. They got nothing to eat right now. This guy has been ramping up in playoffs. We had doubts from the summer regular season, and we had reason to doubt. But what we've seen from playoffs to this game specifically, where against GX, yeah, okay, you're up against Lot, it's doable, but it's still hard. This time around, you're against Kana, and you're coming out ahead like this. Unbelievable performance from Oscar.
And the most impressive point is the fact that we even said it in the pregame, it's going to be all up to him, because it was really not easy for Fnatic to pull ahead, but through individual performance he finds so many pivotal flanks and so many snap-on engages. Like even this ultimate, he just snaps Orianna in the middle of the animation, he just clutches the whole game over and over and over again. I don't even care that he got caught in the middle of mid lane. He got his team's soul, and then after that, one mistake is not gonna just suddenly make everything go down for how good he was this game.
And I think like there's been definitely games from Oscar where in regular season we would say you have the gold lead, but we might not trust you with this gold lead. This time around as well, he was the gold lead for Fnatic. You're seeing it on your screen right now, once again against Kana, best top laner in the league. And he was able to maintain it throughout the entire game and drive his team forward. We were talking earlier about how this composition was tailored towards upset because everyone was going to go in. Little did we know, the first man to go in every time was the most pivotal man on that roster.
And you know what? He prefaced it, he previewed it, and he tweeted it ahead of the game. When Oscar was asked about the matchup against Kana, he said, Kana, be ready. You ain't seen nothing yet. It is a giga Chad that we have here.
I love you for getting this one through. This is what no one expected, but this is what you're getting today.
And you know what? You know this is the perfect time for Oscar, because this is one of those things where everyone forgets about top lane. But then you know when everything is rough, everything is hard, you know what happens? Top lane becomes suddenly the most OP role, as always. So Oscar, man.
Of course you would say that. But yeah, he was, honestly.
I'm a lawyer.
Shutting up the haters, one engage at a time. And I feel like it has mostly been about the Spanish players on the side of Fnatic here, because when I look at the Atakan fight a bit later, it was Razork's engage that sealed the fight here.
And it just shows how difficult it is for KC once you fall behind, because we praised the KC team comp all the way from before. We said that they have to be even. But at this point, what they're doing here is great. KC is posturing up for this attack, and they're doing the right steps. They're playing slowly. They're controlling everything. Now they're looking to push everyone out. But even as they have all of this control, when Fnatic moves forward, you have to keep on running. And look how much pressure they're able to exert through this. And now it lulls them into a false sense of security. KC thinks that they have the upper hand, and now Yike feels the desperation that he needs to go in because it is the best chance. But all of a sudden, Razork and Upset and Oscar, they just all pull the trigger. And it just shows how OP this team comp is from Fnatic once they get ahead.
But not only that, I'm seeing discipline from Fnatic. I'm seeing them be willing to take it slow. I'm seeing them be willing to give each other space this time around. Oscar's the one stepping forward. Then it gives Razork the movement to come in with a clone that they're not expecting. And there probably was times here when KC got that Baron, you thought, wait, are they going to let go of this game? But no, they're not. They got sold. They have all the tools in the draft that they need to take it home with the gold lead that they got.
No flippy games, no flipped objectives. What have you done to the Fnatic that I love and cherish?
We're not doing this yet.
In this first game. Reminds me of when I've talked to Zeph, the coach from MKOI, who was telling me facing off against Fnatic that if they throw this level of aggression, you have to fight back with the same level of aggression. I did not see that from KC. For me, this is the way to go in game 2.
It's hard. It is the way to go in game 2, because we always say that, you know, KC, they get their early games and their mid games are quite slow, and then they come back. But at the same time, now they just had no tools. So when you see in game 1, you see that Fnatic is, you know, rocking up to this series, ready to beat the life out of you, you know, pretty much. You have to find more tools to fight back, because you have the talent on the roster. It's not just like, you know, regular Fnatic where they're just going to beat you in the ground. You have to show more.
No, absolutely. But I think from KC's side, there's still, let's talk some positives from that game.
Sure.
Laning phase still, right, we wanted more out of it. But I think the lead that Kalis got against Upset forced him back multiple times. Great freeze down on the bot side. Mid still pushed in. Razork was outmaneuvered in the beginning a little bit, that with a little awkward pathing where he had to drop the first Drake, right? I still think that these are moments where you want KC to do more, because it's not just enough to the first fundamentals. You want to see them get more out of it.
I would like to bring back my map, please, because we've talked about bot lane. We've talked about how pivotal it is. What, from those champions, do you want to see Kalist on? What is going to be the moneymaker here?
Ooh. Well, definitely, I think I need to see more on Prio. I still think the Sivir and Jhin, pretty much champions that give you more agency and more scaling, because why do you even play this game? Varus with on hit? You can't really hit at all when there's 5 people that can dive you. I still want more laning power, but at the same time from everyone else, I want them to just have more, exert more pressure, because when you're in this arena, you need more tools to win. When everything goes bad, you need to default to having as many engage options as possible, because when you find yourself under this pressure, that's what's going to give you the safety net in this series.
What are we looking at here, GB? Closing thoughts on KC. More firepower in game 2.
Definitely more firepower, more they can equalize their laning phase as well. I'm also looking at Fnatic for them to have a better early game start, because they had to claw the way back from it. And Oscar definitely jailed them out of, or bailed them out of it a little bit. So I'm looking for more stability, actually, from the bot lane of Fnatic.
Let's see what happens in a couple minutes. We're going to go to a quick break, and we'll be back with more action in game 2. Do not go anywhere. Don't miss it. Come back. Come back. Come back. It's a fun series.
Hates Kalist. They don't like me.
That was a long time. I mean, you're friends, right?
Yike goes low, Oscar takes him. Mickey trying to 1v1 the enemy AD carry, being just the public execution to take their third objective of the game. Public execution. Oh my God! Oscar in! He's taking names!
Oriana 1 HP.
Look at Ori.
Ori is dead, Ori is dead. Minus.
He's cooked too.
Nice!
Hey Dragos, you ready for the... Oh, that doesn't look good. Wait, I have a solution, but you have a break. I will be right back. Just wait.
Have a break. Have a Kit Kat.
See? I told you we'd figure it out.
I don't think this counts.
Come on, let's go.
Red Bull gives you wings.
Join the WhatsApp. Join the WhatsApp. Have you joined the WhatsApp? You should join the WhatsApp. Join the WhatsApp.
We're now approaching the final pick, and what a ride it's been.
A moment of hesitation, but we're getting closer to the game changer, and what a legendary journey we've been on.
I mean, there's so many excellent options, but one of them has to be a perfect fit.
Oh, they're about to lock in.
Oh, what a pick! What a way to close things out!
Join Marriott Bonvoy for a chance to claim a free Hextech chest and key. Marriott Bonvoy, a check-in at every checkpoint.
Want to level up beyond the Rift? Express like a legend and find your fastest server in one tap. Express in game without ISP throttling. Express and shield yourself from DDoS attacks. Express and choose the VPN trusted by gamers everywhere. Express VPN. Experience gaming the Express way. Fast, stable, competitive. It's time to Express. Scan to start your 14-day free trial. Subscribe to unlock free Hextech chests and keys.
Welcome back to the Casa Mágica here in Madrid. That's where we are. I'm Eric, I'm joined by Dagda and by Jack Spectra for Game 2 of this series. And it was a House of Magic in Game 1 for Fnatic. Oscar, Rinin and Razum really popping off.
Yeah, they felt the magic for sure. And I'm so excited that this game went the way it went. And already Game 1 full of surprises with Oscar overperforming expectations. What's coming in Game 2? I can't tell you.
I mean, if I'm Kana, I'm like, let me at him. I want to be on something, like, especially like with Jace getting buffs and stuff. That's where I thought we'd actually see KC try and lend a little bit more towards, but I just want to see some more action from KC in the early stages. It felt like even though KC got the early lead, it was through Fnatic overextending and KC punishing. I want to see KC being the ones that are active and actually getting the leads for themselves proactively.
I 100% agree with that. They did a little bit in the early game, right? They had that lane priority. They were able to get about a 500, 600 gold lead, a couple of early neutral objectives as well. But after that point, after Fnatic started to find the Ambessa some leads, after they started to find those big team fights with what was essentially a wombo combo, it just began to slip away from KC. They had that small moment where Oscar got caught. They gave up Soul to take the Baron. They were going to lose the Soul anyway, so they got everything they could out of that. But even that delay of the game wasn't enough for them.
And I think for me, the big question mark has been Yike. Because especially in a game like this, you'd think this is his perfect home field. He's playing with winning lanes. Kana is just going to chill. Like, I think Kana played the weak side fine, but he just didn't find a real lead. He didn't have a camp lead over the Wukong. And even later on, I feel like we haven't been seeing the confidence that we're used to seeing from him. He's not proactive. He's never engaging first. It's just passiveness.
And I think that's the thing that we expected to see from Yike was that aggression. Like, as you said, he had the winning lanes. He should have been able to try and play through his mid, try and set up for some of these plays, try and play around this bottom side. But it was Razork who was actually getting the better of him and working better with his team. But this time around, they don't really have the plaster for Fnatic, which was that Galio, right? And I think that's where Fnatic have found a lot of success with this kind of Wukong, Galio, and Kai'Sa combo. Now they have to try and mix it up a little bit, and I'm curious now if that gives KC a little bit more of an avenue to try and find that success in the early stage.
It's a double-edged sword, because Fnatic got exactly what they wanted with the full dive comp, as you say, Rob, but KC also got, like, Orianna, Varus on Kalist, really good lanes, which is, like, perfect for Yike. So for me, it doesn't feel like you're coming into this game, too, with a clear disadvantage or advantage for both teams with the Fearless and the champions that have been taken out. I just want to see how do these teams adapt to this. Is Fnatic still able to build a proactive comp that can keep diving in? Because that kind of feels like their forte. If they have that, they look great. If they're not able to go in at every opportunity, they look disjointed.
Well, we are into draft for Game 2. KC electing to be on the blue side after losing on it in Game 1. Let's see where we sit in terms of bans. Obviously, we have the normal fill.
I evo nas nazad. Game broj 2. Fnatic na crveno, izgleda da je blue side samo više contested. Zanimalo me šta će se dogodi što se tiče samog izbora strani. Eto, dobili smo odgovor.
Blind pikuje za Kanu, preveliki problem je prošlo bio nečetni top.
Pa da, mislim, ali pričali su i ovi kasteri o tome takođe. Mislim, pik sajduješ Kanu protiv Oscara, ma koliko ja volim Benter i sve to, samo mislim da je ogromna greška. Čovječe, Kana je jedini koji je iole, ono, kaži.
Nerealno mu je dati baš Santea. Baš je nerealno. Pogotovo što znaš da recimo Oskar voli da igra Ambessu i da je to dobar matchup za Ambessu i da je Ambessa dobra u meti i samo mu pustiš to i u fazonu si da, kao neko oni igraju oko topa. Nije problem, isto što kaže Sajne Benter na stranu, nije problem što je Oskar dobio lead, problem je što Kana nije.
Da, apsolutno, apsolutno. I kada pogledamo ono, sve internacionalne turnire koje smo gledali i sve ostalo, Kana je taj koji stvarno kad je najbitnije, najviše step upa. Tako da, ono, baš je van svake pameti da najboljem igraču daš najgori matchup. I opet biraš plavu stranu, sad si mu dao Rambla, ali opet ima counterpick Oscar, mislim, opet ima bar luksus biranja matchupa ako ništa drugo.
Ajde, kao Galio nije open. Od prošlog gamea, s obzirom da nam ne piše. Prošli game je igran. Strane pobija na midu. Iskreno, baš je bio dobar Galio performance s njegove strane. Mnogo dobre igre, imaju u posljednjem fight ima jako dobar flank.
To je fair, vidjet ćemo šta će da igraju, mislim. Razmišljam što je još Giga dobro radi u Rambla.
Cease and desist, seismic shove, you're deceased, is kind of how it goes.
And especially when it's paired up with the Razork's vibe.
Okej, you're deceased, okej, nisam očekivao. Kastrima je lepo. Dobili su neki dobar hotel tamo u Španiji sigurno, znam ja, vidim ja kad su kasteri raspoloženi.
Tako bismo ti ja bili raspoloženi, ja?
Viš, vidi. Da smo došli iz nekog iz neke dobrog hotela s dobrom teretanom i dobrom nekom dobrim bazenom i spa posle, vidi. Kastovo mi vrate kao da je finale Worldsa.
To je priča,
O, ti kaže.
Whether they just wanted to immediately go for the Xayah, as that has kind of been the go-to in a lot of instances where we see this Vi. But now, with the Kaisig gone, looks like it's going to be the Zeri, another hyper-mobile AD carry for Upset to work in tandem with this Vi.
Yeah, really nice into the Rumble and into the Jarvan alongside it. The ability just to get away when you have the Equalizer Cataclysm combination coming down. And alongside that, after you've disengaged, then slowly re-engage with that Lightning Crash, with the extra damage, with the extra movement speed you're getting out of it. We'll see how well that works for Fnatic. I did have a quick look.
Kalist Ez. Jo, Zeri je mnogo jaka. Znaš sam počeo Zeri banujem u solo queue. Nije mi preterno igrivo u iole decent Zeri. Nisam najsigurniji šta su joj radili, iskreno, da su joj buffovali negdje ili nešto, ali... Nisam se najlepše proveo.
Presumably a losing top lane matchup into Rumble, which is one of the strongest laners in
Ne
the
znam, ja
game.
nisam igrao nešto u Zeri da mogu da kažem.
We can argue kind of the same was the case in game 1, but I'd say even more so in this game.
Yeah, especially because you imagine it's going to be the Gwen ban next here for KC.
Pobi, jako je zanimljivo što Pobi, to smo već pričali sa NEA, da on dobija te sliperske pikove često, ali prvo što ih on builda jako često na agresivan način, a drugo što stvarno vidimo da performa i na njima i da Pobi retko kad gubi laning phase, što je na tim sliperskim pikovima bitno, jer buildaju uglavnom defanzivnije, a Italija će verovatno da builda, ako on ne bude išao neki ludilo build. Tiri i Lucidity Boots će biti priča. Volim kod Pobija što je konzistentan, to mi baš prija.
Složit ću se isto s tim da mislim da je Tali jako nezahvalna čak i za njega kao igrača, u smislu da mislim da nema ugao da builda Ludens prvi item, ma kako bi on to želeo, jer kao Tali je takav heroj da kinda moraš da igraš dejcava build. Nemaš nešto preterano izbora.
Da, ima, zato što je ona u suštini utility, jedan veliki control mage.
Tako je.
Ima ulti koji ne radi damage, ima 2 od 4 magije
ne radi damage, tako je, da.
Čak i treća magija radi damage ako je triggeruješ, realno initial damage je smešan.
Da, nije... Mislim da što način Seismic ima neki presmešan base damage.
Ne više, to je imao...
Jesu skinuli?
Da, imao je, ali kad su uradili ceo Italija mini rework...
Ništa nisam znao.
Skinuli su Seismic shot damage skroz.
Interesantno.
Ali dalje prokuje recimo Ludens, jer bilo koji hitovi magije prokuju takve magije, ali... I proko electrocute input i dalje, međutim, mnogo je cool.
Oni su lokali Tarika, by the
way. Nice! U ovoj engage comp odličan pick zapravo. Ja sam otkrio da magije koje ne rade damage prokuje električan kada sam igrao Elite support, kad je ušla sad u meta, ona se igrala sa električan, uzimalo sve level 1, baciš auto attack, pravi tigraš električan.
Ne, da, to jeste.
Simpatično. Skroz simpatično.
Tarik, ne znam šta mislim o Tariku, ljudi, znači... Okej, heroj, ali...
U mele supportove jako lepo laneuje, zato što može konstantno, ali ona nema način da ga kajtuje, on perma proka Q, što je jako važno za bilo koje skrmiše. S druge strane, jako dobro engage-uje u... Iako dobro igra u engage kompove koji nemaju disengage, a ovde 2 od 3 glavna sorsa KT ovog engage-a nemaju disengage. Jarvan ili ona kad uđe, to je to. Jedino i on može se vratiti nazad. Tako da u suštini ovo je dosta jedan dobar pik ovde Tarik. Pa on se uvijek pika kao R5, nećeš nikada da ga blinduješ ili bilo koje range-ove su dosta stragle. Eto, Tarik breakdown.
Ja sam baš 50-50 što Tarika tiče, jer mislim da mu je ulti cooldown toliko veliki da, pogotovo ekipe koje su malo organizovanije, jako je lako da igraju oko njega. Jako često vidimo ekipe koje baitaju all-in i onda samo baitaju taj ulti.
180 sekundi.
Mislim, vidi. Za to se 4 fajta dogode čak i u kompetitivu. Što je stvarno problem, mislim.
Nek neko proveri, ali ako to nisu menjali, ali ja sam poprilično siguran.
Ne, tu je. Sigurno je tu, da.
Tačno je 3 minuta.
Sigurno je tu negde.
Obviously, Razork's early game impact on this fight can do a lot of work, but I don't expect Oscar in on the Sion to be doing 40% of his team's damage. They're doing the Viper
Spellbook, da. Tarik, ne znam da li ide Boots ili Hexlash, ide Boots. Šteta. Mada vajde u ovoj lane mu ne treba Hexlash. U range-eve Tarik često mu da ranuje Hexlash. Da bi lakše igrao oko buševa ako imaš neki brute force.
Let's see exactly how it works. So the Viper swap, in case you haven't seen it, is something that HLE are doing quite a lot in the LCK, or at least a few times. You swap your AD carry to the top side, they can solo lane into whatever top laner's up there.
Aha, zanimljivo. Vidi ovo.
Što kako ga zove, to mi se sviđa, Viper swap.
Viper swap.
To je cool.
And that's exactly what they're doing. So often Mickey will swap around the 3-minute mark when that protection
Cool.
falls off.
Yeah, the whole reason you want to do this is to circumvent the lane swap mechanic that Riot put in that makes it so that if you go 2-man top, you get instantly one-shot by towers, you don't get any...
Klasika, taman kad Riot napravi patch, znaš da će igrači naći tačan način da counteraju taj patch. Kaže, ne mogu 2 čoveka na topu, ok će samo AD carry.
As soon as he can, join her up, and then they can start bullying the Rumble while Sion will just be...
Meni je to skroz legit.
Meni
nekako treba im vremena, ali uvijek pred vrlo.
Da, to ti kažem, znaš, provale nešto što kao Riot kaže ne može, oni kao pa baš može, vidi me. Vidi kako može. Meni je to baš fora, iskreno.
Yeah, they'll be happy enough with this. Obviously, Oscar in that 1v1 would struggle a little bit into Canon as well in the early game. The damage from the Rumble can be pretty difficult for the Sion to deal with.
Ja sam jako veliki enjoyer svega što nije ono tradicionalno i tipično, tako da neka.
Go for the lane swap. It's unsealed spellbook on Mickey and on Targamas this game, so expect to see those supports roaming around the map. Targamas very close to the minions here as they die, but I think he gets out of range in time. Yeah. Looking for a gank onto Poby, who does have the push in mid. Vladdy going forward, trying to stack up that Q3. Poby hits the threaded volley. Unraveled Earth comes out and they're not able to find the connection there for KC.
And this is great for Oscar. He's just able now to farm 1v1 as Targamas runs all the way from bot lane here to top lane. Overall, I think you really have to give props to Fnatic for this macro. Like, it's a great idea to have this scaling ADC, this scaling top, get them both out of lane, and it's paying dividends thus far.
Sve god do god.
I evo sad su ste na levelu 3 već rotirali gore. Prek cool. I ovo je jako dobro za Tarika jer Tarik u suštini ne može hard da lose the lane onda. U smislu nije forsiran da se trade protiv tuđeg bot lane-a, nego na početku će samo da blade sa Sionom. I oni će realno da smaraju Siona. Šta se ovdje događa? Mora flash Targamas, ma da.
Flash for flash, Fnatic versus KC here. As you can see, Fnatic having full control of this top side. But I think even still, you're pretty happy as Fnatic. It's Kana that's having to lane against this Seri Tarik here struggling with Targamas trying to give some sort of support while Oscar can now TP back, push this lane out and be completely fine.
To je interesantno. I Emerald Tarik je također interesantno, moram i toga samo se dotakne malkice. Mora ti OG skinovi da se vade, nema druge. Kad već pikaš Tarika, realno moraš ga ispoštuješ. Ili to ili Armor of the Fifth Age, ne postoji treći skin za Tarika.
Ja volim onaj prizmatik kao.
Ne, da, ima, mislim, imam dobre skinove, ja se sprdam ovako na kompetitivu kad se već, ono, ako si već u borbi za Worlds izvuko Tarika, onda ne znam, onda koliko je mator hero, uzmi toliko i mator skin i GG's.
Tarik pac.
In these team fights, so I really like the addition from KC, and we're gonna have to see if they're able to keep in a position where he can be that carry that KC need.
The biggest shame though is that when you're playing this Astral into the Seri, you really want to get a lead, because after Seri gets level 6, it's really easy for her to always just be pressuring you with the all-in, with all the damage she gets from that ultimate, and she has gotten to level 6 with the CS. I mean, she's not quite level 6 yet, but unless I'm really jinxing it here, she's gonna get to level 6 with a CS lead.
Yeah, Upset will be so happy with this early game, with how things have gone. Has that lethal tempo, going to stack it up in the middle of fights. Pretty even though for the early portions of this match. You can see the lead from Kano is negated by the lead for Upset, and a small lead, a smidge of a lead there for Poby in the mid lane, who has been able to push Vladdy back. But Vladdy's done a pretty good job.
Ovo je iskreno veliki sad, bit će ovo bitno Oskaru da odigra fine. Jer prošli game je bio strong side-ovan, sad treba bude weak side-ovan. Mora da bude on point. Lane swapovi, sve to. Sećamo se, nikad neću zaboraviti na Worldsu kad je Gnara, kad je bio level 1 do 4. minuta zbog lane swapova.
To jeste bilo malo. Ali mislim, realno to ti čini da su neke partije ono memorable kada vidimo ovakve stvari, tako da ja sam full supporter svega toga. Sećaš se i Džodžupljuna kada je ono kupio, ne znam, 75 vardova kad nije u 50 minuta imao full build jer je sve pare dao na vardove. Tako neki gameovi su jako ono, setiš ih se uvek, to je uvek fun.
Yike is going to be able to secure this dragon for KC. They keep their record of taking the first neutral objective in both of the first 2 games of this series. They will lose their blue buff for it. Razork should take over to 6 as well by stealing away this neutral.
Dobro, ajde, Vladi je dobio i ona, to je to nešto čega se nismo puno dotakli, ali je kao dosta relevantno, smo prošli game pričali o tome, mislim. To je njegov pik. To je ono što bi on trebao da radi, da se ljudi plaše njega, da ide da se nabada, da bude onaj Vladi koga smo gledali ranije. Tako da sad će imati priliku.
And it feels so bad if you're Kalista in this game, because finally you get this 2v2, just, oh, my jungler's on the other side of the map, and I can't do anything, I need to farm with Qs.
Yeah, he just has to stand back up, so trying to keep the wave frozen, grubs up in 30 seconds time. Yike was able to answer the theft of his buffs by taking away the...
Ali opet relativno sport tempo partije, moram da priznam.
Looking for a dazzle here. Kalista obviously has the safety of an arcane shift, and Targamas is pretty tanky when it's just this 2v2.
Neko očekujem da će serija se ubrza kako napreduje, jer obe ekipe će se malo više osloboditi, igraće malo agresivnije, draftovaće malo agresivnije. Duša je da je Tarik već nešto što... Nisam mislio ćemo vidjeti do game-a 4-5.
A imali su ga, mislite to dobro stvar?
Jesu, slažem se. I mislim, ono, uzmeš Tarika, ostavljaš toliko pikova za 4. i 5. game, tako da iz te strane je okej.
Yeah, Fnatic will just try and burn that cooldown as often as they can, because you need to hit the Mystic shots to get that cooldown back. If you don't have an Arcane Shift when it comes to a fight, as you say, Seismic Shove, Cease and Desist, Unstoppable Onslaught, there's so many follow-up mechanics to it. And alongside that, the person that is charging at you will probably have a Taric Dazzle coming out of them alongside it. So it's so much CC.
It's also just so mana intensive as well. You can see Kalista now is struggling for it. So if you actually try to take a team fight, I don't think you'd have the mana for a lot of Arcane Shifts or a lot of Mystic Shots.
But crucially here, Kana is the one moving, as now Mickey looks for a stun onto Targamas.
Yeah, we'll get it. Eclipse going down from Targamas as well. The Oxshock laser doesn't quite clip him. Casey getting 2 of these grubs will be huge as they go for the engage onto Yike. Cataclysm down, he'll flash the wall, and Unstoppable also out from Oscar in and looks for the decimating smash, but a good dash away with the fate sealed will get Casey out of that situation. 2 for 1 in terms of grubs, but Casey should be happy enough to get out of there with their life.
And his buffer sitting for Casey, what a beautiful display of mechanics there. Yike buffers the Q
fanatičnim rotacijama radi dobar posao.
Without getting stunned by the cease and desist, and Vladdy buffers the ulti from Oscar in, so he's fine as well.
I ovo je nešto ćemo morati u stvari da gledamo, ja bih rekao i sutra i preko sutra. Koliko dobro igraju mapu obe ekipe, to jest ekipe koje igraju, jer Kina, Koreja, čeka ih ovo samo puta 10 što se tiče tempa u swapovanju. Tako da ako ne mogu da se snađu da oni swapaju ili da igraju protiv swapova, mislim da će im također biti jako neigrivo.
Također, mislim, baš ja zato rekao da je važno da Oskarov odigra dobro, jer prošli put baš sa tim imao problem. Izignorisao Razork i prošlo mu je, jesi izvalio?
Moraš da ponoviš, izvini.
Čekaj, wow! Razork je samo prošao pored upseta, nije teo da Q targama se teo je da chase Kalista. I prošlo mu je i ovaj upset je pobegao, on je ubio Kalista, baš je dobro odigrao.
Dobit ćemo replay.
Gledaj.
Ja sam da kažem, treba će vidimo replay. Vidjeli smo replay.
Fnatic here as they recognize it's the Leona TPing, they can go for this, but they forgot, it's Seri. Once that E runs out,
Kalista odigra insane, Zeri nema damage. I pazi se do.
Because his autos are just getting blocked by the minions. And then Razork finally gets here. Kalista does a pretty good juke with the heal, but Targamas...
Lepo, da, baš lepo. Baš lepo, iskreno.
Baš predobro.
Cosmic Radiance wasn't available to the Taric. I think it would have been a very different situation if it was. That ultimate can have such an impact. Kalista next target.
It might be this situation because there's multiple members on the way. You can see them on the minimap. Vi and also Poby now starting to play just down towards this bottom side.
KC reacting to it immediately though. Vladi on his way down. Yike is just around the bend. As Fnatic will back away. 20 seconds on the Drake. Those flashes for Oscar and for Razork still yet to come off cooldown. Kalista no longer has his. Nor does Targamas, so it's going to be a pretty summonerless fight if we do see a battle over the Drake. Last time we saw KC kind of giving up the second Drake of the game to Fnatic.
Yeah, it feels hard for KC to find an avenue to really get in here. I think trying to look for Poby maybe on mid lane below his flash could definitely be a good opportunity, as it's hard to break them on bot lane.
The good thing for KC is if they do delay, Kana has teleport and Oscar doesn't. You can see Oscar's already walked his way down through the river, and so Kana could teleport down to a fight around the Drake. Fnatic probably realizing that, say, okay, we've got to go for it immediately, make sure that KC don't have the opportunity to push in that top lane tower.
It's also KC are just shy of their first item breakpoints, whereas you're getting them on Fnatic, so Fnatic basically using the fact that they don't have to pop off for like, or stop off for a tier and the early boots, but maybe they want to stop off for Kalist.
Kalist not flash.
Okay. Bravo, sa Dezlom, nice! Clean.
To je iskreno lepo. Mislim, KC mora bude zabrnut ovdje, iskreno. Ako izgubi ovaj game, još ako bude iznabadan i ovaj game...
Da.
Kao trebaš da dobiješ 3 za redom protiv ekipe koja te već dobila 2 put, ne znam baš iskreno.
Moj kolega opisao reverse sweep.
Pa da, ali vidi. Nekako mislim da Fnatic čak ima veće šanse da se vrati nakon defeata nego KC. Pogotovo ovdje, jer mislim da KC dalje ima taj trenutak gdje kao nikada ranije nisu bili na Worldsu. I onda mislim da oni osjećaju malo veći pritisak ovdje nego igrači Fnatica. Jer od Fnatica šta? Samo Poby nije bio na Worldsu. Ali tako? Jest.
Ostali mogu da izgore u želji. Kaže no real escape. Moj ti.
Just going to clear out the way.
I think Oscar was trying to bait, keep Yike interested on this top side, but ends up taking that step too far forward and not respecting the engage range from Yike. Ends up falling and giving KC something.
Niski. Ja mislim da ubacio niski, a sigurno ako izgube ovo.
Nema šans.
Pa mislim, Vladi ne radi ništa spec. Može i niski da radi ništa spec isto. I niski isto možda radi ništa.
Niski.
Yeah, it's a tough situation, especially as it doesn't feel like this Estral poke is really going to come online anytime soon, so you're really relying on Vladi and Kana and Yike to find this great angle and have the damage in that burst time frame to really win a fight. But Fnatic have such good disengage with this Taric, with this Sion, able to tank. As Oscar
has no flash. If that
Oscar, pokaži.
charges in with the unstoppable force.
Yeah.
Unstoppable onslaught?
Unstoppable onslaught,
That's the one, yeah. Unstoppable force is Malphite ult.
True.
Treba svakako da ga čaržuje ovaj hero flash. Pa da, sa CT-om od Unstoppable onslaught čaržuje definitivno flash.
On the live servers, but Fnatic have set up around this rift though. They have a little bit of vision control, although the Scuttle Crab and that control ward towards the top side for KC is giving them a nice little peek into what is happening around that Herald.
It's always fun to see supports with Spellbook and they just like randomly ghost and go really fast.
Ja se istripujem kako vidim supporta i kad baci samo under spell. Imao sam jednu situaciju pred 2 dana u solo queue gdje je Brown bacio, imali smo neki glup fight, nije ni bitno, pobedili smo ga. Brown je bacio TP i svi smo počeli bežimo ko ludi. I onda smo shvatili da je to Brown koji dolazi samo u naš četvoro, već smo pobegli, bilo je kasno se vratimo da ga ubijemo. I u fazonu vidimo teleport, bežimo TP, a verovatno je solo laner, kako će bude, ne Brown dolazi, 1-4. Solid damage od Kalista, iskreno.
Dobar equalizer. Evo ga. Oskare.
Okej.
KC played that so patient. They end up waiting for that ult to come out from Mickey, but he's gone.
Kalist finds him huge. 4-2-0 now on the Ezreal.
And it's Fnatic.
Dobro, malo ne valja fidati Ezreala, to mogu reći. Pogotovo što ga ubrzavaju u najgorem dijelu partije za njih, a to je pre nego što imamo Ramanu.
Tako je, pogotovo što može dode Voltaik i pogotovo što je Kalista.
I, ali to me, mislim da, pitanje je da li želi da igra Voltaik ovaj game. To sam isto teo da te pitam. Mislim da vidim tvoje mišljenje, jer kao igraš u Siona. Voltaik ti samo...
Ali ako dobije lead, ja bi igrao. Mislim, Shojin Serilda je cool, ali ako dobije lead, ja bi igrao Voltaik do snowballa kroz njih.
Meni je tu jedini problem što ja mislim da čak i da on ode na Voltaik, mislim neće završiti game u 20 minuta. A što duže ide game, on opada u value item drastično.
Ne znam, zato što i on i Rumble lepo skelaju isto, nisi siguran.
Dobro, to jeste. Ne znam što se ostaniš na saigrače, to je validan argument.
Ali ne znam da li su i on i Rumble dovoljni, kao naš, nisu... Mislim, nemam pojma, ali nisu Or ni Azir, nego su i on i Rumble.
To, slažem se, i on i Rumble nisu Or ni Azir. To je odličan DKV kolega, odličan.
Hvala. Plaćaju me za ove analize.
Profesionalno, nema šta. Ali dobro, da, mislim, vidjet ćemo, baš me zanima iskreno šta će da radi. Cool, onda kad doletimo u solo queue imaću ja ideju šta je meta, I guess, šta se radi.
And I'm so glad that we're starting game off. Game 2 off very similar to game 1. This looks like to be a very close game here and maybe even series as both teams are battling it out, trading blows here and there, but upset Eo over the wall, but he's going to be fine. And you can see both of these teams are so hungry to try to get something to happen.
I think this is where Fnatic have been kind of finding these small advantages against KC, though, is how well they've been moving from mid into bot to link up with Oscar and just gate KC from entering into their own jungle. They're just stealing away red buffs, they're getting a couple of camps, but most importantly, they're guaranteeing these wave shoves in. And it's isolating Poby to a certain extent, but on the Talia, he's perfectly fine to just continue to shove these waves, and I think it's been doing a lot of work for Fnatic in getting vision and understanding as to what KC are up to.
And I think to add to that, Rob, I really agree, because especially this game, last game Fnatic kind of had the cheat code. When Oscar is 5-0 on this Ambessa, he's so strong he can push out any side. But when you're playing the Sion into the Yone, normally it's the Sion that's going to get pushed in and struggle. But with Fnatic moving so well, constantly able to get this mid pressure, it's still able to push in sides first, which makes their so much easier to play.
It really does. As we press towards that.
Velika vajbuje.
Ale i na srpskoj tribini vam je preuzet od Francuza kao ale od glagola idi odnosno ajmo kao. To je, pa da, ale je drugo lice množine glagola, ali...
Eto vidite, Rales sa časovima srpskog, ako treba nekome privatni časovi, javite se.
Francuskog.
A francuskog, ok, može i to. Mada može i srpske predaje, sve je lagano. Šta god treba. Mare baca rage bit. Kakav, ovo se zove reverse sweep.
And it gives Kalist actually that opportunity to play aggressive on these mid-waves, to get control and to be the one to move first to a side, which then has this domino effect of unlocking the Yone, unlocking the Rumble, and just making KC's map play much more succinct.
It does feel like side lanes for KC are a lot easier than they were in Game 1. Yeah. Firstly, there's not a 5-0 ambassador that you have to deal with, but also you have people that in solo lanes can manage to push their opponents back. The Yone and the Rumble actually do that really well. The Yone's struggling a little bit right now, but if you can get to a position where you're even, you can just get that push out.
But I think the key word in that was solo lanes, and Fnatic are not playing solo. Every time they've just been shifting constantly with 4 members onto these side portions of the map, and it's making sure that then Vladdy can't collect these waves far out, and you can't really, as KC, exploit the fact that this mid lane tower is down, and it's constantly keeping Fnatic within touching distance and keeping them with control over River as well, which is so important.
Yeah, I have to say, like, really give props to Fnatic this game, because even now they're still able to continuously push in every lane pretty much, as now with upset basing, Kalist is going to be able to push this out and maybe leverage some control up towards this river.
Ezreal pickaxe.
Sion being able to repeatedly push in waves and just kind of relax, I think you're really
happy. Fotovoltaik ili Shojin. Ali nije Srilda.
Da. Mislim da je Shojin play dalje. Malo i ekstra health u Vai. Guaranteed lockdown sa Zeri koje možda isprati isto problematično malo, tako da nemam pojma.
Voltaik BT.
KC investing a couple members too many.
Ale Kalist, ajde.
Because they knew Fnatic had been playing as this 4-man unit. You can't just send one person to go and get the vision, because what if they're waiting there?
And that's exactly what Fnatic are playing off, right? It's just this constant push-pull and waiting for KC to make this slight mistake, because again, they have set up so much vision control in River that they're able to spot out when Yike shows on this top side, like he popped himself in towards that tri-brush, and they're like, great, it's going to take you too long to get back towards mid, now we can go for the play.
Riley is sympathičan.
Timing windows that honestly we haven't seen Fnatic play off of before, but they're playing really well around them.
Yeah, I'm really impressed, and even with this play that you guys were talking about, it was Oscar that was able to push in bot first, recall first, and now Kana presumably needs to recall as well to match it. So it feels like Fnatic are constantly ahead of tempo here, and even when KC kind of have the comp that you'd more expect to see in this 1-3-1, able to pressure all 3 sides, it's them who are constantly getting pushed in, but now we got a Drake spawning, so team fights are all that matters.
And it looks like Kana is going to forego that reset and just say, I need to group my team. Positioning on this objective is so much more important. As we said, like that 2.5-second cast bar for Mickey is the timing window that KC are looking to burst people out, and it's that duo on the top side that are looking for it here.
Kano is absurdly strong right now. Has Bloodletters and the Andrews already complete. He's looking for the damage onto
Ajmo da vidimo.
wall coming out. Mickey.
Kana samo mora paziti da ga Oscar ne ubije na jedan. Mora vidjeti ceo fight, Kana ne radi ništa. Da, Kana bukvalno ništa ne radio. Ovo je samo po... Da. Pa ne sme to tako, ljudi moji.
Nije ovo dobro, jer oni ne smiju u ovom trenutku da gube fightove. To nije dobro.
Fnatic looks so much more confident in Madrid. This was a team that almost completely throughout summer was they are firmly the 4th place team. Every conversation didn't matter, but it's now Fnatic on towards the Atacam. But KC, do they want to contest?
Kako ovdje, samo da se flipa, ali... promašili su Dezal. Ništa. To je to. Kad se izgubio game, bukvalno.
Na. 2 put za redom.
Mada pazi, Vladi, ne, ovo je Zeri out. Svi su out. Kako lepo Oskar tanka. Bravo, Oskare, savršeno. Džabe Kalisto. Džaba sve to, kad ja nisam tvoj.
Imao je free damage. Ali da, Kana je ovdje, mislim... Što je van pozicije, što je prišao Oskaru, a to je jedina osoba koji ne želi da priđe. Jer kao ne želiš da wastaš cooldownove i overhit na Siona. Kad si Rumble u mid game-u koji definitivno sam može dobije fight ako odigra kako treba.
Fnatic using their mobility so incredibly well in fight number 2, and then again in fight this second fight here as well. As KC, they try and go for the engage, but Razork ends up moving forward to then jump back in towards the Atakan. Then as this TP comes through from Vladdy, he immediately gets on towards Upset, but Upset is able to dash away over the wall. Oscarinin buys enough space here and has his flash to make sure he can get away from that Q3 from Vladdy as well. And it's blinking health bars, but it doesn't matter.
Nice. I can't believe Mickey lived there with 100 HP, slowly waddles out. As Fnatic now.
Da, ide na Shojin. Pa dobro.
And there's no TP, and he's on the bottom side. I think he's just shown on a ward.
Yike's going to put a standard in the bush to try and get a little bit of vision. KC realized this might be happening. So Fnatic are baiting a bush. They've done this since the dawn of time. As Mickey, Razork and Pobu on one side. Upset's going to catch the mid-wave. Oscarinin standing near that mid-lane bush just to try and get a bit of control around here. Casey's still on that back foot. Targamas going back to base, probably run out of wards, needs to refresh. Razork turns towards the Baron. Casey, you got to step into darkness. You got to go into the unknown to try and find a way back into this game. You are bleeding currently. Can you stop it? Find a tourniquet. Is it Yike who can grab it, who can smite it away from Fnatic? Yike able to get into the middle of the pit, but he's there so early.
Pozdrav pobestili, pozdrav.
He's just going to die. The Baron's still incredibly healthy. Fnatic will claim it. Can they take the fight afterwards? Another down face sealed. Lands onto Razork. Upset falling low. Needs to get out. The redemption saves it.
Problem. Triple kill je uzeo, izašao je out.
I Kanada.
Kalisti full HP, ali on ne može.
Pa vidi, tu će Oscara. Jako dugo.
Možda može.
Samo mora da ne budeš... Ja. Gde je to Q otišlo, ju. Što najče možda i bug, to se dogodi ponekad.
To make the play here, but Yike goes in too soon. Mickey immediately pops the ultimate to make sure Fnatic can survive, and KC think just maybe that is our moment, and Vladdy goes in, gets on towards the back.
Mene bi iskreno više brinulo za KC šta radi Kana ovde, najiskrenije.
Da.
Mislim kao bez ono shade-a i sve to, ali...
No flame, ha.
Ne sme Kana da ima problema u matchupu protiv Oscara nikako ako pričamo o tome da će KC nešto uraditi na Worldsu.
Ne postoji opcija u kojoj Oscar dovoljno igruva, a?
Da, pa nemaš to, ne sme se dogodi, bukvalno.
Dobro, kolega.
Mislim, očigledno sme, ali ako se dogodi, onda... Vidiš kako to ide. Kada što sam dobio kao poklon od Klare?
Šta?
Češalj. Ali hear me out. Češalj je za bradu i metalni je i u butterfly knife je, ali nije nož. Nego je butterfly češalj. Kao u Valorant ima onaj skin.
Gotivno, respekt za Klaru.
Tako da sad učim da vrtim butterfly nož bez toga da se kasapim, pošto imam i butterfly, ali sam se isekao toliko puta da sam u fazonu, ovo je bezbednija opcija.
Fair. Dopada mi se, stvari ne ide.
Mean that Fnatic are unlikely to continue on the push.
You can see how timid KC are though. Even when Upset uses his E like that.
Vlada. Ne, niski, Legend, niski. Sve podržavam osim što si pogrešio igrača. Ne igra Vladi sljedeći game. Eno ga niski tamo, udara vreću, preskače vijaču, zagreva se, trči u krug oko LED studija. Mora se zagreje za game.
Reset, back out onto the map, immediately start the objective up, and it's for KC. Feels like their grip on this game is falling away.
Oh, it's slipped. They are currently plummeting down to earth, and the question is...
Sakrin, imam i ja to. To sam od Erilka dobio, isto četka za ćelave, to sam dobio od Erilka. Da, imam četku za ćelave, to ti je četka bez onih dlačica, samo metalni štap, faktički. Kore.
3 minutes before the next Baron, but with Supers pushing through mid for the next 4, it's going to be so difficult for KC to ever leave their base.
everything around KC is crumbling. And again, you've already said it, Medic, like this was the team that everyone, well, almost everyone, had their money on. And I'm just blown away with how well Fnatic have played this series thus far.
Svi su blown away osim mene, I guess.
If Fnatic can close this game out cleanly, what do you try to change as KC? Because this has been comfort. This has been what you've shown your strengths on throughout the year. And nothing seems to be working.
Yeah, I want to add on to that. I really think for me, Fnatic, they felt like they were the dumbest top team. All they did was they played around bot, and if Upset got ahead, they could go in and they could fight. But in this series thus far, they've shown a creative lane swap like we talked about. We've shown that they've been way better at playing around the side lanes, both when they had the winning sides and even when they had the losing sides, at gaining pressure and control of the map. And it's just choked KC out and given me so much confidence for this Fnatic lineup.
Seismic shove back onto Yeti, up as well. Flag and drag act, but Razork is not going to let him escape without using his ultimate. Flash away from the Jarvan. KC's jungler now without that ultimate, without that summoner. 90 seconds before we see the Baron return to the Rift.
Razork did actually use his ultimate as well, though. So you end up getting that buffer out from Yeti. With
Target was trying to crash, he has to flash. That's the Leona almost just getting taken out.
Ma da, Zerija na Legendariju. Pogledajte vi Upseta kako igra.
Sve što sam rekao na početku, kako mi je neigrivo u iole solidnu Zeriju u ovoj meti iz nekog razloga. Ne znam šta je sa Zeri, ali...
Šta god daje, radi dobro.
Baš je napeto. Baš je napeto, iskreno.
Šta god daje, radi vrlo dobro.
This is not a confidence we saw in Upset when he was on Karmine Corp, but Fnatic Upset looking like he wants to end this right here, right now. With Baron just about to spawn, Fnatic will ease up the pressure momentarily and look for this full build Zeri to take over at the potentially game-ending Baron.
And what a great game from Upset. Picking this Zeri in a tough scenario, gets out with the lane swap, and 8-0. Just doing so much in these team fights, both able to play on that limit, baiting people in, while also doing the damage. And it's such a good redemption arc for him. After a tough last year, feeling like he was a KDA player, and just coming back into this with so much confidence. The fact that he's always following Mickey and Razork, even the one being first to go in, has just set up Fnatic for such great success. And I don't see Casey contesting this Nash.
I mean, Young's going to try and steal it. Sneak behind them,
but he's on that
ward. He'll clear it out. The Weaver's wall. Fnatic turn their attention
to
Targa, who immediately is deleted. They don't even need to take the Baron. They'll just take the fight.
Ma da, uzmu fight, uzmu game, GG's bukvalno.
Koliko teško pozicije za KC odavde.
Da. Mislim, niko, ne znam, mislim da KC samo realno nemaju toliko iskustva da mentalno mogu da se vrate ovako nešto kad im ovoliko znači serija. Vidjet ćemo naravno, ali da.
Underwhelming mi je... Ja sam rekao da ja volao da Fnatic pobedi, ali mi je nerealno baš ovako da Fnatic pobedi.
Mislim, sad iskreno razmišljam kad tako kažeš, možda i bolje pobedi Fnatic ovako. Ako su nam oni već treća ekipa, daj da budu ekipa koja je dobra. Jer ako sad Fnatic izgubi 2 gima pa dobije 5 jedva, ja sam zabrinut svakako. Ovako možda imamo tu lažnu nadu koja vidi kao Fnatic će možda nabada na Worldsu.
I see.
To je interesantno. Ajde, vidjet ćemo da li će biti 3-0, iskreno, sve je moguće. Imamo intervju odmah, tako da slušamo intervju, 12 minuta pauze, 11, idemo u sljedeći game.
They took a while to get up from their seats. Fnatic immediately up and down those stairs. By the way, did you know there's like 200 stairs that the players need to take every single time when they go up and down? But just this moment for Upset, is this really going to happen, right? Because back in 2018, he had some things he wanted to make up for. What a match between Karmine Corp and Fnatic. Let's see where we go in this next game. Oh, I also came up the stairs.
You're gonna be all right, Shux. Welcome back to the Marriott Bonvoy Analyst Desk. I don't have anything to say besides, what the hell? One game away from making worlds. This is not the Fnatic that I expected, but they showed up today.
We have to make it super clear that coming into today, KC were on paper the favorites in this matchup. But this version of Fnatic, yes, I was optimistic that the arena would have an impact on them, but to this extent, my goodness, this team looked incredible here in this second game.
It's just so much power, to be honest, because they come into this game and I just really don't expect it, because even before we would say, oh, upset this, upset that, they're gonna get their lead through bot lane, but it's just so dominant, it's just incredible.
And I love the fact that at the beginning of the day, Veri, we came and said, Fnatic, the best tactic for them is to gank bot, send Razork bot. They took that to the next level. They're diving them constantly, whenever they can.
Exactly that. A lot of this game was centered around funneling resources into upset. They did that level 1 swap, putting him into the top lane. They repeatedly ganked towards Kalista. And while this gank wasn't ideal, the follow-up gank that they immediately sent towards the bottom lane was exactly what they needed to make happen. It feels like that Kana, who's this consistent brick wall for the team, he struggles to have impact when Kalista is getting so much thrown at him.
Exactly, because Oscar is neutralizing him so well. I still feel like KC went in the right direction with what they've been drafting, but the Zeri and the Taric and just Razork on his, favorite champion, Poby, finally finding an impact in this series is just compounding so well into this, tried and true Fnatic win condition.
And it has been interesting because we're used to Fnatic having a lot of good moments in game, but you never know when it's gonna turn. You never know if it's gonna be an Arakan fight, a Drake fight. They keep things steady here, and for me, they capitalize as much as they can on KC's mistakes. It's a unit we have right now.
I completely agree. Their execution around these neutral objectives has just been them hard punishing KC. And we had a lot of question marks around KC's positioning in this fight.
Exactly, because it looks like they're just so eager to be in the river, but Oscar finding on flag, and the fact that Talia can just always reposition easily, this plays into Fnatic's win condition so well with the mobility that they have.
And the coordination from Fnatic, they see Kana out of position, all 5 members collapse in an instant. Kalista still figuring out where he even positions in the fight. Ayone comes in from the side. It feels like that the coordination that we usually expect from this KC roster, the team fighting giants that we've praised all year, are not there. And out of nowhere, Fnatic is showing up, and they are hard out team fighting KC.
And although we were talking about upset in Reddit check, the fact that he's the main character, he was the main character of this game. He learned from 2018. He understood that he's standing with the right jersey this time around in Madrid once again.
Yeah, he is, because his performance has just been wonderful for this whole series, man. Like, if only he played this well when I was with him in the team, I would probably be a lot happier right now. But at the same time,
what a
glow up. He's just playing so well. I'm so happy, because I know exactly how this man communicates. I know exactly how he sets his team up, because every single time in these games, and you see it, he just drags the game so much to him. Every time he gets pushed, it becomes about him. And even with the swap, he knows ahead of time the situations he's going to get, because this is what he lives for.
It's an absolute pleasure to watch. And when we got to speak to him on Euphoria, he is very down to earth. He really does believe in the potential of Fnatic. And I think that for Fnatic fans, I mean, Jack kind of summarized it nicely. When hope was lost, it is then that they are now showing up. This is an organization that traditionally does not miss the World Championship. And I did not expect them to bring out this level of performance today, but hearing Mickey in the sideline, hearing Shox talk about the atmosphere and the feelings that they had post-game, it feels like Fnatic is just riding the high right now.
One thing that you can expect from Fnatic is that there's going to be drama, it's going to be messy, but they do not miss well. They're one game away now from making it, and on the side of KC, it has been their dream, it has been their goal, but that last step is far too high for them right now.
Yeah, so you know how we talked about the crowd buff and my famous quote of like, hey, these 3 players have a lot of ego and they want to shut that crowd up? Yeah, that looks kind of rough right now. They can still do it, but if they do it, this is exactly what they need, because the reverse sweep in front of this crowd against the hometown favorite, that's going to be sweet, but is it going to happen? After what I see from Fnatic, kind of not.
It is not over until the last Nexus falls, and KC has one last chance to strike back and prove that they deserve this seat for World. For now, it has been Fnatic's arena, game, and everything. They're locked in today, and are they going to be able to lock in their spot on Worlds in 3 games? 3 games and continue the run for the finals? We'll find out right after this.
cage for me.
Yeah, yep.
I can cancel, I think.
Is that. Give the kill, yeah? Okay, slowly. Can you lumber die? Yeah. I ulti the Yone, guys. Look, Yone. Nice. You can go forward. Rumble. Is that?
Nice, Yone. Kill them. I got them. No flash.
Just for me.
Penta. Nice.
Go ahead.
Yeah, go ahead.
He doesn't like that. Look at him, he's a good boy, but he don't like that.
Maybe we could play some A rounds or something like that. I mean, this is map, right? New tower, new objective.
Have a break. Have a Kit Kat.
Red Bull gives you wings.
Join the WhatsApp. Join the WhatsApp. Have you joined the WhatsApp? You should join the WhatsApp. Join the WhatsApp.
Well, I guess that's a wrap for today.
Seriously, medic? I thought we were going out for a ride.
Okay, but I'm driving.
I'm here with Oscar Inin's parents with your son One Way Away for qualifying for Worlds. I'm going to speak in Spanish and then we'll translate. Bienvenidos. ¿Qué tal lo estáis pasando aquí en el evento? Porque está siendo una pasada y vuestro hijo está jugando genial.
La verdad que sí, que estamos muy contentos, pero a la vez súper nerviosos. La verdad que nunca habíamos estado viéndolo, es la primera vez y estamos muy orgullosos de él.
Obviously, super excited to watch their song playing here. It's the first time that they are watching on stage and everything is going well, so perfect. Also, ¿esperáis alguna vez que vuestro hijo acabase jugando en un escenario como este, tan grande?
No, pensábamos que le gustaba el juego y lo hacía por diversión, pero bueno, poco a poco su sueño se ha cumplido.
At first, of course, they never expected to watch their son playing in a venue like this, but little by little his dream is becoming true. La última pregunta ya, está 2-0 Oscar, está a un mapa de ir al Mundial. Si lo tuvieseis delante, ¿qué le diríais para motivarle y que consiga el objetivo?
Nada, que siga el mismo, que sabe que es un gran campeón y que tiene un equipo muy grande detrás y que tiene que ilusionar a todos los fanáticos.
I asked his father what will he tell Oscar Inif if he was in front of him one way away for qualifying for Worlds, and he told him that he's great, that he's a champion, and he has a great team behind him, so he has to do it for the fanatic fans. So that was all from me. Back to you guys at the desk.
He's got to do it for the Fanaticos. We saw them in loud voice, heard them in loud voice, in fact, around the arena, as Fnatic now 1 game away from that World Championship spot. 1 game away as well from playing MKOI tomorrow. That's going to be a divided crowd if I can ever talk about one, because obviously MKOI have a huge Spanish contingent.
And I want to build on, like, Fnatic making Worlds is something that they've done so much, so it feels like this is expected of them, but this, like them making Worlds this year, feels so much more impactful than last year, because this is the year where we have a clear top 4. We have 4 teams that have been battling it out the whole year, and one of them is not going to make it.
But I think it's also just the manner in which they've done it, right? I think if this was, you know, a sloppy gameplay where they just managed to get it over the finish line a couple of times, we'd be like, okay, well, we will wait and see what Fnatic have, right? But this feels like a much stronger version of Fnatic. This feels like they've really leveled up coming into our playoffs, into Madrid. And now we get to see what they're capable of. If they can take 1 more game from KC, they can find themselves at Worlds, and what a moment for this squad.
It's really interesting because the Fnatic of it all hasn't happened. Yeah. You know, we haven't seen them take a 3v5 fight because they think they've got someone out of position. We haven't seen them overstep on vision because they think they can follow up on a fight. And alongside that, the KC of it all hasn't happened. We haven't seen Vladdy popping off in fights. We haven't seen Kana dominating top lane and destroying in the game. We haven't seen Yike getting his lanes ahead in the early game. It feels like both these teams have kind of lost a little bit of their identity, but Fnatic have lost the negative part, and KC have lost the positive part.
We haven't even seen Kalist getting caught out, yet they're still losing. Like, it feels like KC in general, they're just not able to find that winning recipe, and you can tell that their confidence is hurting. They're never really the ones engaging first. Most of the team fights we're seeing, at first, with game 1, it felt like it was a competitive difference, you know? It's like Fnatic had all the tools, KC didn't have them, but in this game 2, it was still Fnatic that was always pulling that trigger.
And Grabs did post on X earlier today saying, look, I promise there is no way I can end at least 3 drafts today. So he's hoping that coming into this game 3, maybe, just maybe, he will have found that winning formula once more here for Fnatic. And maybe they can push themselves over the edge, or can KC go the distance and find the reverse sweep here in Madrid?
Yeah, they've got to find all 3 games in a row. Once again, they are going to be on the blue side as we jump into draft for what could be the final game of the series and the final game of KC's year, which is not something I was expecting to say. Once again, Pantheon Xayah bans out from KC. Fnatic following their tried and true formula. Azir and Yunara removed alongside this. They've been getting rid of the Poppy so far.
And it feels weird that KC keeps going back to this blue side. I'd really like to see them try to get some sort of counter pick for Kana, because that feels like an avenue that they haven't yet leveraged, trying to shut down Oscarinen. But maybe they just don't think it's possible. They just need to get that counter pick on the blue side.
Evo, prvu stvar na koju se vratim, možda nije moguće da shutdownuje Oskarinina. Ne znam da li je prerano da odemo opet na pauzu, ali nema veze.
But also potential for a mid lane pick here for Vladdy, and it will be the victor locked in immediately.
First pick,
Vidjet ćemo.
Now the eggs in his basket. Last time it was Kana with the rumble, didn't have as much impact as he would have wanted. Where are Fnatic going to look for their answers? They have left that poppy open if they want to go for it. Don't want to pick it this early in a draft. Obviously, you want to see a few dashes and such to work around early doors, but could just go for something standard. Get your mid laner, go for something that roams around the map, which is what they have been doing so much. Galio, Talia, now Twisted
Pog.
They are putting a lot more faith in Poby to be in the right
Poby
position
Twisted Fate, wow.
in some of the other series.
A moram da priznam da je ovo jako cool.
Really did with Humanoid in a long time. He's been playing really
It's
on the
over.
same page.
It's over, guys.
TF.
Guys, it's doomed.
Ja sam iskreno jako zadovoljan sa TF-om, moram da priznam.
I ja sam isto jako zadovoljan. Jesi i ti jako zadovoljan?
Veoma, šta više super zadovoljan.
Ko je zadovoljan?
A vidio sam TF-a, ne vidim niske, zato sam samo malkice razočaran, ali nema veze.
Chat, please, ko je zadovoljan nek digne 2 prsta.
I wonder if Casey could look to do something that Fnatic did last game with the level 1 swap. If they now try to go for a weaker early game ADC in the Sivir, and then they also have to blind pick top lane, so they presumably get a losing matchup there, maybe they just want to get out of that lane, get Kalist scaling, because now you have this Sivir Victor gonna scale incredibly well, much better than this Twisted Fate Corki.
Yeah, if the game goes late, you are very happy.
Dobro, ali treba preživjeti. Ja mislim da je Marsa dve ostice pikovati scaling u Twisted Fate. Najzgodno je igrati u Twisted Fate.
A great Magnustorm, good AoE in a team fight, good control as well. The Q flash can be pretty devastating in the early lane.
Also a decent matchup into the Nautilus as well. Obviously
Baš treba se obrati pažnja ovdje.
But you can also get rid of his shields thanks to that Q as well. So I think overall you're going to see Upset and Mickey really looking to leverage the strong bot lane and trying to punish KC if, as Jack was saying, they get given that opportunity.
I think the only bright side for the Sivir into this rel is that it's pretty chill for the Sivir. You can always block either the W or the Q, which leads her to no.
I šta s drugim koji te pogodi, ništa, ne veze. Dobro, u redu. Ja nisam ljubitelj tog matchupa. Bar na početku, kasnije je okej, kad imaš malo više movement speedera, ali ne može doći do tebe, ali rano baš i nije toliko prijatno. Osim ako ne možeš samo da frišavaš wave, ali će jungler vjerojatno situje na botu kad igraš Sivir svejedno jer zna da moraš da pušaš da bi vino lane.
I think it also just sets up nicely for, like, if you want a front line from Razor, cool, we've got things like the Sejuani that can go in towards the jungle, the Maokai that can go in towards the jungle. If you want to get really spicy, you can even look at things like the Silas that has been picked up over in the LCK and that, but I think just going for a bit more bog standard here for Razor and Oscarinen is kind of just all you need, and just at least having Oscarinen on something that's a bit more of a carry to enable a side lane play with this Twisted Fate will work out, but I think you're fine, you've got options here as Fnatic.
They'll get rid of a couple of those tanks, the Jace, the Skarner and the Poppy band away. KC removed Nocturne and Jace, something that can also impact side lanes with that Nocturne. The ability to follow up on a Paranoia with the Destiny makes sense to get rid of that. Now looking towards their jungle, I want to save the last pick for Oscarinen, as they did in game 1 with that Ambessa. Is the Nefiri going to get locked in here? It is. Locked in for Razork. Okay.
Nefiri TF.
On Razork here to carry with this, gives you a huge amount of damage out of the jungle.
Igra je već tam Nefiri više puta, tako da to mi je fajn, ali iskreno nezgodna priča.
Very nicely with Twisted Fate, as now you can always run around, get picks that way, and it's just typical that when you have this mid-jungle duo, you really want one of them to be the utility. Most of the time, that is the jungler that provides setup for the mid, but in this case, when you have that TF, you're leveraged to go this carry, but that really puts all the burden on Razork and how he does, and now with this Jax pick being really good into both the TF and the Nefiri, and then the Maokai, I mean, this is a nice draft from K-Corp.
Yeah, I love the way Casey have rounded out this draft. Again,
strategy,
good setup, and again, Kana almost feels like he's kind of checked Fnatic here.
Ja ne znam šta mi se više sviđa. Ja sam ogroman TF enjoyer. Znači ja sam toliki TF enjoyer i kad nije meta i kad ga niko ne igra, ja uvek kažem, meni uvek ono, ako si mid laner, pokaži mi TF-a i vidit ću kakav si igrač, bukvalno. I mislim da malo koji pik u bilo kom drugom rolu radi koliko ti TF kaže na midu, I guess. Draga su Jacksa, mislim, ok, to niko nije iznenađen. Kana, 3 gema za redom, counter pikovan, smorio se, u fazonu ljudi, molim vas.
Baš nevjerovatno.
Po meni je isto nerealno, mislim, dajte mu bar jedan game šanse ako ništa. Izgubio si prvi game na plavoj strani, izgubio si drugi game na plavoj strani, probaj jednom crvenu, daj Kani da igra nešto agresivno gore, vidi šta može da uradi, mislim. Baš mi nema, nema mi smisla baš toliko da ga ne vole.
They are as we get ready for game 3 of this best of 5. Atop the mountain sit our two teams. Will KC be toppled off it unceremoniously in 3 games? Will Fnatic continue this fine run of form we've seen from them in these last couple of matches?
Also just a complete potential flip from Spring. It was KC in this exact same position, 3-0ing Fnatic, and then moving on to face MKOI. This time around, Fnatic find themselves 2-0 up in the series.
Dobro, ovdje malo bitnije nego u Springu isto. Ne samo ni to da zaboravimo. Kao Spring, ok, ideš u finale i to je to, ali ovdje ne ideš na Worlds, malo bitnija partija.
And then when it comes to the side lanes later on, we've been seeing them maneuver really well around getting push in one side and then transitioning that pressure to the other side. So they need to continue to do that and really utilize this TFL to get picks. Because Casey's win condition is just relax. Scale until 2 to 3 items, group up as 5, and then losing a 5v5 will be near impossible.
Oscar and Kana will meet up towards the top side. Kana taking the leap strike first here just to follow up onto Oscar. We'll get him chunked down. A little bit reminiscent of game 1 as KC tried to put their heads in towards the Fnatic jungle. And Fnatic will just have Razork starting on those Razor Beaks.
And this counter pick up in the top lane, it's a nice matchup for the Gragas, but it's not really up until you get that lost chapter, you get some cooldown reduction that you can actually start to poke out this Jax as he just is an 80 champion. He does more damage to minions and more damage to you in the early levels, so he's going to get that push, but we got some fighting off in the bot side.
Yeah, Mickey and Targamas falling down low. Mickey on the wrong end of that one as he's down to about one of those potions. Targamas will do the same.
Možda i Targa traži Olin ovdje.
Any vision that Fnatic could have had there, and again, Kalista and Targamas getting the early prio in this lane.
Especially with the fact that Mickey had to give up the book. There's the level 2.
Evo je Kravica. Vidi, zabavlja se. Ne možeš ništa mu uzmeš za zlo.
Yeah, unfortunately we will not be hearing it in game. I don't often see supports these days actually doing the cowbell.
I feel like people don't play this skin anymore.
That's true, yeah. I wonder if there's some skin that has slightly better animations or something for you. I often see that happen as Vladdy's getting the push here in mid again on his Victor. Kalista and Targamas able to push.
Iskreno ne znam, sad namišljam u matchupu i nisam ni siguran. Kao ne vidim u kom trenutku TF može išta da uradi Viktoru, ako gledamo kao samo heroj za heroja.
Victor was nearly permabanned throughout the whole tournament against them, and it just felt like the one pick that KC always had that Vladdy could really do magic on. But then when you come into a series like this, he's already lost on the Orianna, very similar champ to the Victor. I'd love to see him perform better in this game, but right now my hopes are pretty low.
Has got about a 71% win rate on it across the course of the year. His most played alongside that Azir, 15 games, so very comfortable on the champion. If they can scale, which the composition definitely allows them to do, and get a big lead here is Razork's going to go intangible. Targamas are looking for that CC route. Mickey diving in though, when they dive onto Kalista, who has to flash away. The ricochet will start to shred.
Ovi svi fajtovi su veliki decideri za KC, jer evo sad recimo u ovoj situaciji Kalista će dobiti first blood.
Ovo je big, da.
Jeste. Pogotovo što ima da je Povi bio forsiran na backuje. Sigurno je Povi njima rekao da on backuje, tako da u to ne sumnjam.
I to je nešto često vidimo kada vidimo pikove koji se ne pikaju često, interesantno, kao što je taj TF. Jer kao ti s TF-om baš i nemaš skrmiše. Imaš pick-offove, ali kao 2 na 2, 3 na 3, 4 na 4 oko Drakea na levelu 4 TF sa spellbookom on ne radi ništa. On legitimno ne radi ništa.
TF je underground, to spellbookom pravo.
Znaš, jedno je pick, ok, ako setapaš, ne znam, stun za Xenov W ili za Jarvanov combo, šta god. Ovako samo ne radi ništa. O ne. O ne. O ne.
Even though Mickey doesn't get the kill, I think it's still really nice. Like, so he's given Oscar the opportunity to freeze here, and Canon will probably just reset and TP back in.
O ne.
Reset Ton of Frost Burning. Plus you have Razork now on the top half of the map.
A rekli su mu gdje je mikrofon, rekli su, slušaj Jime, on se zove Jim. Ovdje je mikrofon. I Jim je stao pored mikrofona i počeo je da udara.
To have Icon and signature Maokai. He is close by, 30-5 on this pick across the course of his career, which is pretty damn impressive, you've got to be honest, as we'll see how much of an impact he can have on this game. We talked a little bit about, is it worth it to get the Scuttle Crab on the Neferi? If I'm a Neferi, you just want to get as much gold as possible in the early game, right? Get yourself to a position where the Hound's Pursuit is actually a good kill threat, because one of the issues is if you are the first person burning anything out of this Civis, she's just going to spell shield you as soon as you come in, and then Darking Daggers will get you a little bit of follow-up. Kana trying to get some of this XP as Mickey will continue to force him away. He does have, Kana does, his jungler and his support on their way up here to try and help break this freeze, and I think now Mickey will realize, okay, yeah, we might just have to back off a little bit.
Yeah, and I really want to touch upon what you said about Yikes Maokai. It feels like KC have really brought out their best of their best in every single role, and if they lose this game, they can do so saying that, you know, they gave everything they had and it just wasn't enough.
Yep. Very much agree with that. You got to throw the Hail Mary, right? Sometimes, especially when you're losing the way you're losing so far as KC in the series, you just go comfort. It's like, we'll just play the things we know we can play. Composition works. We have scaling. We're okay. Let's just make sure that we go out with as big of a bang as we can have. And if we lose this one, well, we tried. You know, that happens.
But I think they're off to a great start here. I mean, the fact that you got the early skirmish, burnt a bunch of summoner spells, and got an early kill onto Kalist means the early resets are better, he's able to push it better, like it kind of just stifles...
Solidno, čak i u matchupu koji je vrlo težak za njega. Čak i vrlo težak undertake, taj match je baš nerealno.
Razork looking for a little bit of an invade. Totally agree with you there, Dagda. I think KC will be happy with how things have gone, especially getting the kill over onto Kalist on this Civ. If he can scale up quickly, it is very hard for Fnatic to actually get on top of him that easily. You've got Nature's Grasp, you've got a Counter-Strike, you've got the Spell Shield, you've got a Nautilus. Like, yes, you can dive in, but that's tricky. It's Targamas going to get knocked up here. Does have the flash upset Valkyrieing forward. Dredgeline away from Targamas. Hits Darking Daggers, but only onto Kalist.
Teško je igrati na botu uz Sivir. Ja mnogo volim i što najviše mislim i Sivir Mousepad dade carry sad. Tako da sam čak ono i... Da, baš mi... Mnogo mi odgovara, imam insane carry potencijal na njoj, a jako sam težak za punish i ne zavisim previše od supporta. Znaš kao, sve što želiš na AD carry-u, realno.
Jasno.
I... Baš ideš praviti play na Sivir, čak i pri 6... Taj spell shield je jako često dovoljan da... Da ono, samo te održi u životu. A opet kažem, dođeš li do kasnih faza partije, mislim da baš i ne postoji nešto što iko možda uradi. Sivir duši Caitlyn sam počeo malo da igram. Juče sam se smorio, igrao sam jedan game, izdominirao sam i drugi game počeo da diskonektujem na svaka 2 minuta, a meni net radi savršeno. Serveri prsli juče.
To je baš smart.
I onda sam izgubio game jer protivnički kartus nije DC-evo ni jednom. Ono, kad god DC-em lik utrči u mene i samo me ubije. Rekao, dosta lola.
Trigger.
Znaš što je, to je bio jedan od onih flipova gde nisu imali imali su problema s određenim provajderima. I onda kod mene su bila 3 igrača koji se DC-u, kod njih je bio 1 igrač koji se DC-a. I kao šta da radiš.
To su baš veliki filteri.
I onda sam prešao da igram Mega Bonk, igrao sam ga 2 sata. Znači, igrao sam vremena.
Kada sam učao, izašao si mi na TikToku, pogledao sam još.
Znači, igrao sam vremena. Okej, dobro, flash u redu. Ne šali se Kana.
It's Mickey consistently going top and pressuring Kana. This feels unheard of the Fnatic that I was watching a few weeks ago. All they knew was bot, but this Fnatic is playing the map and they're playing it comprehensively.
Putting pressure into Oscar in, and as Razork was able to take 2 of the Hound's pursuit, he flashes. Oh, the destiny for the mission is beautiful.
Nice, bravo.
Team coordination to a T from Fnatic.
Sad bi oni možda mogli ovdje da daju i na auto, jer ima Kindle bi imela u petke. Svaka čast. Svaka čast.
Sure, they'll get the dragon, but the kills on the top laner and the support are massive from Fnatic Snowball.
And it's Razork that
Iskreno lepo.
both kills here and the third grub. He's building such a tremendous lead for himself, putting himself in such a fantastic position to carry. And he's shown us throughout this series, he can carry. He hasn't had those random off moments.
Pobi sa rolom na TF-u.
He's locked in.
Vidjet ćemo koliko će moći da uradi. Kasnije ima smisla, ali Vladi mu mečuje i samo će biti jači od njega kasnije, tako da...
And again, though, it's like Fnatic just moving well around the map. They shift probably to bot side, they open up upset on mid, which means that Mickey can roam towards that top side of the map, knowing that they've got the safety everywhere else. And now they're looking to move in again. It is Mickey caught, but he should be able to get out.
He'll be fine. He has the crash down. It was a good dredge line, bending it around that wall, but in the end will amount to not too much there for KC. They did manage to pick up the first dragon, Mountain Drake over to Carmine Corp. 3 grubs for Fnatic, so we have that exchange of the early neutrals. The question is, will we see a fight around the next? Still 5 minutes away for the Rift Herald and 4 minutes for the Drake, so we have a few moments to relax and wonder if Fnatic are going to make that 30.
He cancelled his Q.
Beautiful!
Neće valjda. Neće valjda, bre!
Eto šta ja gledam. Eto šta ja gledam. Eto šta ja gledam. Eto šta mi gledamo, chat. Eto šta mi gledamo. Eto. Eto da vidite šta mi gledamo. Eto šta mi gledamo. U kakvom alternate timelineu živimo, ljudi moji. Tri puta counter pikuje lik igra. Ne, sve je cool. Ne, Kana je užasan. No da, ma ne, Oscar got. Apples je postao Rotten Apples. Šenkuju Kanu 3 gema za redom. Sad je dobio da igra Jacksa u Gragasa. Jadan. Pravda za Kanu. Kana je bolji od ovoga.
I mean, this man is moisturized and thriving right now. Like 2 of the 3 games we've seen so far, he has been the dominant force in that top lane. It's only 12 minutes in as Targo is caught out a little bit with those darting daggers. You can see the chunk as soon as you get that spear Trojan becomes so hard to fight against.
To što je Caster rekao da je Oscar moisturized.
Targo is trying to get out because the Hound Pursuit's going to chase him down. Razork goes intangible. They dive back onto Yeti.
Dobro. Okej, sve je cool. Kalist, okej, dobro, ništa od toga. Damage-a bez, dobro. Jajk the bike, okej. Dobro, ne, sve cool. I šta on da radi? Šta da radi u Gragasa? Vidi, pogledaj što ga mazi, vidi. Unplayable matchup za Jacksa. Unplayable, ima Phage. U Roa tier. Znači, ne postoje te mehanike good knockback, a ne, trebao je da ne baci Casteru. Znači, glezuju Oscara, to mi je nehumano. Ja ti kažem, znači, bukvalno ko da mu tetka drži riot. No dobar je naš Oscar, znaš, on je GOAT. Ti ono daš isključen joystick mlađem bratu i hajpuješ ga kako dobro igra.
Čekaj.
Pa šta čekaj, jel ima Kana manu? Nema. Ima TP...
Moraš, idi do lavaboa, moraš da ispiliš suzi iz usta, ne razumem te da pričaš. Ne razumem te.
Šta da radi, jadan?
Ne razumem te, Miloše.
Šta da radi?
Donesite mu onu cepčicu što kod zubara imaš.
Šta da radi? Šta da radi? Šta da radi? Unplayable.
Umoran sam koliko sam u pravu. Umoran sam koliko sam u pravu, moj minus.
Strašno što ove Rale samo skopuje na bandwagon i glazuje Oskara bez ikakvog razloga, ali ajde. Ja sam rekao, meni će biti drago da odo na Worlds, da ću onda da kastujem mesec i po dana Oskara koga nalupava bukvalno svaki top laner na Worldsu. Oskar protiv Bina Kokice ću vruće napraviti za taj meč.
Verujem.
Tako da sve je to okej. Pogledaj Glaze, pogledaj tweetove sad kako ubacio, vidi. Oskar winning, Oskar ovo, Oskar ono, klasičan Glaze. Klasičan isključen joystick mlađem bratu, govoriš mu da je dobar.
Oskar tata.
No ne bi ni se, bio je 5-0 na MBS-i pa zamalo da baci game za svoju ekipu, tako da... S tim da je Gragas je baš throw-proof. Kao, baš moraš, mislim da je na Gragasu nemoguće baciš game, iskreno. Osim da, ne znam, baciš ulti da spaseš Viktora, ali kao... Teže je biti... Teže je baciti game s Gragasom nego samo postojati i uraditi dovoljno.
Pomizijom slažem.
Dredge line in from Targamas, call to the pack used by Razork just to jump away from it. Wasn't going to connect anyway. KC still on the Drake, should be able to get this one as Fnatic still eye for a fight. Want a bit of a Barney around here if they can get it. Mickey has that Magnet Storm, will step in, Shadowing Strike, Destiny popped as well. Mickey, the flash engage is there, you can sense it, but not going to be able to find it.
But they're getting what they want on side lanes, right? Like, Poby's just been pushing in this bot lane the entire time as KC have kind of been struggling to move between Dragon and mid lane. And I can't quite see, but, I mean, it should be low. There's no more turret plates on it, so it's not quite going down, but at least Fnatic are still gaining access to the points in the map.
Yeah, I think overall as KC...
Ako nije jednako momči ideju,
as you say, Rob, I'm very happy seeing Fnatic both
ništa od toga.
tempered yet also pushing the limits of what every play is possible, as now Kana looks like he's in a lot of trouble here.
He has to run away. Razor cuts the wave really well, jumps over the wall with the Eviscerate, grabs the next wave, and it's like, okay, Kana, you can stay here, but then you're dealing with a 2v1. Targamas was on his way across, but Oscar will just hold this wave, let the cannon die, and then take the tower.
I don't know if Mickey's going to be fast enough to the counter punch on the bottom side, though. Poby left alone underneath the structure.
Arcane Storm coming out, Yike has
so
nature's grasp. He is incredibly tanky with that Rod of Ages already complete. Vladdy, and Wave still stands.
Poby ima flash ghost, nema ulti, Mickey je tu, fajn je.
Doesn't quite hit the Shadowing Strike.
And I think this sequence really highlights why we've been so happy with Fnatic today. They lose the Drake, but immediately they're with the counterpunch, up in top, Mickey recalls fast to protect the bot play, and they're able to get both a top tower and a Herald after they were the ones who lost out on the Dragon. It just feels like they're always one step ahead of K-Corp.
It really does. There is something just about Fnatic. There's a mojo. I don't often use the word, I'll do it in honor of Munch. There's a mojo about Fnatic when it comes to qualifying for Worlds. 12 of 14. They missed Season 2 and they missed 2016. And since then, they have made Worlds every single time, and even in a year where I think a lot of people kind of counted them out to a degree. A lot of people said, well, they are top 4, but it's KCG2, MCoy are my favorites to make it. Once again, you get to the series that makes you get there, and Fnatic somehow find a way. KC trying to stymie that, trying to stop it. Dredgeline's going to hit, but Poby's going to walk away. In fact, he's going to walk back forward. TP coming in.
Dobro, stun. Ok, 0 damage-a. Ok, kamera na mid. Ok, Oscar winning. Dobro, u redu. Pa dobro. Tier 2 dole. I ovi ne uzimaju ništa, mi se neće ni top cool uzeti, vidjet ćemo.
Izvinjavam se, definitivno se potvrđala sa listom, među vremenu, ti mi kažeš šta se dogodilo?
Ma sve je lagano, nema problema. Nisi propustio puno, uzeli su tier 2 dole i kill za kill. Pao je Vladi, pao je Oskar. Sad će padne i Poby.
Altakana, Razok needs to run away, but he's got so many tools to do so. Eviscerates across the wall. Vladdy's still on the chase. Mickey dismounted for now, but remounts, finds the horse in time to gallop his way back to the turret.
But KC get one kill, but I have to question, was that even worth it?
Ja još Oskar igra ovaj Doom besmrtnostan build.
To ti kažem, ne možeš da baci na njemu. Legitimno je nemoguće da budeš kriv zašto gubiš game. Na Ambesi ajde, mislim, Ambesa i dalje skviši, vipaš ulti, vipaš, napraviš grešku. Mislim, postoji ugao gde si ti kriv zašto gubi tvoja ekipa.
Naglasom, tako da promašiš i dalje, ti je tu magija nazad za 2 sekunde.
Tako je, da. A i nisi panišovan jer si toliko tanky da ne možeš da umreš. Promašiš, slučajno se body slamaš u 5 ljudi, to ti odgovara, verovatno. Ultaš sebe, imaš zonju, imaš pasivnu, imaš damage reduction, imaš što hoćeš.
They're just not finding fights where Kalis can actually have an impact.
Yeah, I think critically, this Saver with the Infinity Edge, with the Yuntal, so much further ahead than this Corki. It's really hard for Fnatic to actually team fight 5v5. So KC can go back to their tried and true method. Like, you can see Fnatic, they have the TF on bot, they have the Gragas on top. They're going to push out these sides, but I think KC may be grouped here a little bit too early, as now they're going to be forced to send Kana up top. Someone's going to have to catch this bot side, and then Fnatic can just now leverage those numbers advantage to get to maybe Drake.
Poby might be collapsed on Destinies immediately.
But Vladdy has to choose between picking the wave here or not. And it just, you see this constant pressure and tension on Fnatic that's making it so difficult.
Baš nezgodno. Ali opet, Čivir ima resurse. Viktor će eventually postati Viktor. Čekaj, pitanje je da li, kad se ovo ne treba da kontesta, da?
Sad ćemo da vidimo iskreno.
Au, Oskare, šta si napravio, majko moja mila. Katastrofalan fight od strane Oskara, katastrofalan.
From Yike there to land the smite, I think.
And KC have found the comp that they needed, as yes, you're right, Medic. Yike got the dragon. He's quite good at getting those, and they just found what works for them. They have this composition that's so easy to play. You see how hard it is. Oscar tries to find a flank, but once Kalis uses that spell shield nicely,
Ne znaš koliko je easy to play ova kompozicija. Easy to play je na 5 itema.
Dobro, to je istina, da.
Gledajte Gragasa. Gle. Ništa, to je to.
And it's focused them off one by one, and as that speed up is coming through, you can see KC thinking maybe they can have it, but those daggers from Razor have them second guessing.
A goalie shrinks to only 1,000. Oh, Mickey. That's a sneaky play if I've ever seen it. Vladdy trying to answer on this side lane. Mickey just waiting. Vladdy's going to check it, and Mickey realizes, okay, perhaps I can't do too much more. Goes in with a Magnet Storm still. Nature's Scar's going to follow him home, and I think Fnatic are the ones with a little bit of desperation coming out now. Mickey went for the engage. No real follow-up from his team. He'll die to Vladdy. Meanwhile, in the mid lane, Kalist was chunked out, but he survives. A 1-for-nil exchange so far. Razzle chasing Yike down, upset, having to Valkyrie forward, but immediately concussive blows coming out from targets. He'll cleanse, he'll flash away. They die
Okay. Kalist, že polako ti je inhibitor ugao.
One-for-one the exchange in totality.
And this is what Fnatic need. They need chaos. They need fights to be happening all around. That KC can't just group up and make it simple for them. Upset, Valkyries in on mid, Chunks, Kalist, Mickey ins, but the fights keep happening, and Fnatic, they want to keep that tempo up as they start this Arakan.
No explosive cast, no Hound's Pursuit, no Destiny, no Magnet Storm.
Ako će negde kad se da okrene, znamo da je.
Is it going to be enough into a depth charge and on the hunt, an Arcane Storm? Yike on his way, doesn't have that Nature's Grasp. A stun card from Poby has to flash the dredge line. Altakan down to 4,000 HP. TP coming in from Kana as they look for the fight. Razork stepping forward, but he's already down to half HP.
Čekaj, sad je napet. Dobro, Razork smite. Miki je fine, ako samo pobegnu, ovo je i više nego dobro.
Nešto da mogu...
Ne smije da dalje, ne smije. Čili... Vajbuju, trajbuju, lepo im je.
To make sure Fnatic can get the objective.
And it's the intelligence from Fnatic. They understand that this is what their composition needs. They need this chaos. They need the pace to be incredibly high, because if they lower it, if they let things be slow, then KC can just wait for Drake, 5v5 them, and they will lose the game. You see here that Fnatic, they're not playing for the fight. All they want to do is secure this objective. As soon as they get it, they drop Mikix. If they lose him, it's okay. They got what they wanted.
Hobie just barely managing to get out of the way of that Maokai ultimate as well, but now a minute and a half until that next Dragon Soul for KC, and that's all KC want. Just an excuse to drag Fnatic into a fist fight, but Mickey again sneaking around.
So sneaky from Mickey, finds the Shadowing Strike into the Crashdown. They just want to chunk out Kana. Explosive cast square, they're not bad. There's the Magnus Storm, follow-up House Pursuit. Razork and Kana is down. Drake up in a minute, it's still a while. House Pursuit in, again by Razork. Jumps up into the corner of the pack to negate the Bramble Smash out from Yike. Eviscerate forward, trying to get that mid lane control once again.
And it felt like Fnatic needed some magic to try to get control of this Drake after we've seen them struggle before. And Mickey keeps finding these creative angles that are doing so much from them. But still, we can't get too ahead of ourselves. It's still 40 seconds. Kana will be back up for it, and they'll need a normal setup. They need one more magic trick if they're going to pull this off.
Oh. Fnatic made the Otacon disappear earlier. They sneak the kill onto Kana. They now have a 35 petal lead, which is about 2.5k in terms of stats.
Okay. Caster quick meds.
There's a ward here, and he's managed to sneak over the wall. Now actually just spotted by Yike. A little bit on his lonesome.
I mean, Yike's going to get chunked out. Uses the Nature's Grasp as well, which is huge. That's a big element that won't be available.
Kalisti ima dovoljno damage da bi bilo šta ovdje, to je pitanje.
Stunned up in the gravity field. Oscar in and going back in, trying to make the tree go timber. And there's the follow-up. Twisted advance forward. Razzle getting chunked out quite a ton. As the redemption comes out, Kana flashes for it. One down on either side. Oscar in and on that front line, but Fnatic can't take the fight anymore. They need the picks. They need to find the sneaky routes in. But with both junglers down, KC just going to start up this dragon.
Oscar is looking to base and TP back here with full HP. If he can find the angle.
Stunned. I thought for a second he was just going to dive in immediately with a counter strike. Oscar in, looking for that flank. Targamas can dive on him immediately, and they have a ton of CC. He's very tanky and has the Seekers just picked up, so can stop time for a second. Magnus Storm in by Mickey. The Gatling gun for
Polako. Ja, koliko je Pobi useless, koliko je Pobi useless, koliko je Upset useless.
A, TF, nezgodan heroj. Baš nezgodan. Ja se više prelazim na Juntal, Sivir i smanjujem Essence build. To sam primijetio isto na sebi. Ono da ima još jedno što se događalo ovdje, mislim... Dosta čudan fight i dalje. TF nema ugao ni za šta. Još i Royal Lich, ako ideš na Row, ja bih rekao onda idi na Row RFC. Jer kao sa Lichom dobijaš damage, ali ti damage-a nemaš. Koga ćeš ubiti? Kad pogledaš s druge strane kakva je situacija, to je unplayable za TF-a. Jax ti ignoriš damage da nema MR-a. Maokai je tank, Viktor je tanky, Sivir ima spell shield, Nautilus je tanky. Mislim da si ti samo setup ovdje. Samo si setup i fazonu si Korki nosi me. Ili Nafiri nosi me, jer Nafiri ima sustain damage i ona je okej.
Sve su jasne. Mislim, zato i on deluje jako useless. Jer ti kad si setup, ti generalno kad si setup, možemo čak i da damo primjer i na support rolu, tipa kad ja govorim da je Nautilus nezahvalan hero za igru.
Da.
Ako tvoj tim nije dovoljno jak, ti baciš pogrešan hook, ti izgledaš kao dvorska luda, razumeš? Ono, ide ti, jednostavno tako je. To je baš nezahvalno, jako nezahvalno.
KC u boljoj poziciji, mnogo boljoj poziciji, da evo ga RFC sad gotov na pobiju, ima 3 itema, ne osjeća se kao da ima 3 itema. Viktor se osjeća samo giga jači s 2,5 trenutno.
But when everybody's suddenly a race car on the side of KC, that becomes so damn difficult. But if there's one man who can find magic even when I thought there was none available, it would be Mickey. So let's let him cook one last time.
See what he can find. Fnatic trying to get some semblance of control around the Baron right now. Their goldie shrinking by the second. Yike has done such a good job of making sure he survives, dives forward.
Pobi je uhvaćen. Bože, Pobi. Yike je uhvaćen. Vladi je također uhvaćen. Gledajte Pobi kako igra. Jao, lošu kartu je rotirao.
But that's exactly what Jack was talking about. They're so quick.
Kako je čudno, sve ovaj elit koji ima Fnatic, ovih 500.000 golda što ima, to je sve što je TF generatovo, samo...
Da,
to je to.
Da, bukvalno da.
To je TF passive lead, znači game je kompletno even.
Pa mislim da sve full all out na njega. Ovi neće da follow upuju, znaju koji damage dolazi. Free kill što da ne, a umeđu vremenu Kana... I ovi sad Barona rade.
Da, 2-1 je.
Vide razvor kako, mislim da Kana... Sad kaže možda ostane uti će ga vratno svakako. Ide na pobije ovdje da ga... O! Ima Merks. Brz je.
Flash exhaust na njega.
Oni svesno traduju Jacksa za Barona, a možda ga, mislim, dolazi i Oscar. Kakav chase! O ne, ovi su uzeli Barona 6 puta. On ima...
Ok, bravo, Oscar.
Morali su chilluju ovdje, malo je falilo da ubije.
Korki je dobio 400 golda ovdje. To je fine. A sad tier 2 na topu. Dobro, to je 3-2 za tier 2 na botu, možda da brzi recallovi mogu da... A ne, nema tier 2 na botu, oni su uzeli.
Do you get a bit over-eager here? This is where you could stumble at the finish line because Kana is still going to be dead for quite a while and he's going to be delayed in tempo. So now this would be a prime opportunity for Fnatic to be able to find someone caught off guard with Kalisz recalling in a safe spot.
Kalisz gets out, that's huge for him. Eldo in 2.5 minutes, but the game begins to snowball away from Fnatic. KC unwilling to give up that world spot, to give up a rematch with Nkoi that easily.
Nek bude dobra borba. Kalist je sad prejak, 4 itema, 30 minut, 330 CS-a. Ovo je Kalistova igra sad. Korki... 25% krita. Ni tu ni tamo što se kerivanja tiče. Pobi je mrtav. Vjerovatno je mrtav, da, ne može jedan stan, drugi stan zgrada. Završavaju to na...
Nemaju grabove, ali Pobi 50 sekundi dead timer, on je s nami snimio.
And KC finally breathing some life back into this series as it looks like they might just take the game right here.
I mean, they might just be able to close it out. 30 seconds before Pobi is back up. 15 on Mickey, does have the Magnet Storm. Razzle coming with the damage onto Vladimir, it's just not enough. The comfort picks for KC seem to have paid off. The Nexus tower's falling. Just to clear out that minion wave, but the bound up minions so strong. Kana diving back in, shadowing strike crash down will get the stun onto him. Dredgeline dodged by Mickey, steps down away from it. The gravity well finds the stun. Kalisz and Yike begin to open up on the minion tower.
And for the first time, Fnatic look like they're bleeding, but it's Fnatic who are on the chase.
Jer šta je sad? Sad stigne Fate ulta. Evo ga.
Oni fajtaju, ovo možda bude okej, ovo možda bude jako dobro u stvari. Prodaju Kanu i puštaju Drake-a. Elder.
Delay, tako je, bravo. Ovo je Elder za njih. Ovo je sam... Imaju ga. Nemaju ga, on ima... To je to.
Ti Vladi nema TP.
To je tier 1 na midu, Elder... I Elder ti kupuje vremena da farmuješ bot inhibitor. Šteta što im nisu uzeli mini inhibitor. Iskreno ogromno za Fnatic. Prelepi pikovi. Ono što me brine je što oni idu za Deathbrush.
Ali ne treba im, a zašto Deathbrushaju? Ali znaju da Kana i Vladi nemaju TP.
Nije još Deathbrush, dole su, radit će ga na spawnu, jer ima još 3 sekunde, radi ga već, da.
To je play, pa ne... Šta vodi s happening, Kastri, pa kako da im zaustave? Vladi nema TP, Kana je mrtav, ni on nema TP. Šta radiš?
Vidjeli smo ovog Eldera pre 4 sekundi, još ti ja.
Da, i kao what are they doing free? Pa jeste free. Jako je free.
Ovo je huge. I pogledaj kako delay je, pogledaj ovo. Pogledaj šta radi razlog.
Pametno.
Ne. Genijalno. Ovo je genijalno. Ljudi, ovo sad što vidite. Potpuno genijalno. Genijalno. Holdovali su ga da mogu da rade Baron na sponu sa njim. Genijalno. Apsolut ciljevo od strane fanatika.
Lepo. Mislim, Casey je bacio game do duše. Nisu samo otišli na inhib da su resetovali, da nisu gridovali za pokušaj enda, pa onda za inhib kulu. Nikad verovatno ne bi do ovoga došlo. Tako da malo je Casey kriv što je pružio prostor fanatiku, ali fanatik također jako lepo iskoristio taj prostor. Realno.
On KC's shoulders. This is a game that normally for them I think would look easy. They have a comp that's right up their alley. They won the early game. They got all the dragons. But you can see how they're a little bit disjointed, a little bit nervous. Everything feels a bit heavier than normal, and it is costing them dearly.
In terms of carries, they still have a massive advantage. They are so strong. I will say Poby, now with a Rabadon's Death Cap complete, if he can land a gold card, will absolutely melt through someone.
Sve ovo mi je fenomenalno. Sve ovo mi je fenomenalno. Obrnuli su ih i još je Pobi, doduše ovaj Pobi Rabadon nema toliki value, jer jedan item mu ne daje ni malo AP-a.
Da.
Mada ajde, Lichbane je high AP item, tako da pogledat ćemo tu kroz prste. Pogledajte šta rade. Ma ne, oni samo njih brute force-uju.
Mora se paze, jer Sivir W šreda u beku ovo kad se odbija ovako sa 4 itema Sivir u stvari bije.
Je, ali njima je fajn. Znači šta se treba da se radi? Beka neko da uzme botlane wave koji ima TP, to će verovatno biti Oscar, jer pobije pik mašina. Ovo je jako dobro, kako je odigrao oko Foga. Kako je odigrao oko Foga, Baron za fanatik, bre. Ma Baron za fanatik, bre, bravo Pobara. Bravo Pobara, doktore univerzuma.
Okej. Ja rekao, predomisli hoće da endiju. Znaš što Kana TP na gore? Ali on neće baciti TP, on trči, ne trči. Kakva napeta situacija.
Ma ovo čisti jako lako Gragas. Ode Elder. Vidi ga Zerk. Možemo samo da radimo objektima. Ovo nije bilo dobro. Double smite, ja mislim da radi, da? Ne radi double smite. Razork nema, imaće smite. Loše je izračuno, nema smite. Loše je izračuno, Razork nema smite. Ok, dobio je smite. Ovo je game za KCL, da?
Mislim da jeste. Ok, ne znam šta je rekao, ali nema veze.
Ovo je game za KCL, oni su istrelovali.
Bukvalno, znači, toliko dobro izgledaju, izintaju, opet giga dobro izgledaju. I onda opet izintaju. I sad već ne znam šta da mislim. Jer ovo je sad serija. Sad će Kici se naloži. Sad će da kaže Kana, dajte mi ljudi jednom recept, ono coachu, imat ćemo problema.
Da.
I sad ovo možda ode bilo gdje.
Oj.
It's League of Legends. It's what I love. Fnatic versus KC.
It's League of Legends, da.
With everything on the line for both these teams, where a loss in this series would be a disappointing year. Not just a split, not just like a disappointing series. It is the termination of a year of growth for a team, a year of a project for both these teams, and neither team is willing to give it up.
When winter went so well for KC, when first stand, they made it the distance all the way to finals. To be denied that chance at Worlds would be heartbreak for both the fans and the team. But now they've got to keep this up. This is just the first step.
Fnatic, ja sam se potresao.
And you're up against a Fnatic who have not missed 8 straight Worlds.
Sad ćemo da vidimo, ljudi moji. Ima se igra, verujem da... Sad bi trebali intervju dobijemo opet realno, ali nema veze. Vidjet ćemo da li će ga biti svako pauza 11 minuta pa se vraćamo u... Evo ga intervju sljedeću partiju.
I love your smile, because that's the smile of someone whose prediction did not die yet.
It's not that, I mean, the moment I saw this draft, I put in the chat, all right, 2-1, 2-1, it's going to be a 2-1, because when I see a draft like this from KC, I don't care how far they fall behind, they need to do one thing and one thing only. They need to stack dragons, they need to have good team fighting, and they just need to chill out. And honestly, that's kind of what they did. We see so many priority takes. I see Kana on his Jax, I see Yike on a Maokai. You know, I see everything I need to see for them to be able to pull off late game team fights.
I mean, this team fight was so stressful to watch because it felt like that Casey was on a knife's edge. This flank from Oscar was fantastic, but look at the indecision that you see there from Fnatic. Razork moves towards the Baron while Oscar is setting up for a play. That was a window that I think Fnatic missed. And to be fair, I was watching Kalist exclusively in this fight. Look at his positioning and look at this flash. He flashed for Mickey. I thought that this was a massive mistake, completely isolating himself, but then what does he do? Outplays everyone!
I mean, he puts himself in the position where as Sivir, he can still get so much damage down because the W's over the wall is still giving that AoE that you need. That's a gold graph.
Whoa!
And it's a KC gold graph that I feel like I'm getting used to seeing a little bit, not to this extent, but being behind and still taking games, it's kind of been their philosophy.
I mean, you guys said it, they highly believed in the power of their composition, and even though the early game did not quite go as expected, they were still always in a position to defend those objectives. How did that happen, though?
I mean, it really just came down to the fact that no matter what happened on the map, no matter how bad it looked, we need to be on the Dragons. And I think that became KC's main win condition this game. With the draft that they had, they knew no matter how bad it goes on a side lane, when we group as 5, we have the tools in our draft to be able to pull up the Dragons, and they get it from the first one, the second one, the third one, and it just keeps going to a point where they do lose Elder, but they're still so strong around team fighting.
Hopefully we can look at the draft, because I want to remind people of what exactly it is that Fnatic's composition wants to do, which is that when you've got a Twisted Fate, your goal is to attack the side lanes. You're working with Neferi. Your goal is to make this duo your early game powerhouse snowballing duo. And the fact that Oscar was getting solo kills in the top lane, things were looking promising. But as GB was saying, they kept feeding into what was the KC war machine in this situation, which was, we want to 5v5 you around the objectives. We want to play the front to back. And I think that the Fnatic coordination that we've seen a lot of in this series was starting to fall apart simply because KC's burden of execution was much lower, and they could punish every positioning mistake we saw from Fnatic.
And this is what I want to continue to see. Yike on Maokai.
We forgot Yike on trees, guys.
We forgot Maokai for sure. I mean, Yike, when he plays these kind of, you know, selfless champions where he's willing to be the guy setting up his team, it was the Maokai. I'm hoping I get to see some Sejuani as well, because that right there is not cursed, it's perfection for KC right now. And this is what you want more of. Sadly, this is fearless, so you're not getting more of it. Instead, you need to rely on the same kind of champions.
Lilia.
Exactly.
Yeah, there you go.
Well, I don't need the Lilia. The Friends of the Forest are fine, but I also want to tickle in a bit of Freljord. I want to see Yike on something that allows KC to play around him in team fights, because it's where I think they're the strongest.
The reality of this game is that KC is still feeling the pressure. And that is the scariest thing you need to be aware of as a KC fan, because the early game was not going your way. Kana getting solo killed is super uncharacteristic for him, because we consider him such a staple for this KC squad. The fact that they almost threw at the very end of the game, that gold graph looked good at in that 30-minute mark.
Yeah, if we only keep it here, but if you're at 35, they're back in minus.
And so you see what I'm saying in that Fnatic have demonstrated this series that they are the better team at building early leads. KC is not being super proactive. And while I do think a lot of Fnatic's mistakes this time around came down to the draft, KC won't get the same draft in the next game.
Yeah.
And so this is where my question marks come for KC in that how will you create a situation where you can still get the fights that you're looking for?
And Grab said it on Twitter, there's no way he can give them 3 bad drafts in a row. So let's see what KC is going to be able to fight here with. Any specific champions that you want to see, GB, or does it come down to team play, nerves?
No, I'm still looking at that Sejuani. I'm looking at a Jinx for potentially Kalist. I really love these champions where he's just able to hold mid waves and just be a threat by slowly but surely building himself up to have enough items to be played around in team fights. I think his movement is some of the best movement we get in the entirety of the league. So I do love him on champions where an excitement is going to put you over the edge and really just allow you to play around with that. Sivir was one of them, which is why I love this. But we're asking ourselves, how can we replicate this? And we can't identically do it, but we can try and get something that kind of mimics it.
Here's the thing though, we're on a new patch. We're getting later into the series and we look at players like Poby and question what else does he have available to him? Because we know that his champion pool hasn't been the most extensive throughout the summer split. Meanwhile, on the other side, Hui is an immediate champion that I draw to mind when it comes to Vladdy specifically. We see him being very good on the Victor. We know these control mages very much fit into his style. If you're looking at something like a Sejuani alongside the Hui, along with a potential carry once again for Kana in the top side, I can see avenues for KC to get ahead in the draft, but it very much depends on what Fnatic have been cooking up on the new patch.
But you're also just running out on these support picks, right? We've already seen Alistar, we've seen the Rel, we've seen the Leona, right? We've seen the Nautilus, Alistar, like all of these engaged champions that's the premier engaged supports, they're kind of falling out now, which means other parts of the map needs to be able to pick up engaged champions as well, because at some point you're going to run fully out, or you're going to get very creative, like bringing back a Mumu or things like this.
It has been Fnatic's series so far. Do you feel like they're still going to be riding this momentum? They have the crowd behind them. I don't think this single game is what makes everything crumble for Fnatic.
No, quite frankly, given how shaky KC looked in terms of closing that game out, I still feel like, based on what we've been seeing today, Fnatic are the favorites to win this series. But the draft will be a big question mark, because as much as I have confidence in how Fnatic are playing right now, team fights is the name of the game in this series. And so you need to be able to draft something that can give you something to contest these objectives.
And I will agree with Vedi. I think from what we've seen, there's no question about it. Fnatic's just been performing better in these games. Even this game just now, if you're looking at it from a map perspective, I think Fnatic has actually been playing the map really beautifully. Now, part of that comes because we've seen the global champions from the mid lane. But I want to take it elsewhere as well, because sometimes all you need is just figuring out, okay, one thing works for us. As KC right now, everything's been going wrong for you. The first 2 games, nothing works for you. This 3rd game, something finally clicked. And even though it wasn't clean, this might be all you need for a mental reset to say, okay, we can do it this way. Now let's figure out how we do it again.
And the later a series goes, hyper carries naturally rise in value, because the pool is getting thinner and thinner. And this is where we bring up this sheet once more, because things like Goldberg was mentioning earlier, the Jinx, the Aphelios, the Twitch, the Smolder, these late game hyper carries are going to be super important. We haven't actually seen the Lulus, the Karmas come out yet from these support players, but we know that they're poised and ready to go. Who's going to be the top laner to bring out the Ornn? Who's the one that's going to be willing to tank it for the team in order to set up for those team fights? Because that's the direction that we're heading.
That's a lot of questions, and I hope we're going to get the answers soon here in this series. We finally have a series here between KC and Fnatic. Fnatic is still on match point here, but let's see if KC can bring us to game 5 right after this.
Flashes. Oh, the destiny for the vision is beautiful. That was team coordination to a T. We have a few moments to relax and wonder if Fnatic are going to make the 13. Oh, he cancelled his Q. Beautiful. Oh my God.
Yeah. Look on Canon as well. Nothing. Yes, hit front, okay? It's fine to give it. Just stay fine. Yeah, stay fine, stay fine, stay fine. Police on guys. Look at Sivir as well.
Gorky stand, kill Gorky.
Look at Sivir.
Yeah, it's over, it's over.
His way.
gives you wings.
Well, I'm here, downside at the mountain that the players have to climb every single time. As you see, Casey behind me, and I gotta say, it is a stressful environment because we know that the arena, they aren't really for KC. They want to see their Spanish brethren win, but I just wanted to show you all at home how big this mountain really is that they have to climb for the players. And if you're KC, you're staring up at it and you're thinking, okay, I did some of the work, but I need to do it again, and then I need to do it again. There's a reason why reverse sweeps are so incredibly rare in League of Legends. And for them to just say to all of this audience here, we don't care who you support, we're gonna bring it back and maybe bring it to a game 5 is just cinema. Let's see what happens.
It would be truly special for KC if they're able to get this reverse sweep, especially since the first 2 games were so one-sided. Like, there were moments for KC, but the majority of the game was Fnatic favored. I think the big question for me is, can KC silence the crowd again? Because the crowd was quiet in game 3. As soon as KC started winning, that's got to drive you. That's got to motivate you when it's been so loud in the first two games, Jack.
For me, I feel like the hard part about being KC right now is just the burden. Like, you could tell it in this game that, yes, they won, but damn if they didn't have to fight for it.
Yeah.
And needing to fight like that every single game makes it so difficult. And I feel like Fnatic, after a loss like that, they can go back to the break room and they say, okay, we had a hard to execute draft, guys. We did some really good stuff, then we did some a little bit more silly stuff, but with a better draft and a better game plan, easily we're going to win this game. So it's so difficult for KC.
Yeah, even with KC taking the win, it still feels like Fnatic is just more locked in on the day. They were able to get some creative plays, even when KC had what felt like an insurmountable moment to win the game, it still looked a little shaky. So I think from KC again, like, I need to see more from them in the early game. I need to see them contesting Fnatic, because even in that first game, it was Razork getting off to a 2-kill lead, them starting to snowball, and us kind of going, hang on a second, as Fnatic found a winning formula again in a very different style, but KC were able to bring it back.
And it just feels like Fnatic and Worlds just go together. They're gonna make it no matter what, no matter the odds. Throughout so many roster iterations, so many teams, so many metas, they always seem to be good enough to make it to Worlds. And right now, they're looking good enough.
That they are. Now they move on to the blue side for this game, electing to go there after losing to KC. Their win rate on blue ever so slightly higher than their win rate on red this year. They've gone 25-12 on blue and 22-15 on the red. KC's win rate does drop quite dramatically on the red side, from 37-18 on blue to almost a 50% win rate on red. 26 games, 26 wins, 23 losses.
I'm curious what the priority is going to be for Fnatic on that blue side, because especially as we start to get into Game 4, that's where things start to get a little bit funky. You're probably going to see things like the Bard support start to rise on priority, not as like a first pick, but definitely something to keep your eyes on, because a lot more of those mobile AD carries have been taken out of the pool, so suddenly you start to look a lot stronger, and just there's less answers for you in that bottom side of the map. Yeah, I think there's a lot of changes that will be coming here.
Yeah, and it's interesting the stats you bring up, Medic, because in my head, at least the theory I had with Fearless was that as you got into game number 4 and game number 5, that red side actually becomes the stronger side because you don't have that many available power picks, and it's just about counter-picking support and top lane, and especially when you then lose those safe blind picks and you have to blind pick something more risky, counter-pick should rise in value. But clearly, so far, the teams don't think the same thing as they're continuing to elect for blue side as Fnatic has chosen at this game.
It'll also be interesting to see for Kana, because this is the first time he'll be able to get counter pick in that top side if they're able to give it to him, and I think that's where he can really open up for some dangerous plays. He's kind of been the shining light, let's say, for a lot of the games today. I think he's had a decent time. I know Oscar Inham was able to get some early leads and in the matchup versus the Cassante, but I still think like the Jack's performance was incredibly strong, and I think he's done his job as best he can in a lot of these situations.
Really? I feel like he's been more questionable today. I feel like in the Cassante game, he struggled. In the Jax game, he got solo killed by Oscar Inham, and it's like when you come into today, you're thinking like Kana versus Oscar Inham. It's like, if Oscar goes equal, you'd think Kana would be underperforming, but Oscar's doing a lot more than that. So I've been really surprised by Kana, but I do agree with you on the red side. Like, that's why I'm even a little bit more puzzled that both teams have just been continuously choosing to go for blue side, because we have seen that Oscar with the counter picks, that's, I think, a big reason why he's been able to find all these leads. So now Kana with this red side, I'd love to see him on something more proactive, but at the same time, it's a KC that doesn't feel like they have that confidence to put Kana on carries. For example, in game number 2, I believe, they chose to ban Jace 4-5.
Yeah.
That feels unheard of. They were the team that would first pick Jace if it was open, and now they're not even willing to play it at all. And this is a buffed Jace that just got buffed on this patch that they're playing on now with a little early game buff that should be really good for pro play. So I feel like the confidence, especially from Kana and Yike and Vladdy for me, is the part of KC that I've been missing in this series.
I still think trying to get Vladdy back onto the control mages is your best bet, though.
Yeah, it looked great
game
on the Victor.
1 didn't look so hot on, but definitely, as you say, from the Victor, he looked great. I think things like the Hui could work out well for him. We've seen it buffed on the patch. I think there's very little that can kind of answer for a lot of the range that it's able to bring to the table here as well. So I want to see these picks that maybe you aren't as practiced on, but still very strong with the current patch. See a little bit more play and a little bit more focus here.
Yeah, we're definitely falling much further down those pools overall. We do have a small delay on stage due to an audio issue, which is getting rectified right now, so we'll get that sorted for you as soon as possible, obviously. But yeah, let's just look at Vladdy, for example, right? Azir is still open, but it's banned in every game. Victor's gone, Talia's gone, Yone's gone, Corki's gone. We still have Ryze and Aurora, if you want to get down to that point, but his Galio's gone. We're not seeing Annie, most likely because of the patch changes. I mean, maybe in Game 4 of Fearless, that's where you start to look towards picks like that. But you're losing out on so much of your comfort zone.
Yeah.
And what we saw from KC in the last game was comfort can win in the game, just because there's so much more experience on the champions.
For sure, I agree with you. I also really wonder, when it comes to now, Fnatic chose to choose blue side, and you talked about how Azir's been permaban. but it's been Fnatic that has permabanned this Azir Yunara every game. So maybe the reason why they want to go for this blue side is they're thinking, oh, if we get one of those picks on this blue side, the game is just over. And I could really see it as we saw that Fnatic, they struggled with the fact that they had carries that didn't scale. But if you have Yunara Azir, I mean, scaling is no problem.
I just don't feel like you can give Poby Azir.
Yeah.
Like, it is by far and away his best champion. He has performed fantastically for Fnatic, even in their last series against Giant X. He was kind of that big sweep at the end of the game to try and set up for that teleport play. So I think overall, it's kind of difficult for KC as to what do you prioritize here? And that's even with things like the Poppy getting dropped, which is a clear Fnatic favorite for both Razork and Mickey.
It's going to be really interesting to see, because you're not going to get Azir and Yunara unless, like,
obviously not.
Yeah, that's just not how it's going to work. But do you prioritize the Azir? Do you give Kalist Yunara something that he can scale and carry on? It's always super. Yeah, it's super interesting if you get further into a draft like this.
Well, I think that's it. It's like, I think Yunara is incredibly strong, but I also think she does have her weaknesses if you can't get a team that's able to set up in front of her so she can actually play out the team fights well. And I think that's what Vitality did very well when Kalist brought out the Yunara was, hey, we're just going to try and play at a range so this Yunara can't really do the things she wants to do and maybe have a chance. Now, that obviously gets significantly more difficult the deeper you get into drafts, because your answers for some of this range and stuff is definitely hindered. But I am curious, like, have Fnatic got some of these pocket picks that they're willing to bring out in this game 4 and see if it can push them over the edge?
Yeah, and does KC have the same? I feel like Fnatic, for me, feels like the team that have the advantage coming into this, because if the drafts look equal, I just trust them more to execute on their win conditions. So for me, the question I'm asking is, like, what can KC get really on this red side counter pick, and how can they, like, kind of predict the power picks that Fnatic are going to go for, and how can you look to trade them? Because often on red side, you kind of are left with a choice. Either you decide to leave more overpowered picks open and you trade them, or you try to ban everything and no team gets the OP picks. Everybody has their own philosophy with this kind of stuff, but I would presume that when you're going into a game 4 of Fearless, you need to be more willing and open to leaving these powerful picks up so that you can trade them and get something for yourself.
That makes a lot of sense. We still have things like the Aurora available as well, the Jace that we talked about a little bit. We'll see how things go as we get into draft in hopefully a couple of moments' time. I do want to come back to your point about, like, you trust Fnatic more.
Yeah.
Because I agree with you. Today, I trust Fnatic much more to actually execute on their game plan. But it's such a subversion of expectations from previously. Coming into today, I think 9 out of 10 people who weren't Fnatic fans would say, yeah, I trust KC more. They've shown us much more consistently that they know exactly how their team composition should operate.
I feel like Fnatic have shown consistently that they disappoint. They don't meet expectations. This was a roster that, like, many people thought could win the whole thing. I remember in winter and in spring, it felt like they could maybe be the champions, and then they just don't meet that expectation.
Yeah, it definitely felt like that. Let's jump back to the analyst desk, though, to break things down as we wait for this small audio issue to be resolved.
There's sadly not a lot to break down right now, as we haven't seen the draft yet. But we can talk about...
I don't hear you.
Wait, can you hear me? You can hear me. We're live now. Hi. Okay, Mike, we also had mic issues on our side. We're back here. There's something that I haven't had the opportunity to chat with you, actually, Odo, because you've been in these situations. You've been in these clutch moments. So when you're on the side of KC right now, do you feel like one win with the way they did it is going to be enough to shift the momentum? Is it going to be enough for them to crawl back and maybe lead us to 5 games?
It's going to be a change, definitely, especially with the way they won the last game, because it was quite dramatic, you know, with giving up the soul, or, you know, coming back. I feel like this is the momentum shift they need, because it seems quite rough, especially after the first 2 games, but this might be the real icebreaker that we get in the series.
And it's going to depend on what KC has worked on. What is the next draft plan for this? Because the deeper we go into the series, as Vedi said earlier, the deeper we're going to go into this champion pool. And we established earlier that this is the kind of champion pool, especially thinking about Kalist, that can favor them.
And we saw it especially slowly but surely. I felt like they made the right adaptations with the Maokai, having a lot of proactivity in the 3rd game. I feel like this is exactly what they needed, and slowly they're moving towards a more competitive series. But now, when you're going to game 4 fearless, with so many things being out. Now it's also you're on the other side of the edge, where you're truly being tested on how deep your champion pool goes, how much can you get out of your pool.
It would be great if production could bring up for us what has been banned so far in this series, just so that we can get a reminder of what champions are and are not available in this series. Because one of the big things, do we know if Fnatic has moved to blue side in this game? Because
I'm not sure.
This will be their first opportunity to actually get onto the blue side, given that KC has taken over that pretty much throughout this series. But moving on to blue gives them a lot of potential advantages, because I'm thinking about some of the mid laners that are available. Azir, Poby's tried and true, has been permabanned by Fnatic themselves.
Yeah.
They've been limiting that option, and now it would be much more available to them. They can start putting pressure onto KC and their preferences if they do in fact move over to the blue, just because they do get that priority on junglers as well.
They
Pantheon also still available too.
Yeah, exactly.
It usually comes down to power picks and what you want to prioritize, especially the later we go into the series. As someone who's been drafting quite a lot lately, what would you do right now, being in Fnatic's shoes on blue side?
Well, on blue side, it's a little bit rougher because if you want to get an advantage on blue side, with the draft, with the series being so late into fearless, you need to kind of leave a lot of picks open so that you use the fact that you get the first pick. Because if you properly figure out the tier list, when all the OPs from different roles are all put together, you need to figure out how they interact with each other and which one is the actual real game-winning pick. So on blue side, you do have to take this gamble where you leave a lot of picks open just so you get your pick of the litter.
And we're gonna go back in game shortly, as the blue wall is not done yet. They're gonna keep on cheering for the team, as the last game gave them hope. Is this hope gonna be enough, or is Fnatic gonna be able to close this one quickly and get their ticket to Worlds? They've been working so hard for this ticket to Worlds, guys. It took one roster swap, one mid lane swap, bringing the Ghost into the lineup for them to become maybe the most stable version we've seen from Fnatic so far. And actually, we're going to toss to casters. No time to talk with you guys anymore. We'll see you after the game. Casters, take it away.
Well, we are hopefully getting ready to get on into this next game as the players are on stage and should be getting into the draft lickety-split. We kind of had our discussions around it, and yeah, I just want to see what happens with this blue side for Fnatic.
Yeah, I think they really need to kind of go back to the drawing board after last game, have a more cohesive composition that scales a little bit easier to execute. It's just, we've seen Fnatic, I remember actually now it was Fnatic versus KC game 5, where Fnatic completely crumbled in that last game. Ended up with MF, Lulu, Volibear, and just couldn't play the game.
And it, kind of like that series, it kind of felt like a huge amount of this rests on the head of these AD carries. Game 1 and Game 2, we saw Upset have fantastic performances. That Zeri will send nightmares for all fans this entire weekend if Fnatic can make it through this. But on the opposite side, I think Kalist has kind of been a silent here. Like his Ezreal,
I mean, he's been playing really well.
His Sivir, this last game was great as well. And it really has come down to how much control can you get over this bottom side of the map. And I think for Upset, obviously a win here in Madrid would be huge. Getting back towards Worlds, the opportunity to kind of right some wrongs from the last time that he was here back in 2018. I'm like, this could be an incredible moment, but not only for the Fnatic fans, but for Upset as a person and for his career.
Yeah, and of course, making it to Worlds is the goal of today. However, tomorrow you still have MKOI to play, and then after that you still have G2 to play. And if you can summit that mountain, that Everest that it truly is, then you really get to reach the pinnacle of it all, right? Like, if you're Upset, 2018, you were in the finals against Fnatic, you lost. You then managed to beat KC, you managed to beat MKOI, you managed to beat G2. Obviously, that is kind of a wish and a prayer right now, but we'll see.
And the other finals he was in, lost the Mad Lions. So kind of an opportunity now if he can make it tomorrow to, again, just continue to fight these battles, fight these demons. And he has been battling a lot, but it was Kalist who very much has kind of given the runaround when it's come to that Sivir and Corki matchup. And I wonder what Upset wants to bring to the table now to try and fight back.
Yeah, and I think in general, to be honest, I've been hearing kind of this narrative that Kalist isn't that good, or like even with the Rookie of the Year award, like many people thought maybe Scuban was better, and I feel like people kind of forgot that Kalist is a great player. Like his winter performance was truly stellar, and while some of the criticisms were founded that he got caught out sometimes, in this series he has never been the problem in any single team fight. He is outputting the damage and he is doing the work, and in that Sivir game he played much better than Upset.
Yeah, definitely agree with that. I think the thing with people will see the fact that Kalisz makes obvious mistakes sometimes and say he's not that good a player because it's an obvious mistake, and if it's obvious to me, it should be obvious to you. But the reason those mistakes are made is he's playing so close to that knife's edge. He's playing on the line, which is what the grade 80 carries do. We are into draft for Game 4 of this series as Fnatic take on KC. 2-1 so far to Fnatic. We have a few bans coming out. I'll wait for them to pop up on your screens. There we go. You can see all the fearless bands already out of the pool. Nico and Cassio taken away by Fnatic. Azir and Annie removed by KC.
These are some very peculiar bans here from Fnatic. Looks like maybe they're setting up a Ryze first pick. Would be something I'm thinking about when I see this Cassio ban.
Ja se zaista nadam da je moj kolega budan i da ste vi budni. Ovo je bilo interesantno. Interesantna pauza.
Da, dešava se šta da se radi, ne treba zameriti kolegama. Imali smo i mi naše pauze. Jel' tako, kolega?
Istina. Odmorili smo se, što da ne, realno. Što jeste.
Upset on the Yunara, very comfortable on the champ. He's been able to bring it out twice. Has yet to lose, has yet to die from this champ in the 2 games he's played it. KC now need to find a way to upset.
Šta mislimo, kolega?
Jel
ga vraća KC, jel ga Fnatic zatvara?
Pa sve su već rekle kolege. Sve su ispričale na pauze. Mislim, zanimljiv je način na koji je KC sigurno motivišući, na koji je KC dobio prošli meč, ali ono što mene muči je to što je KC i prošli game u kojem je izgledao dobro za malo izgubio. Ako se setite, KC je game dobio nakon muke kada je Fnatic uspeo da ih uhvati iz baze i da uzme Eldera. Tako da za malo da izgubi to. I pritom gold-wise nisu vodili ni u jednom momentu osim tih minut 2 sa barom buffom pre nego što su ovi uzeli Eldera i prebili ih i uzeli im sve i na kraju gema. Znači vodili su možda 5 minuta. Ajde, to nije baš najefektivnije zato što su računamo TF pasiv, ali nemam pojma. Želim ja da se smijem, Ne, Klara je samo troll. Troll patrola. Troll patrola, smijeći se sad kada Oskar zagrifa na Aurori. Ne brini se ništa. Oskar nosi game. Svaki game u kom Oskar igra carry pick je povećana šansa za pobedu Fnatic.
Jel ti je vredno da imaš Poppy samo da counteraš Rakana i onda Casey samo pika sve ostalo što nema dash, da?
Da. Taj matchup, mislim, post 6 Rakan može da ga igra. Pre 6. ne može igra nikad. Ma džabe. Ne možeš da radiš ništa, ti si toliko beskoristan u tom laning phase-u. Ja obožavam da pikam Poppy Rakana. Volim da igram i Rakana u Poppy jer su mi generalno zanimljivi counter matchupovi ukoliko ne igram protiv nekoga ko je mnogo dobar u igrici pa će baš da me prebije kako god ja odigram, ali volim taj da tražim outplay potencijal u matchupovima, to mi je uvijek interesantno.
Bano i Jorika, sad se već malo uplašili Kane. Mislim, ovi flexovi jesu super, ali plava strana si, tako da otkrićeš Kani šta radiš i onda će on samo da ima counter.
Nemoj flexovi da govoriš, danas sam radio push, znači vidi. Ako kažeš jednom flexovi, ja palim kameru.
Evo ovako. Ja bi upalio, ali onda ne bi baš bili za TV, tako da ja sam na traci prethodnih 3 gejma i bit ću još 3 i onda još 6 sati serije na traci. Danas je ozbiljna priča.
I umrećeš na traci.
Danas hodam polumaraton. U stvari ne, verovatno hodam maraton. Maraton je, koliko ne znam ja. U stvari kako sam krenuo možda hodam ultramaraton, morat ću da googlam te informacije.
Ultramaraton je nešto drugo.
Što je, mislim 50 km za ne?
Da, ali ultramaraton je ono na minus 49 stepeni.
Ne, nije, mislim da je samo to distanca.
Ne. Znači...
Ultra maraton, evo, iz Cold Ultra Running, od Ultra Distance Running, 50 km, 42.195.
Da, ali to je
42k. Ultra maraton 42k. Ultra maraton, gledaj, ultra maraton je termin koji definiše svako trčanje koje podrazumeva staze duže od maratonske. Znači sve što je duže od maratona je ultra maraton.
Aha, okej.
To tako. Tako piše, tako piše.
Znači ja sam bio u pravu, dobro?
Ne, naravno da nisi bio u pravu. Gde si pošao?
Življava se na decu.
Aha, pa šta ti znaš šta je ultramaraton? Ti si trčao jednom i batalio si odmah nakon prvog dana.
Nije, trčao sam više puta, ali to sam sve trajalo nedelju dana.
Dobro, okej, u redu.
Nisam. Dao sam mu šansu, ali onda kad sam shvatio koliko sam gladan kad trčim, nije bilo dobro. Prva tri trčanja mi je bilo muka. Nakon trčanja. A onda je počela glad da mi stiže posle.
That Zaya as well, so it will still be the tree just on the opposite side of the rift.
And it's huge for Yike. Like when he was coming up through G2, we talked about his tree friends, right? It was the Lilia, it was the Ivan, and it was the Maokai. This split, he has played 6 games and won 5.
Zašto sam te pitam?
The Maokai was similar, 15
Kaži.
Da li, u mojoj glavi kako da se već igrao Ryze, kako može se igrati Ryze, ali ne, nije. Bili su Viktor. Igrala se... Može igrala se Oriana s onim mega dosadnim buildom.
You did say though they have to play on the edge, and I think that's where Fnatic can try and punish them. That edge is incredibly close to the face of Fnatic, and when you've got things like the hostile takeover, the Poppy ultimates, even the Gwen who can shroud, it makes it very difficult for KC to really play up into Fnatic in a lot of these team fights. They have to be so careful with how they are setting these fights up, and if Fnatic can
Ajmo da vidimo šta se događa. Ja mislim da ako KC dobije ovaj game da dobijaju i zadnji. A također mislim da KC ima veće šanse da se to dogodi nego da bude 3-1. Jer Skripta voli 5 gemova iz nekog razloga, ne znam. Ne znam šta se tu događa, ali nekako Skripta uvek je u fazonu 5 gemova. Goxi može, samo sekund da ga nađem, pošto dok streamam malo je proces. Evo, izvoli.
U kom Oscar ima carry pick, ali nije Aurora nego Gwen. Joj, Pobi može da napravi kaos ovdje.
This is Fnatic we're talking about. They've been 7 years in the desert. They have been praying for mana from heaven. And yes, they make worlds every time, but the first 2 games of this series were so damn convincing. I think there's a lot of Fnatic faithful out there that are saying, hey, like, we can win this thing. We can win. We can beat Nkoi with G2 is next up. If you lose now...
Zašto nije Gwen sa Igniteom? Pa pazi. Mislim da se Oskar malo uprpio. To je reč koju ću izabrati u ovoj situaciji.
One game for the Fnatic folks, but can they do it here, or can KC continue that march on the reverse sweep?
That's very true, Rob. And I also want to just take stock of the 2 drafts here, because for me, I really like a lot of what both teams have constructed. I think for the top side in Oscar, you have this lane matchup that you can look to bully, you can look to dash forward, and Gwen can get a lead. And for the same in the bot.
Dobro, znači na botu se mega chilla. Ali pitao si me da li je Ward uzeti Poppy, samo da bi kanterova Rakana, ja sam rekao da, ali to je samo za supporta. Ja smatram da je nije Ward pikovati u džungli, samo da bi kanterova Rakana.
Dobro.
Hard disagree. Zato što na laneu ti imaš punu kontrolu da je on, možeš da ga trackuješ konstantno.
Da, to je.
Renata je također odličan pik u Rakana, nemojte da me pogrešno razumete, sjajna je. Isto je jako dobar matchup za... Isto je jako težak matchup za njega. Ali ono što je fora sa Rakanom je... Rakan nema unplayable matchupove. Njemu je Poppy matchup playable nakon često. Donekle. Ako odigraš dobro s nekim flashom može bude malo lakše. Ako imaš neki, čak je pozitivno u Poppy imati nekada još jedan način da izbiti još double-ove. Jer kao jednom može do double-ove, realno.
Dok to jeste, da.
No, on je igre trebalo bi da komunicirate kada baci ključnu magiju, tako da...
Yike already walking in, he has 30 seconds to spare, will be spotted on a ward, can go back, come back out and still be in time for the scuttle crab, which is not something you see from too many junglers. Poby there, using that two-fold hex really effectively onto Vlad. He continues to chip away at him. It's the passive of Aurora that does a huge amount of the damage, and they did nerf the max HP damage out of it, but they gave her some compensation buffs in just the AP scaling.
Yeah, especially when you compare it with the electrocute, it just makes it so difficult to try and play into her, and you've got that nice little bit of a range advantage over Vladdy too.
Razor je spotovao na Vardu sad. Ivor zna gde, oni hoće da probaju, ali ne mogu da izađu iz lejna.
With Mickey even coming across the help.
And I want to give some credits to Poby, because for me...
Ivornovi skirmishi su smešni.
I understood that humanoid, everything, it wasn't really working out, but I didn't think Poby was the answer, but thus far, he's had really good laning phases across the board. He was a little bit disjointed at first, but now
Oscar, please.
Oscar, please.
Oscar, please. Oscar, please! Bam!
Kana propo. Ne, kana propo. Ovo je do kane bilo. Kana propo. A da ne igra Gresp u ovom matchupu, mislim, vidi.
Molim te, ajde priznaj da si bio krivo i nemoj.
Propo kana na aparatima.
Naravno.
Jeste vidjeli ljudi gore kanu ikada? Ja nisam. Ne.
Glave, nemoj da prizna da...
Ma kakvi kana, ma propo skroz kana, ma kakvi. Ne, kana nikad gore nije odigrao.
Jeste, sigurno. Kad je bio Silver nije gore odigrao,
Ne, ovo je stvarno katastrofalno bilo. Nisam očekivao će ovako loše da odigra.
This is disgrace.
There is so much CC on this bottom half of the map. At least he does have the spell book, so maybe able to swap into something that can help him out, but I think Yike just found a new target on the map.
Yeah, overall the lead in the spot lane kind of disappeared from this game.
Armor Remar. Uzmu carry igraju tenkove gore opet.
Which is a bit of a shame when you're playing this range matchup into the Rakan. You'd really
Oskara nemoj da diraš. On zna da je dovoljno dobar da mu ne treba damage, tako da... Ajde, Oskare, ajde, lutko moja. Ajde, 2 na 1!
One downa! Ne. Kana check PayPal, pa šta je ovo? Kana! Koliko para je Fnatic treba da da Kani da Kana baci mesto na Worldsu? Znači ovo su već 1000 evra u pitanju. 1000 evra su u pitanju. Desetine 1000 evra verovatno. Polako. Trovo je kad je bio 5-0. Polako. Sve je lagano. Sve je lagano.
To get that wage into KC.
And the thing is, it's not just the 2 solo kills. He has a 20 CS lead as well. Nearly a 1k gold lead at 6 minutes. This is like unheard of.
The Academy Award for Best Actor in a Leading Role goes to Oscar, it seems, as he continues to dominate the top lane. And those are words that I thought would not be spoken today. For Fnatic, the question is, can you use this domination to continue the wins in this series? Oscar in enforcing Kana back. Yike having to spend much more time around the top lane than perhaps he expected. Razork is here, there's no vision for Kana, no flash for him either. The world enders, world is back.
Ne, ljudi, ja vam kažem, Kana je, znači, ne može da budu 1000 evra, jer ima 5 soma minimum platu. Okej, Wings Angel, okej.
Ajde. Snip. Silent ceo četiri.
Vidi, tier 2 buci ima i kliknuo je EQ u njega. Izvanredno, moram da priznam. Ne, ovo je clear game throw. Ali s ovim Oskar sam mora pobedi partiju. Samo se razumemo. Znači, ako ne dobije sam game s ovim leadom, ja ne znam stvarno šta pričamo.
Dobro, ja ti kažem, pobedit će sam game.
Moguće.
Nemoj da se stresiraš. Što si pod stresom?
Jesi ti vidio što sam ja jeo danas?
Ne.
Jesi, vidio si. Kako mogu da budem pod stresom? Ne.
Zato što sam ja u pravu, a ti nisi.
Ja samo spitujem činjenice.
Ne.
Samo spitujem facts.
Ne znam ja šta ti spituješ, pita je jelo kod nas, možda si s tim pomešao pošto si gladan.
Nisam gladan, jeo sam svašta danas. 2 metra hrane sam jeo danas, šta više.
Jadan Kalist, trudi se, daj sve od sebe.
Dobro, vidi.
A zato na gore trči niz, bato.
Top lane je doomed, mid lane je fine, jungle je doomed. A mislim Ivern je. Koliko Ivern može da bude baš doomed, ali realno je doomed zašto na topu ne može da radi ništa. Ovo inače sad jako dobro ako ste top main da gledate kako Kana pokušava da igra ovaj matchup.
Da, to me korisno, da naučite u ovoj teškoj situaciji kako možete da igrate u pravoj sajnu. Zna ovaj moj kolega neke stvari. Mislim, ne znam ko je bolji top laner, ali...
Očigledno. Pogledaj šta im radi, pogledaj taj BM.
Čovjek se šali sa njima. Moraju stariju braću Kana da zove, mlađu braću odnosno.
Towards upset in that bottom half of the map as his own gold lead starts to spike.
Yeah, for KC, you are finding any port in any storm right now. The CS you get is the prize you can have. As the keeper's
Ode.
Razzle doesn't need to spend time around top, so instead he will make Kalist and Targamas's day a living...
To još miriše na dane fanatikove pobjede.
This is what they had in Game 2. Game 1 was KC favored until around the 15-minute mark, but when Fnatic have garnered a lead like this in this series, they have not taken their hands off the necks of KC.
I'm astonished. I don't know, like I'm speechless. I just didn't think Fnatic was going to win, and even if they did win, I never imagined it like this.
Kako ne veruju u Fnatic, ne razumem. Dobro, bar ja nisam takav, ja sam ovdje kao veruju u Fnatic. Šalim se, naravno. Ne brinite se ništa. A mislim sad, zavisi šta radi. Ovaj game, ako se top isključi je even, full even, tako da...
Opa. Teško je baš imati kill pressure u ovom laneu na botu.
Razzle going back up towards the top lane. Kana has 3 minions. Yike is here though. Perhaps the 2v2 might be enough for KC, but Razzle's not going to let Yike have it. Slams him into the wall. Yike should be able to defend Kana here.
Razzle toliko dobro koristi.
And the way will be pushed back. Razzle just keeping Yike here for now. Vladdy's starting to move from mid, but doesn't have Realm.
Baš dobro koristi ono što se događa ovdje.
But even just that pressure, I think should be Fnatic needing to get out. Actually, he ends up cancelling it as Bobby goes to follow. But at least KC will keep Kana alive for the moment.
Yeah, I think that mid prio there from Vladdy.
Mislim, jel to ti je ono, realno kad ti top lane toliko vina, Razork nema šta da razmišlja. Kao zna ako ode na top bilo koji jednak broj ljudi oni dobijaju. 2 na 2, 3 na 3, je free win.
I on zna da može da, tipa kada ovaj crash uđe u džunglu...
Tako je, može da igra oko toga lagano.
Dozvoljeno radi, baš je dobro.
A onda KC mora se snalazi.
Da, pogledajte razliku u CS-u u džungli, a to uopšte nije običajno za ovaj matchup. Pop jeste solidan pressure ima, ali ona nije, pogotovo sa phase rushom, nije ona Kha'Zix pa da ovako maltretira Iverna. To je sve napravljeno zbog onoga što je uradio Skarinin u in lane.
Tako je, da. Mislim, i kažem opet, oni su svesni, zato i kažem, bilo bi fan da postoji pro view i da možete gledate šta radi Kana, jer ovo je unplayable. Znači, ovo kad se meni dogodi u solo queue, do ruku na srce nisam neki top laner, ali...
Pa nije ni Kana izgleda.
Pa, izgleda. Tako je vreme došlo.
Nisam ja neki top laner, moj kolega. Jo, koliko ovo feels bad kad imaš ovaj hack drinker mučeni, majko mila. Aj što ne možeš nikog da ubiješ u lane-u, nego što tebe i dalje mogu da ubiju.
Da, Hex je tužniji malo item. Šta njima treba? Oni sad trebaju samo da naskilaju dovoljno da nekako postane igra. Mislim da sideline više nikad nije igriv. Zar ne?
Do kraja gema, sure.
U suštini Oskar možda da itemizuje anti-heal ako mu baš treba da countera healovanje Aatroxa i šta, chilla.
Svaki koliki lead ima, on će konstantno imati pola itema više od njega, ako ne i ceo. Većinu vremena će zapravo imati ceo item više od njega. Opet nije dobro za kate. Bravo, man. Ovo je sad, ja mislim, giga doomed. Ovo je, mislim da je giga doomed. Jer jedino što su imali je da probaju da urade nešto na drugoj strani mape bez Gwen. A ako sad gube i tamo gde nije Gwen, ja mislim da ovo samo... Ne želim da kažem game, ali neverovatno game. On će ga sad ubije samo. Redemption. Nema ga. Možda ga ima Vladi ako flashuje, ali ima i Oskar flash, tako da nema ništa od toga.
They get the play on towards the bottom side. They get Oscar running into a lead. All of the early Void Grubs have gone. That Dragon has gone the way of Fnatic as well. Like, how do you try and block KC?
It's so difficult, and this Herald is going to go the way for Fnatic as well. It really feels like you need to utilize this Rise, get a crazy numbers advantage, get a good engage, something along the lines of that. Otherwise, it's too difficult.
And now, as you say, you get the Rift Tower to try and make plays around mid. Oscar Renning gets the reset, and Nerdy has a second item already completed at 15 minutes into the game. And as soon as he plonks himself into a side lane, that is just going to escalate even further. And late game Gwen is just such a menace, even with the nerf that came through a while ago. She just feels unstoppable.
Yeah, the thing is, normally you'd be like, oh, if enemy thought he had a lead, he skill or something, right? He played an early camp chat. Now he's playing like probably the best scaling top lane.
Iskreno ja volim. Publika ti ono pravi pola eventa, realno gledano.
They need to be the magicians this game and find some magic.
Izvinite, ja imam 12 godina, imam mi mnogo zanimljivo. Ajde, Oskare, ajde. Oooo. Za malo. Baš su morali da ulože ovdje. Izgubili su 3-2 na botu.
Vladis Rise claims the prize. Okay.
And there's pressure in the mid lane as well. They do need to back off, as you can see. They're trying to get the pressure on towards Fnatic themselves.
Dobro moja fora. Vladis Rise claims the prize.
Nije da nije.
Nemoj kolega, budimo realni.
Ne, raspoloženi su, kasteri su chill. Čak i hostovi španski jako dobri, ne znam kad slušam na početku programa, ali... Ono u Francuskoj je bilo kritično, ovo je neigrivo, by the way, ovo je samo gotovo. Ne znam da li Vladi može da channeluje svog inner pešu, ali... Šansa da Rise iznese samo ovaj game je... Slim to ono baš ne vidim šta mogu da rade ovdje.
Sad ćemo da vidimo da li će inner peša biti channelovan.
Fnatic have translated the
Kanalisam.
pressure that Oscar was able to singularly manufacture and now have put it across the entire map.
And it's because KC knew they had to try and shut him down, but by putting so much investment in towards Oscarinen, Razor got to play elsewhere. Now they, with that tier 2 down in the bottom lane, they can continue to push that wave super deep on the bottom side, lean in that pressure into the bottom jungle, and put pressure onto the mid turret, and Fnatic can look to snowball so effectively now. And with 50 seconds until this next dragon, I'm pretty sure Oscarinen has the second item completed and can just take over this fight.
Yeah, it's really hard to imagine KC taking any fight right now and being able to win it. They really need to continue trying to utilize this rise for split.
Dobro kaže kolega Caster. Imali su play da igraju bez stopa, izgubili su i bez stopa i sad samo nemaju priliku da igraju ništa. Sad su samo gigadump.
Samo nema igranja, dobro.
I Fnatic, ja mislim da mora da napravi baš seriju kritičnih grešaka da bi KC imao šanse da se uopšte vrate u ovu partiju. Baš se ne zabavljaju. Kana da bi Stalno Beograd vodi. Bukvalno. Ne, ali iskreno ovo je baš kritično za Kanu, jer mislim kao što sam napomenuo, ovo im je serija koja ih vodi ili ne vodi na Worlds i ovako da run downa i što je najjače sad i nema izgovora. Prva 3 gejma bio si blue side, blind pickovo si 3 puta top, okej. Ali šta mu je sad izgovor? Sad legit nema izgovor.
Oscar no W here, but he's so strong and so high level that even though KC will be able to get this top tower here most likely and get that objective bounty.
And that's good for KC.
Yeah.
They got as much as they could out of that trade in my estimations, at least assuming they take the tower down, they'll get a bounty for it. They don't quite get the tower, but it does fall in the end.
Pogledajte Oscara koji je prije njega. Koji je sve promašio. To je moj top laner. Dobar, redemption.
Da, ma nema.
Steve. Pra.
But they lost it all for it as 2 members end up going down and Fnatic do not let anyone go unpunished. If you try to take an objective from them, they will catch you.
It's such a good play from Fnatic. The collapse was already there since they pushed in mid, and Upset has started to move across. And Poby getting across thanks to that Hextech gate gets the perfect cutoff point. And Fnatic just run them down. There is nothing that KC can do. It is into the meat grinder, and Fnatic are making bank off the back.
It's Razor's willingness just to flash in as well.
Dobro, sad ovdje može se baci. Ali s kojim damage-om? Oni nemaju ništa. Nemaju ništa nigde.
Da, nema. Mislim, nemaju, bukvalno nemaju resursa, što kažeš. Nemaju... Neće valjda da bace kod atakara. Mi su dovoljno ahead da nije throw. Iskreno.
Ovo je previše damage primjeno, ali imaju Renata.
Au, Kana!
Čovječe.
Boga mi, kako je bilo close je, da.
Dobro, ovi su dobili atakana, to je jedino što im je trebalo. I umrla je Renata, nije kao da je bitno, iskreno.
Gave KC at least the chance to get a pick, but Fnatic get away with the Ataka.
A root caller out from Yeti, he's going to chase down by Razork here, but the rest of KC are beginning to collapse. The red buff maybe needs to be forfeited here by Razork. Don't need to go for that root caller out from Yeti, they'll steal away the red. Oscarinen escapes, has his flash back up. So even if he was caught in a precarious spot, would have been able to extricate himself.
And you really see in this fight the power of KC's comp. Oscar goes a little bit too deep, which ends up costing him dearly. And you see that if KC can kite back, their carries are still very strong with this Ryze and Syad, with the Ivern healing and shielding the Aatrox, barely not able to get Razork.
Baš je Aatrox mnogo posla radi ovdje. U smislu, baš je bio tanky sa Rakanom i Sandal Sky resetima. Mogu je verovatno bolje da odigramo, ali... Impact.
Hostile takeover only secures that gap for a small amount of time. As soon as that's down and it's dodged by Kalist, and Vladdy just walks, like, accepts that he's going to auto-attack a couple of times, then the re-engage from Fnatic's really hard to, from KC is really hard to get yourself out of.
I agree, but Fnatic got the objective, right? They did get Atacon. There's now Dragon in 2 minutes' time. You're starting to see, like, so many huge items completed for this Fnatic side as well. And even though KC's found their moment, I think it's kind of few and far between as Targabus, or maybe on the bottom side, might be the focus.
I think they're looking for Vladdy instead. Doesn't have the flash and has no tower.
He's dead.
Safety. Belmore out. Mickey's gonna flash. Misses.
No, dobro, lepo preživio konačno.
Gets himself out of a very sticky spot.
And I want to add on to what you said, Rob. It's very nice that Fnatic got the Atacon, but at the same time, the gold lead was all the way up at 6K and has already now halved to 3K. So it's been a great comeback for KC thus far. And if you choose, like if I have to choose, if I'm 6K down to drop an Atacon to get 3K back, I mean, I'll take that every day.
I very much agree with you. I think it's a question that began to ring in my mind a little bit with the Ambessa game, which is how good are Fnatic at playing through a fed Oscarinen? And they were pretty good in that game, like it ended up working for them, but here, like Oscarinen is the key advantage. Probably was a team, Kalist.
Huge damage. Huge damage. Burn build, by the way. Nade carry-a.
A dobro, mislim, Aurora je realno burst mage. Koji god build da ide, ona ima taj combo za burn. Za burst. Razumio šta se da. Razmišljam, burst je bilo, u istoj rečenici je bilo previše.
Razmišljam samo da li... Razmišljam koliko partija treba da potraje da KC ima šansu. Jer kao, vidi, u nekom trenutku sa dovoljno itema nemaju ni loš skill. Zaya Rai sa Ivernom, Atrox koji ne umire, ma koliko ono, nije im nemoguće, ali mi se treba da prođe baš puno vremena.
Pazi, oni imaju u suštini jednog IFO enchantera što je već huge samo po sebi za scaling. Oni overall outscalaju. Opet Gwen je takav powerhouse. Ja mislim da možda overall čak, možda se kaže možda da outscalaju. A to je ono long shot malo. Lagano. Koliko je ovo lagano bilo? Popi ult baš ima u nekim situacijama nevjerovatno utjecaj igru.
Upset was just silently hitting this mid tower, bringing it all the way from nearly full HP to nearly dead now. And they get the third break, only one away from Soul.
And the thing about that is, it pulls KC to a dragon fight. And if you say, okay, Oscar, push top, we're going to start to set up around the Drake. KC have to be there, because you cannot give away Hex Soul into Yunara, into Aurora. It's so difficult.
Hex Soul ne može daš svejedno ako ćemo realno.
So now Fnatic have a slew of options before them. Do we just want to go for a tier 2? Do we want to go for a tier 3? Can we keep Fnatic around the fight? Will a keeper's verdict change how that outlook looks? Still only, well, I say only, still a 4,000 gold lead for Fnatic, but it has shrunk from the gargantuan advantage they had earlier on in this game.
Yeah, and it's important to note that as the game gets longer and longer, a gold lead kind of shrinks naturally as everybody gets more gold and the relative difference is smaller. But I want to say that I think I really agree with you. The onus now is on Fnatic. They have the potential to kind of checkmate KC if they play their lane assignments right now. If they
znaš da ovo zapravo, kad malo bolje razmislim šta mi pričaš, deluje kao game koji oni mogu komotno da baci.
Mobility in her kit to escape.
Yeah, KC needed to try and send some. The Mickey might be caught here though.
He's definitely caught. Puts the exhaust down onto Kana, who pops the world in.
Okay.
Gonna heal him up a ton. The hostile takeover.
Kana se mnogo
Renato ulti.
Dobar disengage, ali vidiš čak i ovdje koliko je Kana i ovako ovaj botched Atrox koliko je unkillable. Kad ulta pa dobije increase healing pa ga pukne redemption za 1000,500 healtha nazad.
Pa čak kad ga Ivern Q-a ili... Oni imaju 2 redemptiona. Koliko je to dobro? Što Ivern nije power kao su pro meti sa ovoj redemption meti? On bi trebalo da bude najjači na svetu.
To je istina.
Double redemption.
Gold extends for Fnatic above that 5K mark. Drake 2.5 minutes away. Soul point already for Fnatic would be sold for them if they can get it. The Baron, the key target now. You have to feel Mickey trying to set up vision around it. It's a little tricky as Renata. You're nowhere near as tanky as an Alistair. You don't have the mobility of something like a Rakan, so you have to be a bit cautious when you step up on your own.
All the Fnatic want to do, though, is just buy that space for Oscar, and it's level 16 to just barely hitting level 15 for Kana, and now there is no real safe home, and you can see Kana trying to move away from the bush that Oscar Rinen's hiding in. Oscar Rinen knows if he can get that solo kill, that opens up Baron, or it opens up a Nexus turret.
You can see Oscar Rinen continuing to push in bot now. Just Kana has to just watch him push the wave, even with Kalist hovering slightly. It's just so difficult for
Dobro, ovo što je dobro za KC je što su blago posljednjih par minuta usporili što se tiče nekih teamfightova i to. Fnatic ne pravi toliko pikova. Mnogo je unlucky što su dopustili da ih razor kulta. Da su uspeli možda da uzmu prošlog Drakea pa da produži sebi game za mnogo, to bi bilo baš huge.
Jeste. Mislim, to je, kažem, trka sa vremenom neki način, jer ovo što se sad događa ne odgovara Fnaticu.
Tako je, a da je 2-2 u Zmajevima, imali bismo više ovoga.
Control the rest of the map.
Interesting to see Yike going for the Medjais here instead of parts of the Dawn Core. I think he knows the next fight they need to win, and if they do win it, he needs the bonus stats from the Medjais to really help carry them through the rest of the game. We have a minute on the Drake.
Sad ovo postaje već interesantno. Zaje na istim itemima koliko Junara, Ryze tehnički item više od Aurore. Koliko je bio doomed game, toliko je sad u stvari winnable. I dalje je teško, i dalje su behind, dalje moraju da igraju kao da su behind, ali...
Fnatic premišlja, da li zapravo da ignoriše Drake kada radi Barona. Mislim da su prerano to krenuli. Da to treba bude faktor iznenađenja. Ti si ti iznenadio, nisi, pa nije ni kad se...
Ne preterano.
Poppy and Aurora will really not have the damage to deal with this shielding and healing that Ivern is providing.
But Fnatic have bought the time they need. Oscar Rinen continues pushing in. Dragon now spawned. It's the soul, and there, batters up, and they're gone.
Yeah, only onto Targamas though. Poby still backing in the top side. Drake begun by Fnatic. Razork.
They can finish it.
With Daisy, Poby has the death cap and he's TPing into the mid lane. As you say, they can try and finish this quickly and they'll get it.
Brać, kako je moguće da te to dali? Ali zašto bijete sad ako ste izgubili solo? Ajde, Oskare, ajde. Iseci ih sa smakaze ih iseci, Iseci ih sa smakaze pa idemo dalje.
To im je dum. To je ono što smo rekli, kao, moraš da igraš kao da si behind, ne možeš da igraš kao da si ahead kad nisi ahead.
Tako je. To je to. Fnatic je treći predstavnik Evrope na Velosu, dragi gledalci. Na krilima Oscarinina i Pobija. Iskreno, baš su ih prebili. Čak i onaj prošli game su mogli da pobjede.
Da. Mislim, nema šta, bili su bolji, iskreno kažem opet, ako... KC ide u ovoj formi otišao na World, šta bi mogli njih da očekujemo, tako da... Mislim da KC, siguran se će biti razočarani. Siguran sam da... prva godina gde je došao Kalist, prva godina da bi otišli na Worlds, bilo bi to insane hype i sve to stoji, ali opet kažem, pored toga činjenica da imaju dosta da igraju, da imaju dosta budućnosti ispred njih, ne trebaju da previše razočarani, osim Kane, koji mislim da je izrifovo život ovu seriju. Znači, mimo što ja volim da imamo Oscara, ali Kane je toliko rundown ovu seriju da nemam reči. Kao individualno najiskusniji čovek u ekipi KC-a, mislim da ne bi sebi smeo da dozvoli tako da igra kada je toliko na liniji.
Složio sa mojim kolegom, ništa više. Nije bilo zgodno stvarno gledati ga u ovakvoj formi. Šteta, ali šta da se radi? Mislim da ne možemo mnogo da se žalimo, stvarno na kraju krajeva je najbolje moguće odigrao Oscarini, realno ovo je njegova najbolja forma, jel da? Tako da je to bio mismatch kontaš, znači Oskar je odigrao najbolje, Kane je odigrao najgore što je mogo.
Najgore, tako je, da. Sad sam tek vidio ove monitor ispred igrača, koga bi to meni smetalo, ali nema veze. Bilo kako bilo, to je bilo to za današnji prenos. Sad imamo, eto, 3 ekipe koje idu na Worlds, to je Fanatico i ekipa G2-a. Sutra gledamo meč između Fanatika i Koja, a pobednik ide na G2 u velikom finalu. Sutra očekujemo ludnicu u publici. Ekipa koja igra pred Špancima, što će biti apsolutno... Mislim, videli smo koliko danas ne vole K-Corp, jer Francuska i Španija imaju taj rivalitet. A taman ćemo, evo, ostaviti čujeti ovaj divan intervju. Grebs, ništa mu jasno ovdje nije, ali u fazonu je realno dobro je. Otišli smo na Worlds, ne dobijam otkaz, sad sam lagan. Tako da, sutra se vidimo u 5 sati. Streama neće biti večeras, tako da to za vas koji se pita da li ima streama večeras, nema, na Discordu će biti streamovan ceo Alice in Borderland, tako da ćemo to gledati da se bingeuje i mi se vidimo sutra u 5. Rale, mi se vidimo u nedelju.
Da.
Odlično, to je to. Hvala ti puno, Rale, vidimo se u nedelju, ljudi, vidimo se sutra u 5. Pozdrav.
We will leave tomorrow for tomorrow. We'll see what happens. Asleep, who knows? Maybe that's what resets him. Maybe he's like, oh, I really hope to, but I really hope to. Because it was such a great performance from Fnatic. For KC, huge commiserations. I think after how well they played in winter, after how well they played at first stand, the expectations were incredibly high on this roster. We know they've had some issues over the last couple of weeks as well, over the last split. But I think a lot of the players on that roster deserved their chance to prove themselves at Worlds. We'll see what they can do when they come back next year. We're going to hand it over to Shox and Noir, who are standing atop the mountain with our 2 Spaniards. Take it away.
Thank you very much. Madrid, can I hear you for Fnatic, for Razor, and for Oscar? Wow. We are here in the Marriott Bonvoy post-game interview. And the first thing I have to ask Razor is about what it means to you. ¿Qué significa para ti clasificarte para el Mundial aquí, en tu España, en tu Madrid? Puedes responder en español o en inglés.
A ver, para mí clasificarme al Mundial, siempre que me he metido en Fnatic, no nos hemos perdido el Mundial nunca, entonces yo creo que era una obligación clasificarse al Mundial. Sí que estábamos en una situación un poco complicada después de perder contra Koi, pero confiaba en el equipo, sé que este tío hoy se ha sacado muchísimo. Y bueno, ganar en Madrid para mí es un honor, la verdad, lo he disfrutado muchísimo, espero que mañana también ganemos y podré llegar a la final.
So Shox just asked what it means to Razor to win here in Spain, not only in Spain, in Madrid, his town, and he just said that it's always so important and so emotional. He never missed Worlds since he joined Fnatic. It was mandatory for them to win today, and moreover, he trusted Oscar besides him. He knew that he was going to deliver. And now my question, Oscar, enhorabuena, la verdad. Ha sido un largo camino hasta aquí. ¿Qué significa también para ti, te lo voy a preguntar, ganar hoy aquí, clasificarte a los mundiales aquí, también delante de la grada que te ha visto crecer desde que estabas en Superliga y delante de tu familia? ¿Qué significa para ti?
La verdad es que es una locura jugar aquí delante de la gente española. La verdad es que me siento muy orgulloso del amor que me da la gente y todo, y de jugar aquí, de poder performear bien y jugar como he jugado y bueno. También llegar al Mundial es como una obligación para Fnatic, aunque lo tenemos complicado, lo hacemos y obviamente no podemos perder contra el equipo francés, así que bueno, lo hemos hecho, mañana a ver qué tal.
So I just asked Oscar kind of the same question, what does it mean for him to win here today in front of his family? Moreover, and he just said that always it's mandatory for Fnatic to qualify for Worlds. It was hard for them after losing versus Koi, but he said that it was impossible for them to lose against a French team in front of the Spanish crowd.
Yeah, I see that. But next up, I do want to ask a little bit more about your performance specifically, Oscar, because I think this is one of the best series I have ever seen you play. Estuviste increíble hoy. ¿Por qué estás tan bueno hoy contra Canon?
No sé, o sea, llevo una semana que estoy como que me cuesta dormir por las noches solo de pensar en hoy y me he preparado muchísimo y la verdad es que tenía muy buen feeling, creo que últimamente estoy jugando muy bien y bueno, hoy la verdad es que ha sido muy fácil, no sé, es como que jugaba solo.
Okay, so Shock just asked about what happened today to Oscar. With his performance, he brings a brilliant today compared to other days because she's an unbeliever, and I have to say that out loud. Okay, so Oscar just said, yeah, well, and Oscar just said that he had, you know, bad days, you know, to sleep, thinking of stuff today, but that it felt good today, and he said that it was so easy. Razor, mañana tenéis un partido complicado. Hoy la grada ha estado con vosotros. Mañana puede que no sea así. ¿Qué vibra te da ese partido mañana contra Movistar Koi?
Me da la vibra del road trip, de ser una serie intensa de pelotas y bueno, que a lo mejor en esta vez no perdamos porque se nos quede el nexo a un autoataque. Esta vez es un mejor de 5, así que espero que sean buenas partidas. Yo a los de Koi los respeto un montón y los quiero un montón, aparte de que tengo bastantes amigos allí. Así que les deseo la mejor de las suertes para mañana, pero este tío va a ir directo a por Mirwin.
So my question for Razor was about the series for tomorrow. Today the crowd was with them, but tomorrow it may be not the same for Fnatic. So he said that the vibes for him were like similar as of the road trip, so he expects really intense games, maybe for Fnatic not to leave one Nexus to one hit, it would be good, but he's willing to fight Movistar Koi. He has a lot of respect for them, but that he must be aware of the beast that he's on the top lane from Fnatic.
And of course, I have to ask if you have anything to say to Mirwin tomorrow. ¿Tienes algunas palabras para Mirwin para mañana?
Sí, bueno, a ver, la última vez fue un 2-3, fue así bastante close, pero ahora es en persona. Espera que no le puedan los nervios porque papá está aquí, o sea que mucho cuidado.
Okay, so Shai just asked Oscar to send some message for Mirwin. He just said that, okay, the last time was rough, it was close, but that he expects tomorrow to be different, being here in person in the LAN event. And he also said that Daddy is here.
Oh, padrito, okay. I love it. Oscar, I can also tell you, you are Archaea Player of the Series. Congratulations, you're MVP, Oscar.
Thank you, gracias.
Razor, se lleva Oscar el MVP de la serie. Tú claramente confiando mucho en Oscar, ¿cómo ha sido trabajar con él desde que se unió también al equipo de Fnatic? Tú que ya eres todo el veterano del equipo, ¿cómo has visto su evolución y cómo ha sido adaptaros también a él?
Bueno, yo cuando jugué la primera vez con Oscar, la verdad es que pegó un rundown histórico la primera semana de la LEC. O sea, no farmeaba un minion, lo mataban todo el rato. Y ahora mírale, solo cleando a Kanak casi todos los games y smurfeando. Creo que la evolución está clara y estoy muy orgulloso de él. Espero que no seas complaciente y sigas trabajando porque esto no es el final.
Nunca, jamás.
So my question for Razor was about he is a veteran, how he saw the evolution of Oscar since he joined Fnatic. And he kind of ranted him about how the first week of the LEC he ran it down, not farming even a minion. He just said that literally, I'm not making this up. But that he hopes that Oscar do not go complacent and he keeps up with the good work. And Oscar just said that, of course.
Of course, wonderful. Thank you so much, Noah, for having me here to co-host. Thank you so much, Oscar and Razor. And Kaya Mágica, una vez más, por Fnatic.
Gracias.
Fnatic once again go to world. They do not miss out, and especially they did not miss out today against KC. Celebration is not over yet as we have Upset and Grabs joining us to close out the day here in